Pawns becoming queens, queens becoming champions. It's the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship.
Wow! Oh my god!
Some of the world's best women chess players are here to compete in the electrifying SCC format of escalating time controls, known for its heart-pounding moments and nail-biting finishes. With a prize fund of $75,000 up for grabs, who will take home this year's crown?
Yeah, come on! Oh no! Oh!
Yeah, that was
decided in the very last moment.
At this pace and at this high level, there is very little room for mistakes.
What? That's not really happening! Oh no!
Get ready, all the action starts now.
Welcome to the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. I'm Robert Hess. Alongside me is Kateryna Lagno. Katy, how are those woody hills of Italy treating you, and how excited are you for the WSCC to begin?
Robert, I am extremely excited to be here because this is my favorite online chess tournament with a lot of blunders, flagging, and dramas. Cannot wait to see the games.
Oh yeah, because any Speed Chess Championship is full of excitement, it's full of drama, and as you said, it's full of blunders. But we do have 8 wonderful contestants starting out in the Women's Speed Chess Championship presented by Julius Baer, and we see the names on the screen. Kateryna Lagno, she's the defending champion. She slots in the 1 seat. She takes on Kosteniuk, who qualified for this event. Valentina, Gunina, Harika, 2 mainstays of the WSCC. There's Vaishali, the rising star of chess, taking on Alexandra Kosteniuk, the chess queen. But today, our attention is on the 2-7 matchup, Yifan and Polina Shuvalova. Katy, let's start talking about these two.
That's right, Robert. So we do have Yifan, who is the first rated player in the world in the female ranking, even though she's not a very active chess player and she plays only once in a year. This is this very event, Women's Speed Chess Championship. And we do have Polina Shuvalova, who is international master with 1 Grandmaster norm, and she is one of the toughest speed chess champions nowadays.
That's very true. She's let her moves do the talking. She's proved herself online. So let's talk about Polina first, because she's very active over the board as well as in tournament play online. She won the 2023 IM GM Speed Chess Championship. She's been in IM for several years now. She's won these youth tournaments in the past. So, Katy, when we talk about Polina, many accomplishments to her name, the big question is what's next?
What's next? And I think she is trying to get her Grandmaster title and then all the titles alongside, including this one. This is a very prestigious tournament, but I believe her final goal is to become the Women's World Chess Champion, Robert.
And that would be fantastic for her many fans. She gained fans along the way. That IMSCC ride, it was bumpy at times, but it was successful. And she was not invited to this tournament. She had to qualify her way here. And it was tough sledding in the qualifying stages because there were many of the top players taking part, many IMs and other talented Blitz players. And you see Polina, she was the 3 seed heading into the bracket stage in the winner's bracket. She took down Anastasia Bodnaruk, and then she beat the other qualifier who came through the loser's bracket in Priyanka Nutaki. So Polina, she went unscathed and she showed her might.
Robert, I was covering this event, the qualifiers, and the first day, the Swiss day, was really shaky for her. It was not guaranteed that she would be in the top 8 players for knockout system, but somehow she managed to get in those top 8 players. But then in the knockout system, she was just a big boss there. She won all the matches, and I think it was quite convincing. And we knew that she would fight alongside another top chess players.
And Polina's been doing just that. She's been impressing the masses. That IMSCC run, that was phenomenal. But she is going to have her hands full today because she beat some strong players in the qualifiers after that shaky start that you mentioned. But she takes on Yifan today, the #1 ranked woman in chess since 2015, the 4-time women's world champion, the youngest ever to do so, by the way. And it's not just her over-the-board successes. They're not just a thing of the past because she's retired. She won the 2021 Women's Speed Chess Championship. So, Ketty, she is still active online in this very event, and she's won it before.
That's right, Robert. And we really miss her to the chess world. At every interview, everyone asks her when she is coming back. But so far, she is still remaining at her current job. She is now working full-time at Shenzhen University. And in fact, she did her master's degree at the Oxford University and sort of changed her career. But whenever we have her at the chess tournament, we do have the world champion Yifan back, and here we can see some of the matches that she took down one of the best chess players, Harika Dronavali, Lei Tingji, Bibisara Zulbayeva, 2 times Blitz World Chess Champion, and Gulnar Mammadova.
Yeah, so when she does come back to play, she proves that her strength has not just gone away. She may have a different career, she may be a professor, but she still puts in that work at the chessboard. So, Ketty, I mean, Yifan, it feels like when she plays, people, they can become a bit fearful of her. But the big question is, can she get the job done in this type of match format? And Smarter Chess made the predictions known. And I think that the fans, they likely will agree with this because Smarter Chess predicted Yifan as about a 77% favorite overall. So as you look at the time controls here, a lead in each one predicted for Yifan. Do you agree with these?
I would agree that Yifan is favored, but maybe these numbers are too high because Polina Shavalova, she is just 22 years old, very young and talented chess player who is winning every tournament she is playing. So I would say that this might be just 2 great numbers for Yifan. And Robert, here we have Polina on the screen.
We do, and Paulina, that's a familiar face, but not a familiar background to me, because usually she's playing in the darkness, and she brings her opponent into that deep dark forest where there's only room out for one. But Paulina, who is now in the quarterfinals of the WSCC, she has a bright, sunny background with a large tree behind her. So I am curious to know if she's just playing from a different room in her house, or if she's in a different country altogether.
Oh, it seems like she's playing from woods. She's taking us into the woods, I guess, with her black hoodie and a cup of tea. She seems to be very focused right now for this match. Although it seems to be that she is a little bit too sleepy. What we see on camera, Robert, I don't know.
Chess players, they don't really wake up until like 3 in the afternoon, so we can forgive her for that. But Ketty, we saw the Smart Chess predictions. They said that Yifan was a big favorite. We got the community involved. They did a bracket contest, and it's more or less the same as what Smart Chess predicted. 79% of you out there thought that Yifan would win this round and advance to the semifinals. But Ketty, the public, they agree with Smart Chess in this one.
Oh, they agree. And we also partially agree, but Polina is not going to let it go without a big fight, and we might even see a big upset. You can see Polina is ranked 7th, and Yifan is seated the 2nd player. And there we go. We do have Yifan on the screen with a big smile.
We love to see Yifan in chess tournaments. A smiling Yifan right now, but just like Paulina seemed locked in, laser focused, I think that we will see that soon from Yifan, who's setting up her tournament play. She needs to, get her mouse ready. She needs to have everything lined up. Of course, the team at Chess.com is looking behind the scenes, making sure that everything is up to a high standard, and fair play is under control. We're not worried about these players. But what the players do need to worry about, Ketty, is the 3 different time controls, because that's difficult for many people to adjust to. You start with the 5-minute with 1 second added per move, 75 minutes of that. Then you get 50 minutes of 3-minute plus 1 second, the Title Tuesday time control. There's no break in that segment. And last but certainly not least is 25 minutes of bullet. And Ketty, we know that in all these matches, they might come down to the wire. So you need to be in game shape to be at your speediest.
Oof, yeah, for sure. This final time control, the bullet time control 1+1 can be the most crazy today. We might have some decisive results even earlier, and we could predict a lot of things, but we still don't know how the thing's gonna go. There will be a lucky day for one of these players, and we're gonna have only one winner of this match.
We can only have one winner. That is true. And when I look at these two players, it is hard to predict. I know Smarter Chess said that Yifan was a sizable favorite, but what
Mhm.
those predictions actually say is that Paulina wins one out of every four matches against Yifan. So today might be that day. It might be the one match for her. And Hetty, with increment involved, 1 second added per move, that usually favors the higher rated player in classical chess.
Yeah.
Do you think that plays to Yifan's favor in this match today?
Herbert, she's not playing that much of the chess these days, right? So do we really, these ratings maybe not tells us the real picture. So we're gonna see. I think just need one or two games as a starter, and then we're gonna see who is the favorite actually in this match, with the time, with the rating, and so on. But my personal opinion is that this is very, very close match.
Okay, and we are going to get started shortly, and I cannot wait. I am hungry for some great chess from these two players. And Yifan, maybe she has been practicing. You never know when somebody is not so active over the board, what they do in their free time. Maybe she is playing chess. She did come out of her retirement, if you want to call it that, by playing in the World Rapid Team Championship. In fact, you brought this to my attention, Ketty. She beat Paulina in that tournament.
Oh yeah, they recently played this year in August FIDE World Rapid Chess Championship in Düsseldorf, Germany, and they have played only that one game. They have not played any more game after that. The result was 1-0 for Hoyufan, and there was the Scandinavian game. We can see now the Caro-Kann on the board, and that's Paulina's main opening with black against Wani4.
And we see that against the Caro-Kann, Yifan adopts a very solid setup where she has a pawn chain towards the center. She's developing her bishops, taking control of squares like e5. But this is early stages, so even not getting into the X's and O's just yet, we see both players playing confidently and quickly in the opening stage. I think that means that they prepared.
Oh yeah, I also checked their both games, and I would expect Caro-Kann and this line actually. So there is no surprise for me that they played so fast, because for sure they did their job and prepared for this tournament. But they had not so much time, Robert. I think they had only 2 days before the qualifiers and the first round of the Women's Big Chess Championship.
That's right, because Paulina didn't know she was going to play until just a couple days ago when she earned her right. She worked her way into this competition, and right now she's working it against this e5 square because now, with three black pieces aiming at e5, Ketty, that pawn could fall in the center, and this bishop can be captured, but so can this bishop on f4. It's getting kind of messy.
It's getting very messy, but I think White. Oh, she just captured the bishop here and gave up the dark square bishop, but doubled the pawn. I wonder where White is going to castle. If she castles on the short side, then there is the semi-open G file. We might see some king side attack from black side.
And we see f5 delaying black's castle because, Ketty, you're right that I would want to put my rook on g8 and castle my queen to the queen side. But if I castle queen side, I could see white opening up that side of the board. So I think the best news for Paulina is her bishop on f4 makes it difficult for a rook to get to c1, and that makes it more likely that she will indeed castle queenside. Although after bishop d6, I think a rook can and maybe should go to c1 in the near future. Whoa, the king goes to c1 instead.
Long castle, no way, no way. I love to see another long castle on the board. They are both trying to hide the kings on the short long side. This seems to be safer there on the other side of the board.
I was not expecting that, but I understand why Yifan chose to go in that direction. She did not want that G file to come into play. So now we have bishops of opposite color. We don't have any pawn tension. Kenny, the players need to come up with a plan. And what I'm happiest about, I should just speak better English there, is that Paulina is up a minute plus on the clock. She's playing this game with superb speed.
Ooh, that's a lot of time on the clock, but that also says that she has played a lot of Blades games online, and we know that she played the qualifier earlier. She played I Am Not GM event, which she won, by the way, and that's why she's just faster. We can see that.
And that could play a huge role towards the end of this match in the bullet. But right now, we see a question mark on the board here. So queen takes a5 was the correct move. And after the swap of the rooks, Eddie, you know what the problem will be? An isolated h-pawn. This pawn is fine for now, or so it seems. Ooh, d5.
I love this to break this center, and White's bishop will become a very busy man to pick up all these pawns which are blocked on the light squares.
I love this move d5 because that knight on the rim is looking a bit dim. It can't go back to c6. The pawn takes away its return journey. And after e takes d5, bishop takes f5 check. I was talking about I said h pawn, but you'd have an I said f7, an h5, and d5 pawn. That would be too much to bear.
Too much. Knight g5, knight d4. There are some squares for the knight, and the black has to watch out the moves like b4. You cannot move the bishop from d6 that easily, because after b4, you have to say goodbye to that knight.
But she was h4, and Katie, correct me if I'm wrong. Can this knight just steal the pawn?
I think. Yeah. Oh, that's actually is not the most accurate move. Is that f4 here?
Then what? Isn't black just saying, here you go, here's a pawn, let me try to play around it? I understand that there was a better move, and that's why X marks the h4 spot right now. But look at the eval bar. It's still heavily in white's favor, and now it's going up even more. So I think that black just had such a difficult position that Paulina said, here, take a pawn, I'm going to pretend like I have some activity in counterplay, but it's clear that white has the upper hand.
Oh, wow, look at this. Okay, there is one thing that you kind of stuck this knight on h4, so this knight cannot really move around that much because h-pawn will also hang. But hold on, there is a whole another game on the other side of the board. King can't go on e7 because knight f5 will win another pawn and the bishop. Oof. If king goes on c7, then e6 pawn will be lost. Is there another pawn gone already?
That's another pawn that is going into Yifan's back pocket. And she's going to be 2 pawns up with an initiative against the black king. And she hasn't even taken the pawn yet. So I wonder what she's considering here. Maybe Yifan, she's doing that thing where you overthink it a little bit. Or perhaps she was just trying to work her way through the follow-up, the resulting position where she is up 2 pawns. But Kenny, let's not forget, opposite colored bishops, that sometimes means drawing chances despite the material deficit.
Oh, that's actually, I agree with that. But so far we have rook and knight still on the board. So that can work perfectly well with the light square bishop. We know that the dark square bishop will not take big of a role into the game. And we do have here 2 extra pawns on the king side. So if white somehow finds a way how she can push those pawns forward, white will get huge advantage. I'm actually starting to think that maybe, and she just made a move here, knight to f5, attacking the bishop on d6. Before is something out there that still looks very good if white can play that move at some point.
And first there was a swap on g3, but you're right, Ketty. b4, kicking this knight, banishing it back to b7. You never want to fiend kettle your knight. And this bishop goes to c5. That only invites a3 and b4 in the near future. But first, he takes care of her king side. This knight on f5 is a stallion. I'm loving the way that Yifan is playing it.
It's pretty amazing what we see here. Knight b7, knight is trying to get into the game, but there is not actually so easy to get into the game so far. d6 square can be actually taken, but there is rook e7 move, some like really annoying checks. But I'm thinking maybe it's time to get this king into the game. King c2, king d3, king e4, centralize, and somehow to get this king on the king side where the pawns can be really dangerous to be pushed.
It's a good lesson for all of you watching that Ketty is demonstrating that in an endgame, you can use your king as a weapon. But what Yifan is saying is this really an endgame? Your king on b8, please drop your knight back to d8 because I will gladly slide my rook next to your king with check and mate. Rook d8, activating the rook. But Ketty, I think that even bishop takes knight and just moving your rook towards your kingside pawns, that should suffice and allow white to win this game. I just feel like black is stumbling over her own feet. Her pieces have nowhere to go.
I love this mating knot with the bishop and the rook. So black has to stack on the back rank to control those that square actually. And now we have a trade. You cannot take with the rook. You have to take with the bishop, and those pawns are unstoppable. You cannot really stop those pawns.
Here they come, one after the other. You can just see them running up the board. There's nothing to stop them because this mating net, yes, this is a checkmating net with just bishop and rook. That means that black is tied down, stopping this idea. And here come those pawns. So, Ketty, you called it. And this king went out to c2 first, then the pawns are rumbling up the board. And I think you should just protect your one little pawn over here. Rook g6 seems to be good. Or you can protect it by pushing it. That's even stronger.
Yeah, and then any other move like rook g4, rook h4 can be answered by the rook move too, and there will be another threat on the back rank to give a check. And weakness is here in this position, obviously this king and the back rank. How Yifan is pressing too much to that, and Robert, as the game is progressing really good for white, we can see that it's getting very dark for Paulina in the room, and she's getting in her comfort zone, I guess.
Yeah, hello, darkness, my old friend, she might sing. But right now, we're just singing the praises of Yifan because she's played a pretty perfect game thus far. Yeah, sure, there's some small moments we can always improve on, but nothing has stood out to us. And she is down to 30 seconds, and that's how you spoil winning positions. But this one looks so winning that I would have a hard time imagining her making a mistake here.
Yeah, but still there is a need to convert this advantage. Now she's giving up the h6 pawn and counting on g7 move and g8. That's the light square, that's white's territory. White has this light square bishop which can get back on c4 square to control everything. We might see the end of this game very soon.
I love the line that you pointed out, though. Bishop takes h6, g7 is still available because if the bishop takes, you give a quick 1-2 check when you win the bishop on g7. That may be hard for people to visualize. I'll wait to see. And Yifan has played g6. I think this might appear on the board. If bishop takes h6, pawn to g7, a wonderful way to convert your two-pawn advantage into a full extra bishop and thus easily winning edge.
Yep, and we do have here the check on the board. Paulina will try her best, but these checks are usually helping the king in the endgame to get at the better place. So if there will be more checks, this king will not mind to get on c6 square and increase the chances for checkmate.
Yes, that king can play its part, and king goes up to a4. No more checks available unless you want to throw away some pieces. And you see Paulina down under a minute herself. She knows that the end is near. She might be trying to regroup herself for the next game, but I do believe that this is a wonderful tactic. Bishop takes h6, and there are many ways probably to win, but I like just, even here, g7 still works because of the tactic with a check on e8, driving the king up, and then check back to e7.
Yeah, that is still possibility here. Although white has way many moves here, she goes to g7 and keeping the eye on h6 pawn. And this seems to be the safest decision for her.
And
all right.
She played
now
the line.
Check.
Yeah, she played the exact line we were talking about. Again, exclamation point. At this stage is easy for Yifan. She's up an entire bishop. But that was a very well-played sequence by her. Just now she's completely winning the game. I do think Paulina might resign soon.
Yes, the pawn on a7 will be gone. We do have the resignation, and the first game is down.
Okay, so Yifan, she proves to everybody that she could still play a mean game of chess. So that was very nicely played, solid from start to finish for her. And so it's early, Ketty, but do you have any maybe recommendations for Paulina, or we haven't even seen her play with the white pieces? I should stop trying to get too far ahead of myself.
That's actually very interesting, Robert, because I have played against Hou Yifan myself recently, and what I have experienced is that she is putting a lot of pressure, tactical pressure on the players. You're somehow getting tired to calculate all those tactics and defense yourself, and then she's taking you to the end game, and you think that you survive, and then she's increasing more and more pressure in the end game. So I would think that Paulina should maybe also put up some attacking ideas too that might be a little bit unpleasant for Hou Yifan rather than to be always defensive.
And she's doing just that. So your words were spoken, and they seem to be on the board as well, because look at this position. There's a pawn on h4, a rook lift on e3. She's barreling down this e6 pawn, and that's a backwards pawn, a weakness that black is going to have to tie her forces down to. And white's next move is queen e2, rook e1, just line them all up on the e-file. It seems like black has no targets of her own. I love the way that Paulina is playing the second game of the match.
Yep, she's doing actually great, and also managed to guard the pawn on d4, so this pawn will not be a target anymore. So 97 is this knight jumping to f5 square, and then maybe d6 e4 to control that square, because light squares are the weaknesses here in white's position, as we can say.
What a maneuver. Yeah, this knight to d6 to e4, clogging the e-file, taking advantage of some of the exposed light squares, and the rook on f8.
Calculation with the hands, what a synchrony.
Hey, what was that? Like, what is she calculating right now? Maybe she's just saying, come on, Yifan, think. But that was kind of hilarious, the little finger dance.
Yeah, that was a takes moment, I think, or your fun version. That was a brilliant, actually.
Well, unfortunately for her, she earned a question mark for her last move, knight d6, and I'm wondering if it's because bishop b4 pins that knight, and maybe getting rid of that is strategically strong for Paulina. But instead, she goes queen d3, allowing knight to e4. She's not afraid.
I love that idea to trade the dark square bishop for the knight, because this dark square bishop looks like just a tall pawn to us. Not doing that much. When this knight gets on e4, this will create some kind of tension on the board. I think queen d3 might be with the idea to play knight g5 to hit the pawn on h7. And if you take this knight, there will be open h5, king g2, rook to h1, might be some sort of attack there. But black is the one who plays knight e4 first and stopping white's knight to jump on g5. And we have the trade offer on the board.
Okay, so we see our first imbalance of the game, where now black has a bishop, white has a knight, but I prefer the knight. What's that bishop looking at? It's staring into white's protected pawn chains in both directions. So I don't like where this bishop is heading, because I don't see a useful diagonal. And this knight, on the other hand, that's the big question, is where does this knight belong?
Yeah, that's actually a very good question here. About the bishop on f6, I think that's very important to stay there to control e5 and g5 squares. And if Yifan takes this game into the end game and trades off the queens on the board and maybe one pair of rook, this bishop can find the way to get like bishop e3, bishop a3 to hit the pawns on the dark squares which are blockaded.
Great point. That in some of these endgames, that bishop will reroute. For now, it has to stay on f6. You can't allow knight e5 or knight g5. The bishop is right where it needs to be. Yifan doubles her rooks, attacking the c3 pawn. Now the question is for Paulina, can you play more passive move, rook c2? That looks wrong to me. I feel like she needs to be more aggressive and active here, but I don't know how you deal with this threat of rook takes c3.
Oh, that's a good question. There is another passive move, queen to d1, and after rook c3 to take on e6. So you trade the pawns, but you have to play queen to d1 because the knight on f3 will be hung. And she decided to give up the queen for 2 rooks. Do you think Yifan will take that?
I don't think she will, and it's not just because she trusts her opponent, but she probably looks at the resulting position. And 2 rooks, we know, are worth 10 points if we talk about pieces in point value, and a queen is worth 9, but you get a queen and a pawn, so it should be even by that math. But that's what I think is confusing for some of our viewers. So let's bring up an analysis board, and instead of just talking about numbers, show what the position looks like. With rook takes c3, our first analysis board of the day, white should be favorable here because it's not king safety. The white king is tucked away at home. Nothing attacking it. This rook has an open c-file. This e6 pawn is weak. But I think that this would be a strategic error from Yifan. Even though the engine says it's okay for black, I think it's very difficult to play practically. And if we go to the live board, Ketty, she does not take on c3. She does not want this position because she sees it's much more fun for white to play.
That's right. I agree with you that this position might be a great hub for white to play against the queen for the reason that you just mentioned. So there was a kind of invitation from Paulina to take this pawn c3 if you dare to do that. But now after king g2, this is sort of waiting move. It's a very nice move to play. Somehow the both sides are running out from the ideas. I don't very clearly see what can be black's idea or white's idea. And there we go. We do have rook take on c3.
So we have maybe what Yifan thought was a slightly improved version, but she plays the active move. You can't blame her for bringing her queen out to activity, but it says that this is wrong. And I'm guessing that rook takes e6 and just bringing the rooks into the party might be good. But Teddy, there is counterplay. If you can take this a2 pawn, suddenly we have some passers over there on the queen side.
Yeah, a lot of complications might just start now. First was a check, and now white is taking the rook. I see some ghosts on the board. H5, rook e8, rook h8, checkmate. H5 is a very strategical move to control g6 square. There will be some knight e5, knight h4, and knight g6 jumps out there. So I'm so curious how Yifan took this decision and give up so much chances.
Kenny, don't sell yourself short. You're not seeing ghosts. This is just a checkmating attack. You have it all under control here. And bishop takes d4. Can you not just
Oy.
do what you just said? h5, rook e8, and how exactly do you stop this check?
I have no idea, to be honest. That's so risky decision to go for the d pawn. Black has created the pass pawn on d file, but who is this pawn really? We're not taking attention to that. But h5 now creates the pass pawn. You cannot really attack it. That's on the board. Now the threats are serious. Knight h4, knight g6, and rook h8 checkmate, or rook e8, rook h8. Shortcut would be also a nice way to checkmate.
You're just proving that you have two different ways to get to the h8 square, the knight or the rook. But the rook is coming, and the best that black can do is give up her queen for the rook. Because one way you typically try to save your king is by moving g5. But the problem is this pawn, it covers the g6 square. So even if you play g5, I can throw my rook on the 7th rank over here. And then when you block with your bishop, I bring my other rook to the party. And there is nothing you can do. Your king is being hunted. It's going to be a checkmate. And Yifan's down to 20 seconds. Kenny, this game is over, even if you just take the free bishop on d4.
Oh, she's grabbing another pawn and giving up the bishop. And now, if white just walks away back with this knight, it's already good chances. But she wants more. She wants the checkmate right away. There is a checkmate threat on the board. And the resignation, the first victory for Polina.
And let's talk about the fact that Polina had 2 minutes, 37 seconds on her clock. She didn't just win that game and win it in style. She won it with almost half of her, or more than half of her time, I should say, remaining from the starting time control. So, Kenny, you were right that Polina can't be afraid of Yifan. She needs to get on the attack, go aggressive.
Yeah.
And speaking of aggressive, Yifan, threw her G-pawn up early in this game.
I'm telling you, she's creating, like, she's playing all these moves which are looking so scary. So you are somehow putting your emotions in a way that you are defending yourself. Like when you see g4, of course, you are like really scared of that. But Polina says, like, I don't really care about this move. Come on, play g5 or whatever. I'll be still fine. And we see once again how Yifan is in her calculation.
It's really difficult when you're the person who threw your G-pawn up the board and then you're also the person thinking. That's not typically a good sign. And I think that Yifan wants Polina to take, because then rook g1 happens and you see an attack against the king. So something at home, if you're at home watching and you're thinking, oh, I lost a pawn, I think you might have gained an open file. So sometimes pawn sacrifices are worth it to open up a flank. And she plays g5 going forward, kicking this knight. But is it really kicking it or inviting it into the center?
Seems like inviting in the center, and for the moment there is no problem on c3, but as for the moment, and we can see next move c5, black is opening up the center and the queen side as well. Maybe queen a5 will be the next move. I think it's time to somehow just solve this issue of the pin. Attacking the bishop seems to be a very good move. Maybe f3 to kick this knight back. And I think, Robert, as I know, when c5 is played, you can always take this pawn on c5. And
that's what I was thinking. And it's funny because you may have triple isolated pawns once we see a bunch of captures on c3, but you steal a pawn. So Yifan likely thinking about pawn structure rather than the dynamic play there, and that would have been good for her. So, Kenny, you were right. The pawn takes pawn was better. And now she's going to have a bad pawn structure, and she's not going to reap the rewards of an extra pawn.
Yeah, knight takes actually on c3 first. That's her decision to get this knight out. But after all, what white really got here is to push the pawn on the king side. And there's always the question where white is keeping this king. she will keep in the center. That's a bit dangerous because black can play f65 and open up the center. You can't really castle then, like you were just bluffing if you castle on the short side. And the long side castle can result in some serious attack on the queen side, b5, b4, and this can get really shaky for white.
The white king has nowhere safe to go. I agree with you. King side probably is a safer option of the two. I love chess as well. I can't see your username, but shout out to Feature Chat. Please get involved. Make some good comments. I've seen people talking about how they're happy that Yifan is back playing chess. It always makes them happy. They were talking about two rooks being better than a queen in most positions. So I love the chat that we've seen thus far. Keep it coming. And queen d3, b5, Ketty, you're calling it. Like she's saying, Paulina, please castle queenside. I want to push b4 and rip your king open over there on c1.
Yeah, that was exactly what b5 was addressing to. h5 is on the board, and white is still pushing. And there are some typical ideas here to push g6 and then to push h6 and open up the h file at any cost. We can see that black is trying to trade some of the pieces and weaken the g5 pawn. That's a very good strategy.
Love bishop c7. Retreating moves are often the hardest moves to find, but bishop c7 just tries to get rid of one of white's potential attackers and loosen up that g5 pawn, because the pawn went on h4, that g5 pawn was safe and sound. Now that it's advanced so far, this is what we talk about in terms of overextension. It's a concept you might have heard your coach talk about, or you might have heard in commentary. When pawns go too far, they're more vulnerable to your opponent's attack because they're in enemy territory.
That's right. And now bishops are off the board. g6 is has been played, but we can see this question mark. Probably there was something better there. I don't know how black should react. Should black take f takes g6 and get this at least one pawn off the board?
I love f takes g6, and I think that after pawn takes, queen f4 might be played. We'll see if this happens, but this might be... Oh, she played h6. I didn't like this. This is not what I wanted.
That's a blunder. That's a blunder. Knight 5, pawn takes d5, bishop d5, and then there will be a checkmate. That's how you should not do it. All the coaches are saying that you have to finalize the line, but this looks so pretty, Robert.
Yeah, there looks like there's going to be a checkmating attack. I just don't see the knockout just yet, but it looks like super scary. And maybe it is this move, because if we get an analysis board, a knight takes d5, the first step makes sense. 2 pawns, and she plays it. Brilliant choice by you. And she plays it because after pawn takes, bishop takes d5 check, and the king slides to h8. I think you have the quiet move, queen e3. I said it quiet. Rook takes h6. Take back with checkmate. Your idea, Ketty, it pays off because the knight on c6 is also loose. So you'd play queen f4 to stop the checkmate, but then you drop the knight over here. White's up 2 pawns.
Oh, wow. Look at this. And she is going for that. Otherwise, you don't play knight d5. And now she is calculating all the moves. Robert, there's queen e3 that you suggested. There's also queen d2 with the same idea. Do you think there is some nuance with that move? Is there any difference?
I'd probably play queen e3 just to avoid any checks on the e-file. They may not be so scary just yet, but I want my king to be safe. And, well, look at Yifan. If we go back, she didn't take this knight. And look at this move, knight e7 check. It was given in X, so it missed something better. But there's so many tactics that Yifan is going with here, and she's up a pawn. But the question of her king safety, that's the big one. It seems like white isn't even better anymore.
Wow, look at this. We have all the pieces of the board, white castle on the short side. Black will capture f2 pawn, and we don't see checkmate happening in few moves, so maybe black just passed the worst here in this position.
And whose king is going to get checkmated? With a rook going to f2, and she starts with the rook c8. That's pretty clever. She's, I don't need my pawn back just yet. But this g6 pawn, Ketty, is that a strength because it keeps the black king hemmed in, so back rank checkmates? Or is it a weakness? Because in any queenless position, that pawn's a quick target.
Yeah, in the endgame, it would be very good to have the pawn here, but we have rooks and the queen on the board, and this pawn somehow stops all kind of checkmate threats, and black is just going right away to attack and to take the pawn on g6. I love this move, rook f6, also guards e6 weakness, and white has to watch out to not to move rook d1 too far, because another rook on h1 will hang. So Yifan moves away this from the diagonal, and we have b4. Paulina wants to open up the queen side and to get some play on the other side of the board.
And she in part is playing for time. I understand what Polina's match strategy is get Yifan in time trouble. But look at this decision. A great move from Yifan. Because if this queen thinks it's going to go checkmate on the A file or give some threats, this rook can always slide on over to the queen side. Don't play rook b3 though. That simply hangs your rook on the spot. Look out for pins, look out for threats. Rook b3 looks strong, but it's actually a huge blunder here.
Yeah, what we can see now, a5, a4, then invites some sort of attack on the queen side. Rook b8 is the move that I see to hit the pawn on b2, and white is starting to attack the pawn on e6, but we can see that that's not the most accurate move here in this position for whatever reason.
Yeah, I'm wondering why. The queen can slide back to defend it, but that seems like a win for white in terms of the small pluses and minuses. I would say that the g6 pawn is hanging, so there is some downside to this move, rook to e3. It no longer protects that pawn, but it looks very straightforward. There's a pawn e6, it's vulnerable, let me go win it. And if I can play d5, I might have some back rank checkmates as well.
Oh, I love d5 actually. I do love d5 to press on the back rank, and also, if you don't take that pawn, d6, d7 comes on the way, and I don't mind to have another queen on the board. Polina is investing a lot of time from her clock. She feels that's the moment, and wow, that's very important decision actually.
Yeah,
Is there a queen f8 move? I'm sorry, I
No,
cut
yeah.
you.
I was going to ask a similar question. Like, what is the idea? Queen f8. That's one of the harder moves to spot in chess. A retreating move all the way back towards your king, but it has a clear threat. So no, Katie, I was actually going to ask what ideas come to mind. Queen f8 does make perfect sense to me. And maybe can you go with like a brute force a4, a3? I'm not sure you're in time, but you see the point, right? Like if you're going to go take on e6, I'm going to push my pawn up and open up your king.
Yeah. Ooh, rook g6 has been captured. And we can see already this rook is getting on some threats. Maybe rook e8 will make a lot of sense to trade one rook from the back rank. And really, I don't see what happens after d5 with the move that you suggested.
What? Rook takes h6. She wants to give up her rook for queen e6 check. No, that's not a mouse flip. That is a tactic from Yifan. Spying get the king and the rook are in the queen's diagonal from e6. That's a wonderful tactical idea from Yifan.
She saw that when she captured the rook on. Oh, what is going on?
I think what's called crazy pieces. So the rook was loose on c8 to at least get a pawn for it. What's the material? White is only up one pawn, but black's king is wide open. You need to bring your rook into the game. If this rook gets somewhere on the 7th rank, this king will be checkmated.
That's true. I wonder what happens if white managed to trade the queens, if the rook endgame is also winning or not. So for the moment, we don't see any trade happening yet. Queen g6 check. Another pawn is off the board now. And the queen has to get back on c2 maybe.
But that answers the question. Now that you're up 2 pawns, you could trade queens probably and win the endgame. So queen b3 check doesn't scare you anymore. If you give black that pawn back, black has chances. Now, with 2 pawns down, that's not going to do the job.
No, and everything seems to be like already protected. Maybe at some point white will start to push the pawn d5, d6, and how black is really stopping that. But no, Yifan has another idea, and she wants to checkmate black's king. I think she's right.
She might have missed one forced checkmate that was quicker, but this is going to do the job. This is a ladder checkmate, everybody. Good old-fashioned ladder checkmate. Although this rook can block, so she brings the queen here with check, and now she can do this.
Check and check on g6.
Anywhere.
Checkmate.
She got it.
Yeah.
She got it.
There
so
we go.
Strikes back and wins the 3rd game. And Petty, that was pretty impressive. Not perfect, but still impressive game with knight takes d5 and attacking ideas.
Yeah, so far it's interesting that only white pieces are winning here in this position, in this match. So Yifan won twice with white pieces, and Polina won with white pieces once. Is that right? Or
you're
I'm
spot on.
Something.
No, you're hallucinating nothing. But Teddy, you talked about how white has won every game. What are we seeing? Like a classical game at in a tournament where both players are out of contention. They played the most equal-looking line that you could possibly imagine. So why would Paulina play an exchange French here?
Oh, that's actually a very good question. What I've checked, maybe she was not expecting this from her Yifan because her Yifan's main line is c5, one c5 and one e5. She not very often plays e6, so that might be the preparation. This is the first time she played in the match as well, so maybe Paulina didn't want it to convert so much time on from the clock, and she just played her first line.
That's essential. As Paulina, she uses the clock as the 17th piece, as a weapon, as James Canty likes to say. And we see whenever someone puts a pawn on d5, she takes it. If it's a Caracan, she plays the exchange Caracan. If it's a French, she plays the exchange French. But the reason why we don't always love this from the white side, it's not as challenging to black as some other lines. Look at Yifan's coordination here. All of her pieces are on perfect squares. In fact, white is the only person with a weakness, this IQP. This has to be strong for black.
It has to be strong. With the isolated pawn, usually you have the space for white in this case to activate your pieces, to start the king side attack, and that can be actually huge advantage on the board. But what we see here, it is black who is having very active pieces. The pawn is so far blockaded, and when you have to play moves like b3, that's not so good because it weakens c3 square. Maybe it's nothing for the moment, but it can be something. Bishop can also come on b4 to dominate on the dark squares. I don't like that move.
And you're absolutely right in everything you just said. The dark squares are weak, and that square in front of the isolated pawn needs to be blockaded. Usually we do that with a knight, but because it's the bishop on c4, we're saying, please take me. Then my knight does replace the bishop, and that looks great for black. But so far, we have this blockade in the center. There's a lot of tension there. Not so many open files for the rooks except for the e file. So that's going to be a major fighting point in this position, Teddy, is can, say, black double in the e file, or is that not going to lead anywhere?
That's very interesting, actually, if that can lead us to anywhere. But I was just focused so much on for Yifan's posture. She seems so relaxed in this position, and she's trying to calculate and see all these possibilities. If there is any kind of attack, she will go for it. But for the moment, it cannot be serious to have like g5, g4. No, that's too much, right?
I mean, I'm here for it. It's not my board. It's not my king safety. So g5, g4, that looks like a lot of fun, especially in blitz. But you took your first idea. Bishop b4. Where is this rook going? The answer is nowhere. The knight comes out to d2. But trades should help black. So for everyone trying to learn a little something here, with an IQP like this, trades, endgames, usually not good for the isolated pawn. So I think that Yifan is very happy to start trading some pieces, even though the advantage isn't big on the engine. I think practically speaking, easier for black to play.
Yeah, I agree with that. And now we can see that the bishop from d5 is sitting on g2 pawn. So there might be some sort of tactics cooking up here from black. a3 has been played, and Paulina feels like something should be changed here. It's too much pins. These bishops are too active. And Yifan just made a decision to give up the dark square bishop for the knight. What can you say about this? That's a big decision, actually.
Yeah, there's a claim that this dark square bishop is not going to be good precisely because of this isolated pawn. That pawn, look, the bishop is staring into it. It's a tall pawn. And what you ideally want is for white. If white ever takes on d5 and the knight gets here, then black is strategically just crushing it. But if you take on c4 and the pawn takes back, the knight doesn't get that d5 square, and white actually has very good control in the center. So this tension is really important. Bishop f4 given a question mark, Teddy, there might already be some tactics. I feel like white's position is a bit loose.
Yeah, maybe 94 to hit the queen, and this queen cannot go too far because the bishop on f4 is hanging, and maybe g5, g4 somewhere is coming up.
Ooh. Hey.
You don't know that. Maybe queen g6, Robert, here to hit on g2 pawn right away.
Just going for some tactics. Knight d6 speaks to me as well because this queen is in line with the rook. Actually, can I play bishop takes, pawn takes, and knight d6 here? How are you going to save your c4 pawn?
Yeah, why not? Because you can guard c4 and the bishop at the same time, and the queen is also hanging. I think we have a little tactic moment here.
A little tactino, and it should be in Yifan's favor. She senses that there's something here. There's a rook that usually wins a showdown with a queen on an open file. So knight d6 is the big idea that I'm looking at, and I don't easily see a way for white to
Maybe
deal with it.
queen g3 if you go knight d6 right away. So I can hit on h6 pawn and g7.
Ooh. See, that's clever defense by going on offense. I love that, Ketty, because my instinct was, how do I defend the pawn? And you're saying I can't defend the pawn. So attack, attack, attack. Queen g3 was the idea. And look at this rook e6 move. She's going for g2.
I like it, actually. I like this idea. Rook g6 is the first choice here. And you can also bring another rook on e-file. And obviously the game is on e-file. The queen is on e-file too. So she's on hold now. There are still all the tactics on the board.
Even more tactics, because there's now a pin on this knight on e4. f3 becomes a pretty big threat. I know Ben Feingels has never played f3. I think even he would be okay with the move f3 if white had a free turn, because that knight is into the queen. So, Ketty, how do we actually deal with this big threat? Yifan answered quickly with queen h5. Whew.
Queen h5, h5 seems to be the square that queen has to go. So there might be some knight g5 jumps, knight g5, and the knight h3 sort of tactics.
Nice. You're going for checkmate in this game. I see you, Ketty. And there are so many tactics available in a position like this. But maybe bishop e2, the queen goes to g6, and then we're once again talking about threats on g2. So I like black's position. I don't know why the engine is saying white's better. Paulina must have a move here that gives her a good chance, because I'm looking at this and I'm more scared for white than I am for black.
Yeah, and we can see that Yifan is a little bit disappointed. She was just shaking her head. I really wonder what is in her head. What is the calculation? A lot of moves for sure, but we can't really understand that. But she seems like probably she saw somewhere better move, and she's a little bit upset.
That's the problem when you're the person actually playing the game. Is you're looking back, 5 moves ago, I had this idea. Why didn't I do that? As commentators, we need to focus on the present moment and look at the presence of mind. Just like bishop c2. Is she trying to line up some kind of battery checkmate here?
That's rude, actually, to do so simple ideas, and actually very nice ideas. Checkmating often is always a good idea. Somehow here, I have a feeling that it gives some time to black. Actually, knight f6 has been played. Queen is under attack right now. The queen probably will go on. Okay, g3 is the move. And yes, somehow we don't have that moment, where there's a some sort of sacrifice or some sort of wow situation.
I'm waiting for it, because it does feel like both sides could blunder at any moment, and it's nothing against either player. It just feels like the position is a bit flimsy. I mean, this bishop on f4, queen on g3, we talked about it earlier, it's a little bit loose. h6 can be hanging in some positions. But there might be tactics there as well. So queen g6, that seems the safest option. But Paulina will have 2 bishops in a queenless position. That sounds good, but that isolated pawn, that's always the downside.
Oh, that's always a downside, as you mentioned. And also after taking on h6, there is also checkmate threat. So maybe queen g6 is the move. I would love to see queen d5, but I don't believe that is actually working. And we can see now queen trade offer, and as we mentioned, that can be very good for black.
But I guess the fact that black had to double her own pawns here, that could be good news for Paulina. So it's this isolated pawn on d4, this g6 pawn that's now under attack. Black looks more solid to me, and I think that at some point knight d7 is something that white will have to deal with.
Rook e3, rook g3, she's also going for that right away.
And f4 comes to mind, just throwing this pawn forward. Suddenly I'm liking Paulina's position, and I'm loving her clock.
Yeah, she's dominating on the clock. That's what you can see for sure in this match. So b4 has been played, so the pawn on b3 will not hang anymore. That's indeed a good strategy here. What it can be here? Okay, actually, she also stopped c5 happening. Black wanted to play c5 in that position.
She stopped c5, but gave up c4. That's often the case when you push a pawn. You give away control of one square to gain control of another. So the knight hopping into c4 looks annoying, but doesn't really threaten anything.
No, it does not, actually. And Now knight is trying to jump on the f5 square, maybe to shut down the light square bishop. But that's
Here you can't do it just yet because g7 is loose. Because after knight f5, you take it, and then g7 hangs at the end. So you just be very careful, but it is the right idea, Kat.
yeah. This rook e7 actually says that maybe she wants to guard the 7th rank first. And Paulina seems to be very confident in her position. She pushed the pawn on the queen side and was threatening b5, actually in some position. f5 is on the board. I love that move.
I loved it too, but the engine gave it a question mark. It looked like the most natural move. What is happening here? Somehow,
What?
yeah, the engine doesn't like anything. And here, king f6, Yifan is holding on by a thread, but look at that move. The presence of mind to go after the queenside pawns. And now there has to be a way to get after this pin knight.
Wow. If this is a win again for Paulina with white pieces, there is something really happening with the black pieces today. Something is wrong. But maybe that's a bit too long way. Still, there is some moments here in this position.
Rook f8. You need to bring this rook to a8 and get after this a7 pawn. How does white actually get in here? Oh, shit. Well, you went on time. That's the simplest way to do it. As Paulina Shuvalova gets the W on the clock because Yifan could not keep pace.
Wow. So we have 2-2 so far. How you find Paulina Shuvalova? This is so close match. I don't really know what to predict anymore.
Well, the Smarter Chess prediction said that Yifan was the big favorite. Right now, Paulina is going toe-to-toe with her. It's 2-2. It's all even at this stage. I've been impressed that when one side wins, the other is able to rebound. So they're not getting any separation, Ketty.
And that makes everything even more tense. And I believe that the fans of both players are still in a very good mood. So I like to see that how equal this match it is.
Yes, so this match is equal for now. The players, they do get a little break. That's the good news. And we will head to break as well. But first, we want to give a shout out to a special event coming your way. Starting soon, there will be Harvard Chess taking on a new challenge this Wednesday as Chess Kids superstars Tanya Adewumi and Alice Lee will try their hand against the Harvard Chess players. Which will prevail in this hand and brain match? Youth or experience? Tune into Chess Kids streams to catch this exciting battle of young talent. Use the command Harvard in chat to learn all about the event, including two-time U.S. Women's Champion Jennifer Yu. So we're going to head to break. When we return, it's more from the Women's Speed Chess Championship presented by Julius Baer.
I'm International Master Alex Banza, and I'll be presenting you Silman's complete endgame course from beginner to master. Besides what you will see from Mr. Silman, I'm gonna try to do my best and share with you some of the insights that I managed to steal from my coach. Trust me, you have never really imagined something like this could be compared to chess. You will notice that the difficulty of these positions will kind of increase exponentially as long as we progress with the series. Let the games begin. Knight takes on a3, bishop takes on a3, knight b5, targeting your bishop, targeting the pawn. You have to keep the bishop on the diagonal. Knight takes on c3, defending my pawn. Knight e2, but after the stunning knight to b1, threatening pawn to a3, pawn to c3, threatening b2, threatening a2. There is just no way to stop. Improve your endgames and start crushing your opponents with this very evil playstyle.
I remember that day, it was unreal. I definitely felt like I was walking on air. Yeah, it was like such a beautiful feeling because I won the first championship that was actually combining women and men into the same section. So in addition to winning the title and the money, which I really needed. It was like something like $9,500, but I was like a college student at the time, and like literally that was like all the money I had in my bank account after cashing that check. So that was really cool. And then also I got an IM norm. So it was like a little bit of everything.
Welcome back to the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. This is the first match of the entire event. I'm Robert Hess. Alongside me is Kateryna Lagno. Katy, we have seen a 2-2 start between Yifan and Paulina Shuvalova. Paulina, she is sticking with the former women's world champion.
Oh, she's on fire, and so far she is dealing so well to attack Yifan and score a lot of points, but she is managing her time so well. Robert, that might be the reason, because she's playing a lot of online tournaments and the speed tournaments as well, and in fact she's winning a lot of them.
She is indeed. She famously won the I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. You could see her results right here. She beat Divis. She beat the Big Greek. She lost to Danny and then got her revenge right after that in the tiebreak before beating Lawrence Trent and last but certainly not least, Levi Rosman, aka Gotham Chess, in the final. So Paulina, she's made a name for herself, first with her over-the-board classical play, but Katy, as we keep saying, she is a speed demon online.
Oh yeah, you have to watch out her. This is her territory. We know that she is just so fast and so strong. She controls her time well, and she just flagged her opponent in this match. That's not so easy. To be honest, I'm really looking forward the final segment of this tournament. 1+1 will be very shaky.
Oh yes, it always is, because with 1 minute as your base time and only 1 second added per move, players, they often make plenty of mistakes. Queens are dropped, checkmates are blundered, but we also get to see the brilliance of the players playing under the duress of time trouble. So Katy, thus far, we've seen Paulina being the faster player. What have you liked from Yifan's side?
I like her tactics. I love that she looks tactics everywhere. And I have a feeling like she brings more pieces on the board, because like you don't see those tactics and somehow those pieces are arriving on the board and like, oh yeah, that's actually true. But here's the one thing that I know about Yifan and all the Chinese chess community. They are working together very close. All this group of grandmasters, they are training each other for the tournament. I will not be surprised if some of the group of Chinese grandmasters helped and trained Hou Yifan for this event.
Yes, she thus far she's had some games that were a bit shaky, but she's also had some nice games. And as you said, she focuses on those tactical positions. But look at this opening, Paulina. She plays an early
Oh.
H6 here, so there's no G4, none of that stuff. She's changing her sweater, it seems. But the action has yet to heat up in this game, and it won't with no G4 available to White.
Yeah, I actually love that they are choosing this opening already second time in a row. Seems like Yifan has prepared this continuation, and we have already a little bit difference here. And Black, instead of castling on the short side, played H6 to stop G5 happening, and White also stopped Bishop B4 happening. So we can see here the improvements. Do you think at the breaks they have some communication with the seconds or coaches, or it was their improvement in the game?
I think that they're just taking some time to review the games that they've played, but I don't know if you really have enough time to consult a coach. I guess a text message is pretty easy. Hey, in that position, play
Hey, what's up?
H6. Don't allow G4.
Yeah, I'm sure this is not only two players. This is a team actually for this kind of big events. That's no surprise about that. There is a big work had already done. So we can see now there's a moment where there were both players are waiting for the castle. Black is on hold. Black will not castle on the short side. I'm sure about that.
Casting kingside here is probably immediately leading to a checkmating attack with G5. So just like you called for earlier, Ketty, B5 play, saying, are you sure you want to castle queenside? And Yifan says, I don't need to castle at all. I'm opening up the H file, prying it open because the queen on F3, it's in the right location, defends this rook, and then we may see liftoff down the H file.
And we can see the queens of rooks of the board, and the queen is the one now sticking on the H file. Queen H8 would be the next move, maybe to hit the pawn on G7 and the knight on G8. Queen H7 would do the same work as well. However, here Hou Yifan is taking her time.
She probably recognized that no matter where the queen goes, H7 or H8, King F8 is the response. And has she really gained anything? And look at this move. Oh my gosh, there's going to be another knight takes D5, Ketty, because after queen takes D5, the rook on A8 and the knight on G8 are both loose.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Look at Hou Yifan. She's calculating now. Should she take on D5? She can also start with bishop D3 first to hit the pawn on G6, but that can change the direction of the game after knight A7. But I love knight D5, and it is on the board. Wow.
If she wins this match, we just got to take a photo by photo of the knight takes D5 brilliancy she's played, because this is the second one, and it deserves both those exclamation points. And if we dial it back a move,
is Paulina laughing about this move? I saw a slight smile on her face.
I don't know what she's laughing about, because the position doesn't look pleasant. She does pin this knight, but that's a queen, not a king back there. So knight F6 check does clear the diagonal to go after this bishop, or you could bring your queen up to H8 like we're talking about and go after this knight.
Yeah, I like that actually. There's also a queen H7 move to hit both knight and the pawn on the board, because you can always be greedy and attack two pieces at the same time. I love knight F4 then later on to hit on E6 and G6 pawns. I love this position for White.
And you are absolutely correct, because the queen on H8, the black king could slide to F7, but now if king F7, knight F4, as you point out, attacks another pawn here. So perfect decision-making by you, Ketty, and Yifan is executing the same. This could be a very quick game if the black king does not find some safety, because bishop 3 comes in, knight H3, maybe knight to G5 with check. I'm scared for Paulina.
I'm scared too. If knight is 6-7 here to guard the pawn on g6, maybe there are some like some naughty ideas of knight e6 to sacrifice this knight for the pawn. Just tile style, nothing much, but no checkmate. Just to go for it. Anyway, queen g5 is on the board. Queen gets into the game, hits the knight on g1, and also guards the pawn on g6. Although invites knight h3 to happen with a tempo.
Although knight h3, there's queen h6, and there's something funny here. If we can bring up an analysis board very quickly, I think I spy a funny idea after knight h3, queen h6. Can I play bishop d3 or something like that? Because if you take my queen, I have knight g5 check, and I get to win the queen back right away, and the black pawn structure is still terrible.
Oh, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. And black is left without any hope to guard g6 pawn. And yeah, and games can be really hopeless in this type of position. Too many weaknesses. I love this idea.
Well, instead, Yifan decides to bring her queen back to h3. I think that was approved of by the engine. So knight h3, my funny idea, not correct. So just because it looks fun and entertaining doesn't mean it's best. And she gives up her knight on g1 because she wanted e6. And so Paulina curls up into a ball, turtle shell time, knight f8, protecting in both directions.
Yep, that's good. She's protecting quite well all her weaknesses. Now the queen is hanging, knight is attacking. You don't want to give up the light square bishop, because then after queen takes the bishop back, the rook is hanging. Queen b7 will be a very dangerous checks out there. So the queen has to move away. Black has to find a good square for the queen, and we do have it on f5.
I'm wondering if bishop d3, queen takes queen, and then the same knight g5 check idea comes into play. I'm not sure it's the right thing to do, but I'm kind of fixated for the moment on that. The knight on f3 isn't even loose here. The tactics actually play out for white, because anytime you take on h3, the white knight can throw in knight g5 check intermezzo. So Yifan has some choices here.
She has a lot of choices. That bishop d3 is the fanciest one to go for this kind of trade. She can also just step one square on the side, queen g3, to threaten knight g5 check. Another move, she's taking her time. That's not good. That's not a good news. She's calculating all these very dangerous moves here. Queen g3 with the idea of bishop h3 is out there, but white is giving up the c2 pawn, and this queen can get closer to white's king. So maybe that's how Yifan is calculating now.
Really difficult choice right now, because queen g3 looks threatening, but as you're suggesting, maybe black says, I'm going to defend by stealing some pawns and going after the white king. It looks so scary. Queen to bishop d3. I fear for that king on f7. But if there's no immediate checkmate, it might be a good practical try from Paulina to cause some mayhem in the position.
Yeah, what I learned up to this point, that when you're losing, you have to take all the pieces and the pawns your opponent is giving. You have to just take it. Because if your opponent is not able to checkmate you, you have a lot of material and you can just cash back and survive. But yeah, this is what we see here, knight d3, targeting guarding the pawn on b2, but there's also the idea of rook to c1, attacking the queen, and rook c7 comes with all the danger.
I love knight d3, a retreating move that also opens up the queen to d6, protects b2, as you said, threatens rook c1. Knight d3 was really fantastic from Yifan, and that's why Paulina, she's sitting and thinking here, she may need to bring her queen back to help defend the 7th rank and her king.
Yeah, queen c7 looks to be the move to guard the 7th rank. That's exactly where the black's king is located. Black needs to play maybe knight f6 to king, then king g8 to find some safety for this king, but that's 2 moves away. And on top of that, there is also a serious threat. So black is having here serious problems on the board, but more time on the clock once again.
And the fact that rook c1 was given a question mark and queen e7 also, it just shows that in time trouble, you make quick decisions that look so natural, and yet the engine laughs at you. The engine's just rude. Come on, that's not a question mark move. That's a very normal one.
And sometimes a little bit too weak. This cannot be a question mark. Oh, it's a blunder.
So what is the idea? Knight takes king e8, and what is the follow-up? Because knight takes g6, you can start stealing some pawns, but you sacrificed a full knight.
King e8? Whoa. Like, to be honest, I have not seen that king had the square on e8. I thought king f6 was the move. You can always see the ghost, but Yifan played knight g6 so fast in this position, 12 seconds on the board, and she is a piece down. Oh,
What she wants, is a rook c7. I was going to say there are going to be ideas with this move, but I think the queen can slide to f6, and after rook takes b7, I don't see the checkmating attack. Even this rook can slide to c8 after the bishop is captured. I think black has the worst behind her, and now she's up a piece for just one pawn.
yeah, that's right. Still some tension on the board. There are some weaknesses, and Yifan is going through that h6, e6 now. There is some problems out there, but we don't really see anything serious anymore.
So knight h4, maybe knight f3 check, but that's only one single check. Same with rook c1. I just bring my king to d2, and that's that. So the white king is looking safer. Katie, I'm counting 2 pawns, now 3 pawns for a knight. I'm starting to appreciate Yifan's chances more and more, although the clock situation is in Paulina's favor.
Yeah, she grabbed everything. There's not a big difference on the clock. Bishop d3 seems to be a blunder. Check on the board. Maybe rook to c1.
Yes, maybe you had to give up the e6 pawn, but that looked very scary. I don't know how that would have worked. Oh, and blunders are happening. They're down. Oh, what? She barely got her move off. She made that move with 0.8 seconds.
Oh my gosh, look at this. A lot of checks and threats. No more check for black's king, and now it's gonna start really tough game for white's king.
That is rook takes b6, queen takes e3 check, and knight d5 at the end. Queen e3 and knight d5 was available.
Oh, you're really strong with this queen sacrifices than the forks.
Uh-oh. Well, here comes a
Wait,
second queen.
Fun.
Yeah, the pawn just kept pushing, and Yifan didn't stop it. It's clear that she is not the best time scrambler. That is going to be her kryptonite today, and it looks like Paulina is going to take the lead in the match.
Seems like, and Paulina is just grabbing the pawns. Maybe she'll give several more check and control this c file. That's very difficult. That's very difficult position for her.
This pawn has been hanging the whole time. Like, you can go take it and deliver a checkmate. She goes a fancier check.
Oh, okay. For the moment, I thought it was a repetition of the time, and here we have a big smile from Paulina, and she broke so far what we had here. She managed to win with black pieces.
I asked you a question before that game. What does Yifan need to do differently? What do you like? She needs to play more quickly because it seems like she doesn't handle the time scrambles very well. And that's what happens when you don't play so much online speed chess, is that when you're down to 2 seconds on your clock, it's exactly when you struggle the most.
Yeah. I agree with that. We can see that, and we have not seen any single game, or we had one actually, where Yifan was ahead of time. But we have to mention that Yifan had a great game. Let's not forget how amazingly she played all this move, pushed g6 in that position to weaken the structure in the black's position. But then there was a wrong decision of the tactic. That's a bit surprising, but anyway, they have to move on. What can you take about this position with double pawns on d file?
Yeah, black has these double pawns, but can undouble at any moment because there's tension in the center. The bishop on e6, we tend to think of the bishop pair as an advantage, but the claim in such a position is that bishop is a tall pawn and needs to defend the d5 pawn, and that there may be some positions, and this is going to be hard to visualize for some, but the pieces that I'm going to put in green for now, if we could trade these pieces, then the knight may dominate the enemy bishop because it can hop from color to color in particular dark squares. So that's what this opening aims for from Paulina. She tends to play quite simple chess from the opening strategy point of view, but she makes the most of her little advantages.
That's right. h6, h3 has been played here. They are both stopping bishop g4, knight g5 ideas. With h3, maybe Yifan also wants to play knight h2, knight g4 to hit the pawn on h6. You never know. You can always take that pawn. It's Paulina actually who is playing with white pieces, and she can actually start to do some sort of king side attack with that moves. But she decided to capture d6 pawn first and make some space for the knight on e5.
That's right. Use those dark squares because this bishop on e6 can't do anything about the pieces going to the dark squares. And here the knight might come to c5, and then this knight to e5, and this is exactly what you play for. The pawn on the d4 is a lever that allows your knights to hop forward.
Yeah. Oof, I love that. I love the moment the knights get on e5 and c5, then white will start to get more control over the board, maybe rook to c1. And I would not be surprised if we have also some sort of f4, queen d3, f5 moves to go after e6 tall pawn, as you called it before.
I'm not a fan of that piece on e6. And what is happening? Because is this a trap? I feel like Yifan is tricking me. b6, I immediately look at that pawn on a6 that's hanging, but after knight c4, the queen might not get out alive. So I feel like she just set up a very devious trap there.
Yeah, and b3 actually stopping knight to come on c4, guarding the knight on e4, and now a6 pawn is hanging. And I wonder what black will play here. If we play b5, then knight c5, thank you very much. That's what I was looking for. What's the other way to guard the pawn on a6? Oh, bishop d7.
Really nice play there from Yifan, because if you take a6, black takes on a4, and now it's saying that you get these double isolated a pawns. Are you really up a pawn? So that's why Paulina says, all right, I'll drop back with my knight here, but the bishop on b5, no longer is it a tall pawn. It at least attacked the queen, and yet it remains staring into air. It's not actually threatening anything, but it does limit the scope of this knight on b2.
It looks better here, let's say so. What can be the next, like here after b3, c3 is a weakness. Maybe black can count on that and somehow double the rooks on c file, and then maybe get rook c2, or she's going for queen a3. That's also a very nice idea. Usually bishop goes on a3 to control the dark squares, but queen can also do a good job here, also keeping the eye on a2 pawn.
It's a nasty move, queen a3, because rook c1 is what we were talking about, but that drops the a2 pawn. So knight e5, the queen leaves the center of the board. Perhaps white's pieces are going to start trying to dominate it. And Ketty, I know we've seen this before. I'm liking the look of a rook lift at some point. Rook e3, rook g3. Why not? Let's go for checkmate.
Let's go for it. I love that too. And to attack on h6 pawn, and to get the some sort of game on the other side of the board where white has more pieces. She developed the knight first on d3. I'm starting to think maybe she's aiming to play queen b4 to trade the queens and to hit the pawn on d5. So anyway, bishop is off the board, and finally we don't have that ugly bishop on the board anymore, but a6 pawn is still hangs.
So that was a good point by you. That queen b4 was a pretty nasty idea to trade the queens off in the previous position. So when bishop takes d3, Yifan stops that, but she has this weakness on a6. And if you have to play a move like rook a8, that seems very sad. So there must be an active way, perhaps, to defend this pawn by maybe a queen b4. So if you take a6, I take d4, something like that. But I must say, the knight on e5 compared to the knight on a5, I prefer white.
Yeah, I agree with that. Maybe b5 now, as one knight is off the board now. The second knight is off the board, and another knight is already on e5. Maybe this c5 square is not so weak anymore. Anyway, the decision has been made already. Knight b7 has been played, and the queen from a3 is guarding the a6 pawn. I like this move, actually.
And queen f3, that wasn't the correct continuation, although it looks very natural. You're aiming at the d5 pawn here. Rook d8 is possible because white would love to play rook c1. That's not going to be available for the near future with this queen on a3. So maybe black is barely holding everything together, and white is going to struggle to break through. But again, the clock. 3+ minutes for Paulina.
Yeah, clock is a big issue here for her, Yifan. How about knight d3, knight f4 to hit the pawn on d5 with either to play rook e5 as well. This rook can do a great job, maybe even double the rooks. That's what she's going for. Rook e2, keeping the eye on a2 pawn, and perhaps rook e1 was her idea. But it's also Yifan who plays in this game, and she has her own threats in this position.
But I like what you're suggesting, and I like how Yifan stopped it for now. She does not want to allow these rooks to double, so she brought a queen to b4 and then into c3, offering a queen trade. As without the queens on the board, it does feel safer for black, particularly the king. And now the question for Paulina, with up so much time, I was going to say, do you keep the queens on the board?
Yeah.
Let's keep these queens on.
never go in the end game with how you find. Rook to d3 seems to be the blunder. What's the secret here? What's the move? Why is this so bad move? F6?
F6 is one way to defend the 7th rank. I guess there's no threat for white, so can black just like take this pawn? I know I'm greedy. I'm just looking at what the edge is saying equal, and she was queen b1 checking. That's clearly not equal.
It's not equal.
Yeah, because f7 is loose. You can't free this rook on c7 just yet.
Okay. Mm. Oh yeah, that's actually true. Maybe okay, knight e6, then you drop the pawn on d5, so it's not so easy. F6 has been played, but this causes some weaknesses on the light squares. Maybe knight g6, knight e7 sort of moves. Knight g4, hitting on f6, h6. Oh,
yes,
this is hitting up.
Queen g3 becomes an idea, spying on that rook on c7. And at some moment, rook c1 will be an option, but this king has safety on g3. All of white's pieces are there. Now, this looks really sad for black now. If rook f7 is your try here, this queen is about to infiltrate. The rook can join the party. I feel like this is a matter of a few moves, and white will win.
Somehow I feel like this black's queen is just out of the party. The queen was not invited to the party. And somehow now black is trying to get back. Queen c1, queen c7 to give a check and very quickly get this piece into the game. Maybe knight d6 at some point should also be played, but watch out, there's a lot of weaknesses. d5 pawn is just hanging.
And rook g3 played. So queen c7 isn't checked, so knight takes h6 would be the response, but the queen does defend h6 for now. King h8, not the move.
There will be some tactics now. Knight d5, pinning the pawn, and the rook is hanging.
You know what's so frustrating, Ketty? It looks like it should just be dominating for white, yet I don't see the way to end the game just yet.
Just yet, yeah. Knight f4. Knight f4, you want to play knight e6, you want to play knight e5, you want to play knight h5.
Love that move. Knight f4. The knight will just reroute itself. Queen e6 takes b6, probably isn't so bad. Now take on d5 with check, but now this knight gets to f7. I feel like black has some, if not for her clock.
Yeah. All right, taking on d5. That some sort of gives the chances to black's rook to activate on d-file. Where the queen should go now? The queen has not too much squares to go.
So is queen e8? No, queen e8's not a threat. I was looking for that checkmate, but the knight on f7 does defend the checkmating square. But wow, that move was played with no time on her clock.
Oh, 1 second. Oh no, here's 1 minute. That might be another plugin.
Yeah, Yifan is making her moves with 0.2, 0.4 seconds, barely getting them off, but this is just clearly winning now for Paulina. She's up in exchange, and now she's about to checkmate that king.
No, that's too bad. That's too bad. Queen b6 can also do the work here, or just to draw this queen back. This is extra exchange and 2 more pawns for white. Wow. h4?
h4. That's game. And she wins on time, but the position was completely hopeless anyway. So Paulina Shuvalova, she's up 2 points. Ketty, I'm worried about Yifan. It does not seem like she can keep up with Paulina's speed.
Yeah, I have the same feeling, and they have to play blitz portion and the bullet portion too. We have still 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining here. What do you think? How many games we can see? Like 2, this one and the other one, perhaps?
This could be the last game. Yeah, if it's a long one, but Paulina moves so quickly that it's very possible that this will be the penultimate game and we'll get one more after.
Yeah. Wow. This is quite nicely played a match by Paulina, and Yifan has to somehow put everything together and starts to maybe hold on games and even make some draws would also help. So let's see. The check on the board. White can block this check with many ways. White goes with knight to d2. And queen trade is on the board. Oh, not really.
It was for a moment there, and that's why the knight went to d2, so she could play c4 to block the queen trade. But anytime you push pawns, you leave squares behind. d4 later in the game can be a target. So I'm just looking at this position and the speed with which Paulina is playing this. Hetty, do you get the sense that she's much more comfortable in this current setup?
she's very comfortable and she's very confident as well, as she's taken 2 points lead, and she can feel that she's good at tactics. She's dominating on the clock, and all you need is a confidence in this sort of matches, long matches. So all right, about this structure, we don't see the attack from white side, but you pointed out that d4 pawn can be the target. So that's what black is doing. Knight f5 is hitting the pawn on c5, and I will not be surprised if we will see somewhere c5, maybe after castle short, but there will be for sure c5 and f6 sort of move, just to break it down the whole center for white.
100%, because the side that controls the pawn breaks is usually the side with the advantage. And queen c2 says, speaking of pawn breaks, I may be able to take on d5 at some moment because it was pinned before. Now it's no longer pinned. And after cd5, of course, black can just take back, so it's not the end of the world. But look what Paulina's doing. She's playing checkers while Yifan is playing chess. All these pawns going on the light square.
It looks really checkers like. This queen c2, I was thinking maybe she even wants to just close the center with c5, because opening the c file, that would be very good for black. Black will control maybe rook c8 that square. So for the moment we don't have any decisions in the center, but seems like all the action now turns to the queen side of the board.
And because the action on the queen side, we see both players moving their rooks away from the king side. So this is instructive for those of you who think we always need our rooks in the center. A rook on e1 stares into your own pawn. It's not doing anything. But this rook on a1 is developing in its starting place. The rook on c1 is anticipating the open file. So both sides are making very sensible choices with their rook placement.
All right. Can we play a6 here and then to take on d5? A6 depends where the queen really goes. If queen c7, then you can take on d5, but I cannot take it back because the queen is pinned. So you have to change the structure. There can be some sort of e6 breakthroughs at some point there. But if you play queen to b8, then this looks so passive already. Queen d3.
Here we go. Double up the rooks, rook c2, rook c1, try to blast open the c file. But what Paulina is relying on is if she can go queen c8 at some point, this a6 pawn is just a teeny bit tender. So Yifan takes on d5, but the engine, it doesn't seem to be the hugest fan of this. I like it for white. She controls the only open file.
Yeah, and when the queen moves now away, queen c3, queen c2, full control, queen c7 would be played here. So yeah, why not? I like this position as well for white.
Looks fantastic with b5. Paulina does not sit passively. She frees up a square for her knight. This queen can maybe go to a5 or to b6 to attack the a6 pawn. And this bishop on b2, that's a very bad piece. So in terms of the long-term strategies here, I think that black does have a healthier underlying pawn structure. A pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. f7, super safe. d4, that is more susceptible to being attacked.
Yeah, it's a weak pawn, and also just stacks the bishop on b2 to be there all the way. So I love queen c6 to invite rook b8, and now queen to c7. This is top chess actually. Now the pawn on a7 is hanging. Very small nuance here. That's why Yifan is spending so much time, that she's looking for these ideas here, which is so smart, but it burns her time on the clock.
But it might be the first time we've seen Yifan with the lead on the clock. I don't think I've ever seen her have 3 minutes this late in the game, and Paulina's the one down to 240. But that little stutter step there, queen c6 first on this square, inviting the rook to b8, only to then bring the queen to c7, because as you mentioned, the a7 pawn is now a target. This is clearly good for white. You're the side for choice. And yet the engine is saying it's only slightly better for white. What can black do here to defend?
Oh, the engine can see so many little details here and all the moves in a second that we can't, and the players can. They have only 2 minutes, and we can see Paulina is quite disappointed with her position. Knight b6 has been played. She's giving up the pawn on a7, but probably she's counting on rook a8, rook b8, chasing the queen. Oh, that's not going to happen, actually. Queen has c7 square to go. So it seems like the pawn on a7 can be just captured.
And she grabs it, does Yifan, rook a8, queen b7. And if rook back to b8, as you said, the queen can then slide to c7 to safety, offering a queen trade. well ahead by a pawn. So this does not look like it's panning out for Paulina. Is there any other way to go after this queen? Because the queen does have c7, so I don't... Knight a8, is that a serious try?
Oh, that's actually very nice, but I wanted to suggest some crazy move there to play something like bishop c3, bishop a5, because your rook on b8 is hanging.
I like that. From you, bishop c3, a5 is very tricky because she plays knight a8, so I think I've covered enough of Paulina's games to understand she wants to trap this queen, but there's no way to do it. You need this bishop over on b6 or something like that, or your knight to somehow jump back to c8, but it takes a lot of time.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of time, but now the queen cannot move. That's the point. There are some ideas of queen b7 to sacrifice the queen and get the pawn on b7 or c8 ideas, but it's not working right away because queen knight c7 stops the rook to get on c5, and then the idea came with bishop c3, bishop a5. That could be very good to have this bishop on the diagonal, but it will take some time. So White is thinking of her best moves, maybe knight e1, knight d3 to get this knight on c5 square.
All of these look appealing to White, and that's why Yifan is taking her time. And I saw that feature chat. Why is this not winning? That's a great question. It looks very winning for White. You have an extra pawn, and it's a passed pawn on a6. There's a knight on a8. Usually that's going to be a donkey, but the knight does stop the queen getting out. The knight g5 was a mistake, apparently.
All right. I understand the idea that it stops bishop to move away because f7 pawn will be hanging, but seems like not the most accurate move for whatever reason.
I almost have knight takes h4, pawn takes for bishop takes g5, and the point is that I'm getting a check in against your king, but your point from earlier is this rook on b8 is loose in every continuation, so I don't know if I can go for that just yet, but the white king will be ripped open in some of these lines, and perhaps that's the counterplay that Paulina needs.
Queen to e8. So we know now Black's plan. Black wants to move the bishop away. That's why Black was so much worried about f7 square. But you know what? When you move your bishop away, you will not stop me capturing pawn on f7 with the knight. And if you capture with the queen, rook on b8 once again is hanging.
True. And we just see from the chat, thank you to the chat, that bishop takes knight earlier and knight e7 was probably the way to go after that queen. But now it's too late. Also, Yifan is up a minute on the clock. That is not something that we've said all of today. She's well ahead on the clock. She has a passed pawn on a6. She didn't make the best move, but I think given the clock situation, she should be fine.
Yeah, she wants to activate her dark square bishop because we pointed out that it was not so active. That's actually a very fair point here to get this bishop on d2, attack on b4, and keep the eye on the other side of the board on the diagonal. I would love here with white to jump around with the knight to get on f4, knight e1, knight d3, knight f4 to look for some sacrifices once again. d5 score is a weak spot. Or you go to the other direction. That's also can work perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's funny because, if you take this, you lose the rook on b8. Okay, so I understand what rook c6 is about. It's just a tricky move. It doesn't actually threaten anything. But Paulina's moving back and forth. King g7, king g8. Maybe there will be a sacrifice on e6 that she needs to be careful about. She's down to 8 seconds. She needs to find a move, but it's a difficult position.
I like this move, rook to c6. It burns some time from Paulina's clock for sure to understand what's going on. Oh,
checkmate. Yeah, this is a problem. Whoa.
Oh, there's another move.
She gives up. So she was giving up the rook on c6. I guess queen takes b8 was still available in these positions, but now it's clear action material. And
yeah.
That's a
bad.
win for Yifan. So that was the last game, by the way, Katie. The time is up in the longest time segment. And what Yifan did best there is she had a huge lead on the clock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so she knows what's her weakness. She knows what's her opponent's strength, and that's the time, and she's working on that. She worked out for the last segment. We have final score here. Paulina leading, but Robert, 2 more segments ahead of us. I think we might see some of the different scenarios in this match.
Oh, there's so much time remaining. 3 minutes with 1 second increment, then 1 minute plus 1 second per move. But right now, Paulina leads 4-3. So, Katie, before we go to break, What do you think the players should keep doing, and maybe what should change?
Talk on the phone with the coach what to do, I think, because they don't have enough time to do it by themselves, to go through with the lines. So if they have someone who are helping them, I think it's a good time to call the friend and ask for advice.
Okay, well, you heard it from Kenny. They should call a friend. Maybe they have your number and they can say, what were you guys talking about in the commentary? But right now, we're going to head to break along with the players. And when return, the 3-minute plus 1 second increment portion of this Women's Speed Chess Championship presented by Julius Baer match, it is Yifan against Polina Shuvalova. We'll be right back.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on Chess.com. Connect your Chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
The Chess World Championship has been a prestigious title for well over 100 years, but oftentimes the prize money was lackluster. Chess in the 19th century developed without an international governing prize purse, fitting for an inaugural event. Subsequent championships failed to generate substantial purses. It would take 35 years for the World Championship's prize purse to surpass the amount raised for the first championship. Something magical happened in chess. A new challenger from the United States pierced the Iron Curtain and threatened to end Soviet dominance of the sport. Bobby Fischer won the candidates matches in 1971, earning him the right to play Spassky for the world title. Fischer was different than other players of the time. He didn't just want to be the best player, or the most dominant, or even the most famous. He wanted to be paid. Fischer grew up in abject poverty in Brooklyn, New York, and was highly motivated by money and earning what he believed chess players were worth. The storylines were interesting and diverse. USA versus the USSR. West versus East. Capitalism versus communism. The world was ready to see these two superpowers battle it out on the chess table. Fischer's demands continued to impact almost every variable of the event. The Chess World Championship has been a prestigious title for well over 100 years, but oftentimes the prize money was lackluster.
return here at the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship, and right now, the 7th seed, the qualifier, Paulina Shuvalova leads Ho Yifan by a score of 4-3. Ketty, we've seen some extremely fighting chess between these two.
Only fighting and decisive games. So far, we don't have even one single draw between these two women chess players. We do have Ho Yifan, number 1 in the world in the FIDE rating list for women, and we have Paulina Shuvalova, who is fire on the board in these tournaments.
She really is. She won the IMSCC. Paulina Shuvalova beat Levy Rosman in the final. And this is the quarterfinals of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. It's the first round of action. Only 8 players started in this field. And this is the first match overall. So we see Ho Yifan. She is the highest rated player in classical chess. But Katie, you made this point earlier. She's not so practiced at the moment. She has a full-time other job that doesn't involve chess. So that rust, is she able to shake it off in time?
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. I believe that she had some trainings, but it's very different to have a training in an actual chess tournament. What we know that she played a month ago in August in Düsseldorf, the FIDE World Rapid Chess Championship, when her team won the title. And there was a team competition, but she's solo here. She has to do it by herself. She can't rely on her teammates because she doesn't have any teammates. And it's actually a very good point here. That's the fact that she hasn't played so much chess. We can see the result. It affects on the result, and she's now 1 point behind.
I think she might have also played in the Asian Games, which is a phenomenal event, and chess is included in that. But even that is a bit different because that was a classical time control. She did well, but even one tournament isn't necessarily enough to get you back in the rhythm. And Paulina, now she gets the white pieces in this game. We're 3-minute time control with 1 second increment, and we get a French, but instead of an exchange, we get one of these positions where temporarily white is down a pawn.
Yeah, earlier we had a way different approach, but now Paulina just tries another setup. The pawns are gone and there's no center on the board, but we can see that white is ahead of development, and we can see that white is starting very soon to attack in the center with the rook on e5, knight in d4, and bishop on the b3, hitting on e6 pawn. I would be really scared here if I don't know this opening.
You have to watch out because there might be like a knight takes e6 at any moment to rip open the king. And so Yifan, she's spending some time here. If you play this line in the French, I think you have to be willing to venture into these tactical waters. Is knight takes e6? So this is the big question. If white had a free turn, that's how you should ask us if you're at home watching. If white had a free turn, is knight takes e6 actually a big threat? And Yifan needs to figure that out.
That's a very good point here. She is... Paulina now she's taking her time, and her Yifan just blocked the e file here. So if there is a knight e6, there will be no check after that. So bishop g5 has been played, hitting on the knight on f6. But I think her idea is that after castle, there might be some knight f5 sacrifices to hit the bishop on e7 and then knight on f6.
Such a beautiful variation that black needs to watch out for, because there are going to be tactics because of the black king still being in the center, and then even when it runs away, there will be tactics. Knight takes e6 is a possible there. Just to quickly state that the king on g8 is in the bishop's line of fire, so bishop d5 played instead, but Ketty, it was given a question mark. Is it? And yes, it is. Knight f5.
Oh! Knight f5, I love this. I love this. So attacking the pawn on g7, and obviously want to take the bishop on e7. But the question is, what happens after pawn takes on f5? They're moving so fast. This doesn't look so good for black. After king f8, there will be bishop h6. Very unpleasant moves. But Paulina actually decided to trade the queens. As simple as it sounds.
She's going to take on e7, and the king can only take one. Oh! Wow, she played bishop h6. I thought she was going to take on e7 and go up a pawn. She wants to keep more pieces on the board, and knight takes e6 is a double check.
Look at that. She wants just to take the pawn. Maybe it really depends where the bishop goes. Now this bishop on b3 is hanging, so you have to move this bishop away. And if you go bishop d5, maybe knight e6, knight c5 is here the choice for Polina.
Oof. Yeah, this knight is just hopping around, and there are gonna be forks everywhere, loose pieces. So what if king g8? She plays bishop c4, so that bishop won't be hanging. But I was wondering if she could have just played king g8 and bishop back to f8. But there likely were some rook lift tactics that Yifan wanted no part of. This is a wonderful game thus far from Paulina. But Ketty, in the 5 minute portion, remember when Yifan played knight takes d5 twice? Look what happened. You find the first step, but you need to keep it going, and that apparently was a big error by Paulina in this game.
Yeah, but there's also a natural move. I think it's the miss win here. Knight e6 check, king g8, knight c7, attacking rook and the bishop was the move. There, I believe that was winning very fast. b3 is a normal move, but not the fastest win here for white. But white still keeps the edge here, as we can see. What happens if I just take the bishop on c4? Because I see it's a free.
I think you could take it, and maybe there's a king f7, and I guess black is not getting checkmated. That's a good start. And maybe black will only be down one pawn here. So Yifan is defending tenaciously, and if Paulina doesn't get the knight out now, bishop f8 already threatens to win some material because the knight and the bishop are in trouble on that line.
Oh, I love that. I love that. That also there is also this weird move, king g6, which is not working, but it's like fancy looking move. Knight e6 has been captured, and we can see here how Yifan recaptured it back. I would thought knight e5 was the move there, of Yifan's choice, but no, she decided in this way. How about knight c7, knight d5 idea to go after the bishop? No, knight d4.
I liked your idea, but knight can go back to f5 as well, so you can challenge this bishop, and the material is only one extra pawn for white. So the eval bar has 1.6 in white's favor. It means that white has the extra pawn and has good chances with the initiative. I like this position, but it's only a single extra pawn, Ketty. And is this g-pawn playing a part in this game? Not so much at the moment.
Not so much. How about f4, knight moves away, knight d3, and rook e7, knight c6? Learned from you that there are some naughty forks on the board.
Oh, that is a beautiful line. And she's going for maybe something similar, but good eye by you, Ketty. The knight goes into d3 now after the rooks were traded, and the b file is Paulina's for the taking. This looks very, very strong for her. So how can Yifan fight on?
Oh, that's a very good question. She has to find another open file for her rook. She goes for d file, but it's not open. There are two knights on the way. Knight c6, knight f5 are the threats here, but there is a weakness on the back rank. Maybe white has to play somewhere h3, g3 type of moves to be
Rook
free
e7.
and then to go for it.
Your idea, Ketty, it finally happened.
Yeah.
Rook e7, knight c6, and you win
There
the
we
full
go.
piece.
Knight c6. Everything is hanging. Knight c5 is also hangs here. So I think you just lose a piece here with black.
You do. Knight b7 is simple. You could have played bishop d4. Not now. Don't play bishop d4. That walks into a fork. But this is very straightforward. And Yifan will lose this game. And Paulina, she gets her lead back to 2 points.
That was too fast. That was really too fast. A victory, a very important victory. Another lead from Paulina here. And another Karakan.
Okay, so Paulina, she's feeling it right now. She starts off this new time control with a bang, a successful first game. And here we see that they're capture on c4 in this game. So white gets to develop the bishop, but has this eyesore on d4. That's a backward pawn. And the d5 square is available to black's pieces. So do you have experience in these lines, Getty?
Yeah, I play with black this line. My coach says it's fine, but I don't very often feel it's fine for me. But here with black, I know that I have to push c5 at the right moment, but not to allow knight b5 happening. Knight b5, knight d6 is very bad. And there's also a tension between dark square bishop f8 and knight. From g8, they are fighting for e7 square. And now we can see here, Paulina just found the square for the knight on g6, and then next she will play bishop e7, perhaps. And yeah, that's so far my knowledge goes in this opening. And then, yeah, white is going for d6 square, obviously here. Wants to take on 7 and knight d6 check. So, yeah, long castle. Yeah, no.
Okay, so
I don't do that, actually.
maybe you should start because the engine says that black is hanging in here. It looks very scary, at least at first glance, because a knight will land on d6. But if you take on e7, the queen will take back, and if you play knight d6, we could just see an exchange sacrifice. You get a knight and a pawn for the rook. This pawn is weak on d4. This pawn is weak on h4. I feel like I'm starting to appreciate black's position.
Yeah, it's not so bad. Yeah, after all, if you just don't do that right away, then I will move the king on b8, and every moves like knight d6 will be responded by f6. So she goes for that. Will we see rook to d6 right away?
I'm so tempted. I love sacrificing the exchange, but your point is well taken. King to b8 can be played first, and she chooses that. Why give up material when you can play f6 and break down the pawn center?
Right. So another knight goes to support the friend. 94 is on the board, but she also wants to play g3 and then to castle on the short side because h4 pawn was hanging. Not big fan of f5 because it blockades the center. And yep, b7 is a huge, huge weakness now.
So that exchange sacrifice we were talking about with rook takes d6, you probably have to do it now, but you regret having your pawn on f5 versus f7 because your pawn chain is safer with f7, e6. On f5, look at this pawn e6. I mean, white could probably castle, bring a rook to e1, and I don't think you have enough to defend this pawn on e6, which is very weak piece.
Yeah, and compared to the other position, knight is already on c5, which hits the pawn on e6. So this is for sure better variation for white. Rook e1 comes and attacks the pawn. Queen b3 can be also played. You cannot cover this diagonal with knight d5 because there is a checkmate on b7. So you have to watch out for that threat too. And that all happened because this pawn was pushed to moves from f7 to f5.
So the position is starting to look very nice for Yifan. So many weaknesses in black's camp, and there's a 30-second lead on the clock. Do not play queen g3 or queen c3 and blunder a knight fork on e2. That knight is very tricky in this type of position, so just avoid the knight fork if you're Yifan.
Knight is very tricky piece indeed. Queen goes on f3. Somehow keeps the eye on this diagonal b7, c6 pawns. Those are looking good, but it's not stopping white to play rook e1. Next move. I love what you're pointing out, b4, b5, to expose even more the queen side.
Well, you were talking about the b7 pawn, so I like the look of it. But now that the knight blocked the diagonal, the rook comes to e1. There are too many problems for Polina. Rook e8. Queen takes h5. So rook h6 is played, and that's just such a weird-looking square for this rook. Yeah. And can you bring your own rook up to e2 and to e1? She says yes.
It was very good resource that she could just find this move which guards both pawns, but it weakens the dark's back rank for sure in this position. Not very much visible how white can use it, but at some point it will be a big issue. This rook cannot stay here forever. 97 can we do before here the same ideas that you were pointing out?
Ooh, we're getting tactical with b4. She goes rook e1, saying if you take on c5 twice, e6 will fall, and that's the exact pawn that white needs, because rooks need open files. You have two of them if you're white, but they're clogged for the moment. So knight c7 is at some point probably going to be necessary.
How about queen to g3 check? If queen c5, queen g3, queen g7, isn't this rook just sort of trapped?
Wow.
It's f6 square, but it's good to try.
Katie, I thought you were a nice person, but you're just bullying the rook now. Queen g3, queen takes g7. That seems like it's just over.
And you don't need to ask here how you find second time for that. She says that's check, and the pawn on g7 simply hangs. Depends where the king goes. If king remains in the center, king c8, then it will be very difficult. f4 makes a lot of sense to cover it with the pawn. Maybe f3 would be somewhere to open up the f-file.
Look at that move, rook e5. She wants to take this rook on f6 or take this pawn on h5 and bring the rook into the party. She can also take on e6. She has so many choices, but rook e5 stopping one square short of expectation. I love moves like that.
This is just like the menu I had yesterday in the Italian restaurant. Too much to choice, and we have here the resignation. Beautiful one. I love this game.
Yeah, Yifan just at the end there, she took a rook for a queen just to win it right back. So she forced all the pieces of the board into a winning endgame. And now it's a 1 point lead for Paulina. So Yifan, she might be feeling the rhythm a little bit more. They still have 0 draws, and that shows that they're very fighting players. But for Yifan, the more games that get under her belt, I feel like the better she feels about her chances.
Yeah, what I have noticed actually for the other years Women's Speed Chess Championship, shorter time she was actually getting more points because she was just playing very fast. She was not spending that much time as in 5+1 segment. So we can't really predict who is good on time because clearly we see how Yifan has changed her strategy now.
She's changed her strategy. She's also changed her opening. So instead of the French defense, she's playing the Sicilian. It's still close. So Paulina does not mind closed positions with maneuvering. This knight just went to d2. It can go to f1, up to g3. These are standard procedures. But for Yifan, I do think she needs to play more quickly. She needs to trust herself more because every game that she leads on the clock, she's been doing well and actually winning a bunch of them.
Yeah, that's right. What is very interesting, they both are e4 players. It's their main opening, and they both play this opening. So to know it with both colors, you know a lot of ideas. And I would expect maybe it is gonna be the first draw in this match. What do you think? Draw or not draw?
No draw. No draw. These two players don't know how to draw against one another. And we have a classical setup here. It started in the Sicilian. It kind of looks like a Spanish in some ways, where white will try to deploy some pieces towards the king side, but black played g6, gives the king space, and also says no f5 square for you. So is it even worth bringing your knight to g3? And here it comes, King's Indian style.
Ooh, I love King's Indian so much. It promises us some kind of nice attack on the king side. Knight f1, stopping knight f4 to jump in. And also, I think with f5, she will just take and then find a very nice knight move. Maybe knight e5 to hit h5 knight.
Very true. F5 is the type of move you want to play, but it might be too risky to allow the pawn to take, especially with the bishop on c2. So the knight redeploys to g7 if fianchettos. In these types of positions, I've seen enough Karpov and Spassky and everybody from back in the day, these type of positions. They sometimes play f6 and rook f7, and they slow play it a bunch because white is going to have a difficult time breaking through on the king side. And on the queen side, maybe black has some ideas of her own to bring her pieces forward.
Yeah, because black is having more space advantage on the queen side with this pawn on c4. Another pawn might also be pushed b4, knight c5, and creating the weakness on c3 is very typical, and to open up the b file, and black can just start all the play on the other side. But hold on, what we're talking about, that we have h4 on the board and the king side attack. Robert, this is what we want to see in all games.
And I just don't care about the engine giving us a question mark. The evaluation is 0.4. It's a very complicated position. Knight f6 was played to stop h5. And look at this. It induced g4 and knight g8 next. This is how you defend your king with this kind of creative move order. Katie, I love the way that Yifan is playing. And that question mark is clearly out the window now. We got their knight g8. If bishop goes to g5, f6 traps it. And now black has the bishop pair, and the king does not feel vulnerable. Now, at least not yet.
Yeah, king gets back in on h8. I wonder what's her response after h5. Is she going to play g5 and lock down everything on the king side? Rook g8 has been played yet. White is not making any decision to close the king side yet. Maybe g5 and then h5.
I think that is the better way forward, and g5 was played because, as you said, h5, g5, the king side shuts down, and if the king side closes, that means black is the only one who gets to control some pawn breaks. So g5 played, h5, king g2, rook h1. We see how an attack can develop here, and h5. Ooh, what a risky choice.
But I felt like she had to do it now. She had to do it now because if h5 is on the board, you cannot do much. White did not took the pawn on h6 and she kept the rooks. She wants to play knight f5, I believe, to open up the center, sacrifice the piece. But you don't necessarily need to take that knight, right?
I'm not taking that. If you play knight f5, there was no way I was going to take here. And look at Yifan, bringing the bishop over to the queen side. So it looks like Paulina is lining up some kind of bishop takes h5, but Yifan is also lining up some kind of bishop takes e3. And let's not forget that at some moment, f6, if needed, can help bring the queen back along the 7th rank to defend if the king gets very vulnerable.
Yeah, I love this position. Everyone has its own ideas and its own play, and whoever is the first wins. Obviously, this one. Bishop f3 first, not to capture on h5. White is waiting for the right moment. Maybe knight a5 now with the check, but it needs a good calculation. You cannot give up the piece just like that.
No, you cannot. And the question marks, they're going to continue. They're playing very quick moves. So they're not finding 100% accuracy. You can't expect that from the players. And I don't see an issue with rook c8 unless there's some kind of big attack for white. I'm not seeing what the problem is, but you do really need to be careful about knight f5 in the near future.
Yeah, maybe bishop h3, bishop e6, some additional pressure on black. I love the way how white is pressing. The pawn on d6 is hanging. Pawn on f7 is hanging. Queen f3 can come on the way now to hit the pawn on f7 even further. a4? That's not your territory. That's a weird move.
She's trying to weak, but you can't even take on c4 very easily. There are all sorts of threats down this diagonal. I don't like a4. What you just said is very true, Ketty. It's not her territory. Why open up that flank?
Yeah, maybe in the future she will just trade some of the pieces, and then rook a1 will start to pick up the pawns, and there will be weaknesses. But hold on, how black can survive here with this kind of attack that white is just putting up?
Can she afford to take it? That's the question. Knight takes f6, queen f6, just move the rook, say to f8. Is that available, or is that a problem somehow?
I think black will do it. Maybe she will trade first the knight, but eventually she has to do it. As we agreed, you have to take as much pieces as possible when you're not having a good position, because you'll just have them extra in the end of the day.
Wow. Oh, the rook's trapped. That is super smart. The rook has nowhere to go. She could have waited another turn before taking it. The engine still says black is doing fine. But Ketty, look at the clock. That's the worst thing for Paulina, is she is down on time, and now she's in trouble.
She's in trouble. Knight f1 had to be played here because a3 pawn was hanging. Rook f2 maybe is an idea. Something like bishop h5, pawn takes h5, and g6 has to play there to open up the king side.
And I think queen d8, you can trade queens at any moment, but the c4 pawn is loose. Oh, queen g7. Queen's hiding in enemy territory. What?
I'm sorry. That's a bad move. Looks good, you know.
F6, or just take, at some point you can bring your queen over. I mean, black is up a full rook.
Rook, yeah, that's too much.
Queen g7. That's game over.
That's too much.
Ketty, you ask, will there be a draw? So far, it seems like no draws between these two. This looks like a win for Yifan.
Wow, we have any single peaceful game, not even equal game. Like, there's always something happening on the board. I'm just surprised that White is not resigning here and not to go into the other game. What do you think? Is that a good strategy to just resign in the last position? But where's the rook, actually?
Well, you raise a very important question. So, of course, black is winning, but does Paulina want to waste more of the match clock? Because she may feel like she's the favorite in bullet, as Yifan has been shaky in time trouble. So maybe Paulina wants to waste more and more time and get closer and closer to bullet.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's really a good point. So we have another game and another opening. We haven't seen this so far, right? E4, E5.
I don't remember seeing any Spanish openings in this one, but for Yifan, who now is tied in the match at 5-5, I don't think she's unhappy to see familiar territories. She's played the white side of the Spanish so many times in her career. Ketty, this type of position, it's not open yet, but it can be, especially when you strike in the center with d4.
Yeah, and she's going for that. I agree with the fact that it's good to be in your territory. You know all the ideas. You don't have to convert your position. You know everything there. So that's actually quite convenience for Yifan.
What I don't like for Yifan is she's now down 25, soon to be 30 seconds. This is a very well-known position. So unless Paulina made some kind of blunder, which she didn't. There's no inaccuracy. That we're still in opening territory. It feels like she spent a lot of time there that she might want back.
Yeah, that's actually the truth. She's giving up now the dark square bishop for the knight to get this bishop on d5. This is such a typical idea here, to pin the knight and to control and to dominate. Not happening in many openings that you have this bishop on d5, right? Usually you have to have the knight on d5, which is a knight piece, a very nice piece. But now bishop does a lot of job here.
And the knight goes to a3, maybe to c2, maybe to e3. You mentioned a knight on d5. We could see a future where the knight does get there, but b4, I think it's a clever try from Paulina. She wants to open up the queen side, but look at White's control over the center with the d4 pawn, the e4 pawn, the bishop on d5. I have to say, I do like this for Yifan.
I do like it too. How about rook b1, rook b7, bishop c6 threats? There is also some problems on the light squares, and some threats like that can work out perfectly fine.
In fact, after pawn takes d4, maybe there is rook b1 intermezzo. You have to calculate things like this because of rook takes b7. Okay, so knight to
the pawn
d8.
on e5 is not hanging.
It is hanging. You're right, because the knight on d8 is loose. So you have to probably take knight takes b7, but that's super ugly.
That is super ugly, and we might have pawn takes pawn and then queen d5 at some point to keep the eye on this pawn, or just to play rook to b1. There's always a good move with this to control the b file.
This knight is so bad, and rook e2 to b2 at some point might just lead to a pin and win for White. I hate this position. I hate this bishop on f8. I really don't like this for Black.
Yeah, how about knight e3, knight d5 ideas to get this knight on d5 and kick the queen off the board? Queen d3 to hit the pawn on a6, that's the weakness. We do have now queen attacking the knight.
Okay, that's a good move, I would say. If queen d3...
Yeah, it's a notation to play d5. You might just play automatically if you don't play this opening, but this allows, in fact, with White, it allows Black to jump on knight c5, and the tables can turn after that move, actually.
Exactly. d5, the queen escapes the attack, and then knight comes to c5. And as you're saying, that suddenly may give Black some serious chances to seize the upper hand. So instead, a controlled move, queen d3, keeping e4 defended, and then the knight on c4. So now I don't know. Do I take with the knight or the pawn?
I would take with a knight, because knight is always very tricky. There was some knight c6 ideas. After pawn, I was thinking about d5 move here. As you pointed out earlier, this move seems to be very nice to just clean up the board.
Yeah, Black has freed up her pieces very nicely now, but knight e3 at long last is played. Queen c6, d5. You have to watch out. This knight on b7 is in trouble, but I think queen c6, d5, there's knight c5. So there is some tactic here that barely hangs on for Black.
That's actually true. Yeah, knight f5 is another move to keep the eye on the king side as well. Knight e5 to bring more pressure on the board, maybe to switch the side of the queen, queen g3, queen f3. Some ideas still. Knight e5 attacking the queen.
So knight c5 was the only move. If pawn takes knight, down goes the knight e5. If knight takes queen, down goes your queen. So a very tricky play here. Queen c4 might be an option here because the queen and the knight are under attack, as well as f7. But Katie, this is getting too messy for my brain.
Yeah, queen e6 perhaps here to be played. If you take the pawn, knight with the pawn, then knight on e5 will hang, and I'm just offering a queen trade.
And if knight d5, can we get like the trickiest as we can possibly be? All the pieces are hanging, all sorts of forks and threats. I don't know what to make of it, but the engine says that Paulina is doing fine. I will trust the engine. I will trust her. She's also up about 30 seconds of the clock.
Very interesting decision. It looks quite peaceful for Black already at this point. And with the isolated pawn in the end game, obviously Black will have way more threats. Oh.
Okay, so we see an exchange, and we have even material. Queen a6 drops c5, and don't take on c6, or maybe you can because it's just mass liquidation.
Yeah, you can just take it, and now just king h1 to have some safe position. This queen controls everything so perfectly well. Rook on c1, bishop pawn on g2. That's why black just kicked this queen from the perfect square. Maybe white has to push the pawn next move, but yeah, maybe this is the first draw. You cannot say no.
This is looking like it should be a draw, but mistakes happen, especially when players are down to 20 seconds on their clock. And I'm trying to think who has better winning chances. White has an outside pass pawn, but the king is not super safe on h1, not so many pawns in front of it. I think a draw in the next few moves is likely.
Yeah, black's king seems to be very, very safe here, and a pawn is controlled. Usually it's the one who has the outside pass pawn, outside has a better position, but...
Rook f7! Rook f7! Oi! Uh-oh. And Yifan spots attack. Her queen defends the check here as well. Oh, the only move probably from Polina with queen to c7.
I love it. This is so crazy. She's just secured herself this long diagonal, so she wants to give a check on c1 and check on f4 now.
But watch out for queen a1 check. You cannot allow the queen behind the pawn over here.
Queen a3 should be the move, perhaps, and then?
Queen e1? I mean, white? Okay, so she's... Oh, apparently that was a mistake. Both players are going to make mistakes here. Okay, where's this king go? No, there's no way that the king out in the open... Queen f3. It's winning right now. Queen f3. Oh, she misses it. She needed to trade the queen. Queen f3.
Queen f3 again?
She found it. And she wins the game thanks to her outside pass pawn. And Ketty, that game was decided because Polina had an equal position, but she overlooked the tactic rook takes f7. And when you miss a tactic, it rattles you. Even if the engine says, you're fine, you can still make a draw. It's so practically difficult to find the exact precise continuation down an outside pass pawn.
Yeah, I think she relaxed way too fast, and after giving up that pawn on f7, she could still hold that position if it's a normal classical time control, but with the no time and with 1 second increment, things can happen, and we saw that. So in our game here, we mentioned earlier that they both played this opening, but we saw some dramas happening, and black actually managed to win because white tried way too much in the previous game. Now we have a very similar situation, but they are changing a little bit of move order.
And they're both playing quickly. The move order has changed slightly, as you just mentioned. And Yifan has a lead, 6-5. She was down by 2 points. Suddenly, she has stormed back and has taken the lead in this match. How about this game, Ketty? When we look at this, still no draws between these two players. Do you prefer to have this from the white side with your bishop on h6 and some dark square control, or do you think black's queenside potential gives her the chances?
I would like here this one with white side because I see this h3, g4, king g2, knight g3, rook h1 ideas. And in the blitz games, the one who attacks the king wins more games. So of course, black has its own ideas. We mentioned earlier knight c5, a5, b4. That is like a more like long action on the board. So I would choose white here. What about you?
She plays g4, so she is a player of your own heart there. But now after knight f6, maybe that was done too soon. I know you were not suggesting it at that exact moment, but I think she just kind of blundered a pawn. Oh, but this is bad
now she has to give up the bishop, dark square bishop, which is not so good, as you need this bishop for the attack. Otherwise, this bishop on g7 will just guard h8 square. Even if you open up the h file, there will be a big security on g7. So maybe some changes of the plans in this position already.
And h3 was given an exclamation point. It's one of the only moves there, because if you play g5 to defend your pawn that way, the knight gets in on the dark square. So white is trying to salvage what's been wrecked on the king side over here, and black may consider getting aggressive. I wouldn't do that. I think that you have the bishop pair. You could play on the queen side, open up the b file for the rook b4 push. But I think that I would definitely prefer to have Yifan's position. Her king is very safe.
I like that idea. But first, maybe it's good to get as much space advantage, as much weaknesses on the queen side, and then to do another attack on the king side. Seems like here the dark squares are very, very weak. And any open up of the position will cost a lot to white.
And b4 was played, opening up the c file against this pawn, but also opening the a file against black's pawn. So both sides gained a little bit from that trade. I still prefer black because bishop e7, knight g5, give me those dark squares. If this bishop gets out of the box from f8 to a square like g5, white's in huge trouble.
Yeah, white is indeed in some trouble, and we can see that. You don't necessarily need to do anything on the queen side anymore. You just need to control now the dark squares. Knight g5, I like that move to bring the bishop on this file, and then to play rook h8 and h5, just attack on the king.
Wow, what a decision. I mean, what you just said, Katie, is so strong. I wasn't even thinking about h5. I was thinking about a5. But now that you mention it, why not? The white king doesn't have many defenders over there, and Yifan starts with knight h7. She wants bishop g5 clearly, but that's not going to happen. The knight quickly comes out. I like your h5 idea with rook h8.
Yeah, maybe it's you can always get his knight back on g5 and just repeat the move. That's what she's doing. If you trade these knights, then bishop takes and bishop f4 h5 will be even stronger. So you don't have much of the choice. She has to go back with a knight. And now, she's taking your side, Robert.
I think she's taken both of our best suggestions, and that's what Yifan does. She plays brilliant moves. She can play h5 later, but she's like, why should I weaken my king just yet? Let me open the queen side. c3 is a target. This bishop can also wrap around to d8 and maybe to b6 or a5. So there are more diagonals at play, not just the g5 square.
Yeah, I agree with that. Queen a7 now. Looking for some rook a2 moves. Rook d8 goes on the way. Bishop to b6 is even stronger to look at f2 square. Seems like very dangerous. Maybe bishop to d4 or bishop to c5 with the idea of playing b4. There is some tension on the c file as well.
For sure. She went rook a4 first to target this loose pawn on e4. And if f3 is played, your idea with b4, there is a loose rook on c1. Not happy to see that pin be exploited. So this looks great for Yifan with all the control of the dark squares.
Yeah, and the position is so packed here. Somewhere maybe white will run out from the good moves here. And the pieces are somehow not coordinating very well. A lot of ideas now for black. The pawn on e4 is playing. Knight to d2 has to be played here. How would play, I don't know, bishop d4, if that makes sense. But we have actually the trade of the pieces, and perhaps somewhere b4 would win the pawn.
Don't play bishop takes b5, because after the swap of bishops, rook a2 at the end, and rook a2 here also is very dangerous. White is fortunate to be able to block on the second rank, but this is holding on by a thread for Paulina, and Yifan is ahead on the clock.
Yeah, that's also the point here, to have a good time atom control. Indeed, in the end of the day, you still need time to convert the good position. h4 attacking the knight. This knight goes in the edge of the board, but the pawn on g4 is just hanging, and black is winning a pawn right here. Takes on c4, takes on b5.
Yeah, can take on c3 at any moment, and you said b5 will be captured in response. But I think this is smart play from Yifan. She's going after this g5 pawn, which is now isolated and weak. She takes it. She can take on b5, take on c3. Extra pawn for black.
But how about rook to b6 then, to go after the d6 weakness in that position?
So rook c2, you can't take on d6 because of rook takes d2 tactics. You
rook
still can't take on
waiting move. Rook d2 here, d6. And now our favorite fork.
Wait a second. Who's better, Ketty? Whose side would you prefer? Because once d6 falls, there's a pass pawn on d5.
Would still take black, because knight f3, g5, g4 is like, I'm starting the first, and somehow white is too concentrated in the center. She goes with knight h3, I think with the same ideas, to kick the king first and then perhaps to push g5, g4.
But g5 is always my knight f5 check, or rook b7 to be careful about. Now e3 is falling with checks. That apparently was a mistake from Paulina, who actually was better until she made that move king to b3.
All right, the pawn on e3 is hanging, and then on e4, if black managed to get those 2 pawns, then it's no risk anymore.
Oh, how do you stop this? Knight f6, maybe? Knight c5? Okay, also a good way to deal with it. Wait, no, this has to be good for black. Black's up a pawn. Don't go king c3. There's knight a4 check.
It's a little bit passive moves, these last ones, but now black has made sure that there's no promotion of the d6 pawn.
And I think it's almost time for the g pawn to go. Like, she's
Go for it.
waiting for a long time before going for it, but g5 seems to be strong.
But this is really nice way how Yifan is just outplaying now Shabalova. Very nice technique. I like it. She's avoiding all kind of counterplay.
Knight b6, rook e7 check, king f6. The king escapes, and that means that black is winning the game. Just trade. You win the king of
Right,
pawn
and
game.
king d6. And
King
then
d7.
king d7 now. There we go.
And now you just push the pawns, because this is actually instructive for some of our newer members of the audience, that you can't take this pawn because then the other pawn runs forward. So a nice win there for Yifan, and she is now up by 2 points, Ketty, and we still have 0 draws.
No draws, and perhaps we will not see any draws. 11 more minutes for this segment, and soon we'll switch to the bullet one. I cannot wait to see bullet between these 2 players. But as we're going to the other final portion of a tournament, do you think that the players might get a little bit tired to play so much games?
Yes, playing hours of chess is exhausting in classical when you're just playing one game, but it's actually really tiring to play. What do we have so far? We've had 12 games, and we'll get maybe 12 more. It's very tiring to play all these different positions because you have to recalibrate. Instead of thinking more deeply about one position, you're thinking as quickly as you can about so many different ones. That's exhausting, Ketty.
Yeah, it is very exhausting. It might sound a bit ridiculous, but for me, what really helps in chess games and at any exams, I never look at the score. I know who is winning. I have this sense if I'm winning or losing, obviously, but every time I look at the score and I see I'm in lead, I'm losing the games in a row, and then I'm tying the score and then trying again to go for it. But this is my approach because I'm getting very stressed and tense. But do you think that at some point, if Yifan keeps the lead, she'll try maybe to play more solid, like equality positions, or that's not her style?
Well, the thing is, it's going to be bullet chess. So an equal position doesn't mean that you'll make a draw just because it gets hectic. And, well, actually, look at this position. It was a rook lift early, and now white has stolen 1 pawn, and this pawn on c4 will be loose as well, but there's a knight on d3 that's causing some mayhem. So, Ketty, sorry, to answer your question just specifically, I don't think that Yifan is going to play for a draw necessarily, but if she has a 3-point lead, I do think she'll take fewer risks, yes.
Yeah. That's actually true. So the pawn on c4 is hanging, and there's no way that black can actually guard that. I don't like the bishop on a8. It's not looking good. Maybe at some point black has to play f5 to make this bishop work at least. Queen b6 is a blunder, and knight c4 is the move, right? Knight c4. Or maybe knight d6 first and then knight c4.
Oh, knight d6 was really nice. I think both end up working out for white because this knight on d3 is about to be captured. White is up 2 healthy pawns, and that bishop on 8 is still a terrible piece thanks to these pawns on e4 and d5. So this is clean from Yifan.
Yep, and queen d3, maybe rook g3 to look some sort of kingside attacks, but you don't necessarily need to do that. You have the pass pawn on the queen side. Maybe you can regroup your pieces, rook bishop d2, bishop c3, rook get back on the back rank, rook e1, rook b1, and push the pawn.
Push him, and here you see b3 is pushed. Bishop b2, rook g3. There could be a mating attack against
Queen
this poor
d4.
black king.
Yeah.
I know my arrow is off there, but that's what the bishop's doing. The bishop's not staying at g7. It's eyeing directly at the black king. So be very, very careful. Rook g3 already looks super scary to me.
That was the most correct arrow there to point the king right away. Queen d4, just attacking on g7, and rook g3 is the move that you cannot really avoid anyway. Black has to play f6 to stop that happening, but watch out, there will be some kind of queen f6 moves out there.
And knight takes d6 is a threat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now it's protected, but rook g3, f6, queen takes f6, as you mentioned. That looks possible. But I think what Paulina is trying to do is desperately get some counterplay against this e4 pawn. It's 2 extra pawns for white.
Yeah, I'm thinking about e5 maybe, just to trade some pieces. e5, pawn takes, rook takes, take the rook off the board, push to d6. Yeah, that's one way.
I'm just going to nod my head in agreement. I like e5 most of all, and rook g3 was played for the checkmating plan, but I loved your e5 push. That seemed actually simpler than this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. What happens after queen f6, queen takes f6, bishop takes f6, and then maybe black has some counterplay after rook e4 or bishop c4. So white should not give up the central pawn just like that.
Yeah. So then what do you do here? Because the pawn is hanging. Maybe knight d2. It's not always easy to make a retreating move, and she plays it. It keeps the knight away from the bishop. It defends the e4 pawn. And wow, she swings to the other side of the board.
Yeah, just like that. She's getting this rook on the other side of the board. Maybe somewhere f3 to guard the pawn on e4 and knight f1, knight d3. So black is not losing any time. I love move f5. However, what if I just get this rook at some point on g3 again? There will be weakness on g7 in the end games.
And I'm looking at your e5 move, by the way. I still think that looks entertaining. And now it's lined up. So there are all sorts of winning ideas for white. I think black is in trouble.
Yeah, if this sixth rank is open, there will be some kind of queen h6 checks as well. That's really, really, really bad.
That's what I was hoping for, that fun little tactic over there. And what Paulina's hoping for is just some chaos. If we trade rooks and my queen can get to e1, maybe I'll have some chances. But it feels like Yifan, with just a couple more accurate moves, she should be able to put this game away.
Mm-hmm. On takes another pawn. Is this the third pawn that she's picking up? This is also perfectly fine. Maybe rook f6.
F6.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, the queen also protects this rook. So if you ever take on e3, the queen gets back towards the black king. And now the question is knight e4. Does that do the trick?
Maybe bishop f6 right away.
You called it. Yeah, that's what happened. So where is the knockout? I feel like white should just be winning this game in like 3 moves, but I don't see the game-ending decision.
Maybe take the rook, queen to c7 or queen to a7 to give the some check. But okay, bishop to c3 happened. Queen d4 is the threat, so you will have this queen and the bishop on long diagonal.
Uh-oh.
Knight f6, watch out.
So now knight f6 takes. Of course, white is in the driver's seat, up 2 pawns with a safer king, but opposite colored bishops can have drawish tendencies if we get the queens off the board. So queen g3, threatening mate in 1, that is definitely stronger.
Very strong. And if you guard with the bishop f8 and knight f6, we have seen that already. Queen f7 has just happened. Queen d3, attack the bishop. Oh, this is also working. Oh, look at this. Everything is hanging. Wow.
Choose your bishop is what Yifan is doing. And she's up 3 pawns. She's also up about 15 seconds. So the queen g4 check, and that is definitely game over.
That is definitely, and we have the same color bishop, so it's easy end game. But we do have here a different technique. She's first giving some checks, and actually, is it a checkmate? That's too brutal.
Yes, wow. That was a checkmating attack from Ho Yifan, and you see her slinking down, head in her hand. You would look at her and think, oh, maybe she's losing the match. She's on a tear. She's on a rampage. She's up by 3 points now.
Wow, look at this. She's winning all the games 1 by 1, but also the style, how she's doing that. It's a full domination on the board, and we see that she's not having any more troubles on the clock either. We can say that this is the Ho Yifan we know.
It is the Ho Yifan we know. The fans, I've seen you getting your chat featured. You love her. But I just saw a very important comment that Paulina is a really great bullet player. So right now, Paulina's down by 3 points. I think that if she enters the bullet, with this score, let's say they draw this game for the first time all match, or of course, if she wins the game, she still will have very legitimate chances in bullet because she seems to be the faster and more confident in the time scramble.
Yeah, and we do have a final 2.5 minutes here, so it's very likely if there is no any blunder, this might be our last game of this segment, and we're gonna see the final segment of the day. And Robert, we're gonna know first person who qualifies to the next stage.
And it is our first match, and we can't even see Yifan anymore. We just see her hands playing an instrument on her head. So it feels like Yifan sometimes she is trying to like push herself into. Whoa! Yeah. Bishop takes e4.
What?
Oh my goodness! Let's bring up an analysis board.
Hanging on c1.
Yeah, that was nuts. I thought she was like struggling to focus. No, that's her calculation mode. And bishop takes e4, double exclamation point, because it looks like you give away a piece in the center. Why would you do that? Rook, queen, lined up against the bishop on c1. She was stealing a pawn with even more to come because of white's exposed king. So that was a brilliant shot overlooked by Paulina. Bishop takes e4. As we get to the game, it seems like a couple moves have been played, and now Paulina down a pawn, but with some chances because black's king is in the center.
Yep, that's right. The black's king in the center. Also, the pawn on e6 is hanging, and the question is how black is going to develop the king side. You cannot do g6, bishop g7 because pawn on e7 will hang. If you do with e6, that also invites some kind of sacrifices in the center. That's how Yifan goes with queen offer, trade offer, queen a4. That ruins the pawn structure on the queen side, but not so much, actually. You can always just find some counterplay on the open c file.
And Paulina says, I'm down a pawn. I don't want to trade queens. I'm going for the attack. This queen on a4 is going to be hit by knight c3. So white will get to develop and gain a tempo or two along the way. So e6, I'm looking at knight c3 and d5. I'm just trying to rip the black king open.
Yep, d5 it is. It should be the move to hit the pawn on e6. And will you play e5 in that position? That will be very, very strong decision. And here we have maybe knight d4 now. Knight d4, knight f5.
Knight d4 to f5 or c6. I love that. I was also looking at bishop takes f6 before. Not anymore. Because if you took with the knight, I was going to take on e5 and just try to blast the center open. But bishop e7. It's so funny to me, Ketty, as a commentator, when moves like that are given a question mark. Because that's the exact move I would have played if I were in Yifan's seat. Yeah,
for sure. This is so natural move, and that's just a fine move. I think there's nothing wrong with that, and we should not rely on one question mark, but two question mark. It's something serious.
You know what it was? Knight h4. Knights on the rim are dim. That may be part of it, but knight d4. Your idea was clearly better. That knight could have gone to c6 or to f5. The knight on h4. This is why we don't like our knights on the rim. Is there fewer options? You want optionality as a chess player. But the knight on h4 only has f5. The knight on d4 could have also stared at c6.
Yeah. Obviously, there was a way better move there. Knight g4 was a blunder there. Perhaps white had something very strong in that position, maybe to hit the knight. But instead, queen is back on d2 and keeps the eye on g5 bishop. After f6, the bishop can only move on e3. There's not much room for the bishop.
Yifan would be very happy to go after this bishop on e3 and get the king castled at long last. Is there a queen e2 type of move here? No, she plays bishop e3, but the engine hates it. And jeez, I wasn't looking to stop knight f5. I thought it was in a castle, but that's the best move, exclamation point. And look at the clock, Ketty. Yifan is just in great shape right now.
Wow, this is the beast mode. f4 has been played in this position. Maybe bishop d8, bishop b6 sort of move, or queen b6 right away to trade the queen. That's what she's going for. It's very good position, extra pawn, and not too much to offer here anymore after the queen trade, I believe. Queen takes a3, bishop d8, or g5 right away, and then she has a different place. Rook c4 actually is even better.
Even if you could give white a free pawn back, like on e4, I still think black is doing well because look at the control on the queen side. There's only one open file here, and black controls it. So I think that for Paulina, she's about to suffer in this position. She needs to save it. If she wants a legit chance heading into the bullet, Katie, she needs to save this game.
Yeah, that's right. And we have to mention the time is out. We see now 0-0. So basically, this is the last game of this segment. And Polina needs to shorten the distance between these two in the score. That is quite crucial for her.
And she's only down one pawn here, so she has some chances. The problem is Yifan is playing really well and playing really quickly. The only chance I would give Paulina is if Yifan was in time trouble, but only one player has less than 10 seconds, and it's not Ho Yifan.
Yeah, that's very difficult task for Paulina indeed here. So the bishop g5 chasing the knight, perhaps bishop e3, and followed by f5, e4 next move.
Question.
How would you stop these pawns?
You can't. Although e4 might allow knight d4, so Paulina just trying to get some squares for her pieces, and Yifan says, no squares for you. This knight is improving from b6 to c5. Knight e4 check comes to mind, even knight e4 now. That's still available. Oof.
I love it. I love it so much. Maybe even take with the pawn, knight d2, rook c2 wins on a spot in the pawn endgame. If you get this knight back, that will be very passive, but rook e4 is the safest now.
Does rook c1 win? E4 first, rook c1 was a threat. Now rook c3. Yikes.
Yeah. King e5. And now even king gets into the game. Oof.
What fine play from Ho Yifan. When it looked like the match was not going her way, suddenly she sprints towards the bullet, winning so many games in a row, and she is about to have a 4-point lead. Rook f2 check is going to hurt. Although, where is the...
Very much, I believe. And she's just pushing the pawn and the rook is too far.
Oh my goodness, that was just perfect
but
technique.
She's seeing this in a second. She doesn't even show any second after that. Like, thought in seconds, Robert. She's seeing this in seconds, all these tactics.
And look at her. I mean, she is determined. She's on a mission, and she's currently up 9-5. She can't be stopped. The only thing stopping her from winning games is the fact that the clock just elapsed in the 3+1. So she wins that time segment 6-1, Ketty. It was one-sided.
Oh, that's a full domination. Look at the score. 6-1. Oh. No respect.
I mean, you respect your opponent's moves, but you just have to play better, and that's what Ho Yifan is doing. So, Ketty, before we head to bullet, any words of wisdom for Paulina, how she should shake things up?
Well, I think that Ho Yifan already made the call, and maybe now for Paulina, it's just, I think she needs some sort of like fresh air to breathe a little bit, to clean up everything and start a new portion from zero for her. Not look at the points and to come back and to fight in the bullet section. This is just a bullet tournament, maybe just small tournament for her this last half an hour, and to try her best.
I like the way you framed it. Yeah, it's a new tournament. It's just the bullet section. It's the finals of this match. And speaking of finals, we have exciting finals coming up for everybody because the Champions Chess Tour finals have finally arrived. Throughout the year, hundreds of the world's elite have been competing in a $2 million 6-event circuit, fighting for just 8 coveted seats to the live finals in Toronto, Canada. And now our 8 finalists aim their sights higher. The 2023 Champions Chess Tour title, crown, and $500,000 prize. Join us for the 2023 Champions Chess Tour finals beginning December 9th. To learn more, use the command CCT in chat. Yes, Magnus, Hikaru, Bobby, Wesley, and more will be in that finals. But for now, we take our final break because when we return, it's the bullet portion here of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship.
4 years, Chess Kit has had lots of fun online events, but it's finally time for us to go IRL, in real life. Puzzle competitions, a main event, and all sorts of other fun things to do. Announcing
the Chess Kid National Festival.
Come along, you'll meet Fun Master Mike there. I'm going to the Chess Kid Festival. I'm going to the Chess Kid Festival. I'm going to the festival.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a Chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go Platinum to add unlimited game review or Diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
We're back at the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship, where Yifan currently leads Paulina Shuvalova by 4 points. Teddy, it was an amazing stretch of games from Yifan. She's up by 4 after trailing by 2. What can you say about the play that she has shown?
She is amazing. We have seen full domination on the board, 6-1. But now we heard that Paulina is a good bullet player, so we're gonna keep the eye on the games and let's check it out if it's true or not.
Yeah, and you have to be good at all time controls in this format because you start with 5 minutes as the base time, then 3, then 1 minute with 1 second added per move. But as we look at the bracket overall, I mean, we have so many different types of players with different styles. And this is the first match. We don't know who is going to make it through. Paulina still has a chance for sure. But the winner of this match takes on the winner of Vaishali versus the chess queen, Alexandra Kosteniuk. So no matter who makes it through, their work is going to be cut out for them. Everyone is very strong.
Everyone is very strong, and we mentioned earlier, Shuvalova, alongside with Priyanka, are the only two qualifiers. The rest of the 6 players have been invited for this year edition. And we can see 2 players already very focused and ready to start the clocks.
Oh yeah, they are getting set because it's the final sprint. And that's good news for Paulina because sometimes when you just let loose, when you just throw moves on the board, they can work out. These players' intuition is phenomenal. This is the Julius Baer Women's Speeches Championship. There is a lot on the line. Prize money at stake, pride, making it to the semis and hopefully to the finals after that. But for Paulina, she knows she just struggled mightily. So, Ketty, I think that she just needs to throw pieces on the board, play at her lightning pace, and it could go her way.
Yeah, I agree with that. And there was a good point. So it's every match here and every victory gives you thousands of dollars and very close to the title that's the most important for the chess players. We have seen already this opening, but now we are seeing it too fast. We don't even have the time to register what is happening. Wow, look at this speed.
Yes, and now the speed with which this knight is about to land on e5, I think now is as good a time as any and is played by Yifan. I typically like these positions from the white side just because the pressure towards the black king feels nice to me, but Paulina's very experienced.
That's right. I ask myself the question what this bishop on g4 is really doing here. Maybe there will be the target for white rook e3, rook g3. At some point, maybe f4 has to be played, but black is not losing any time here. Grabs the pawn in the center and gives up the side pawn on h3. That seems very promising game for us.
Wow, huge decision there from Paulina, giving up the pawn that is in front of her king, but it's even material because she's still a central pawn. And queen takes c4, given a question mark. Could it be because the bishop got to come back with a tempo, and now there's bishop on... By the way, this bishop on g4 is almost trapped.
Almost trapped. There's after e3, there's still the move to be played, but I'm sure White will try to somehow regroup the pieces and try to trap this bishop. But it was an issue always. Stake taken now. The d5 pawn is created as a weakness. The isolated pawn, and White is just going to triple the pieces on the d file to attack this pawn.
Bring them all against the pawn, but the e file is open as well. So as soon as you start taking everything on d5, the rook can get active. And let's not forget, there might be a rook takes h2 sort of idea because the queen covers this diagonal. So White does need to be a little bit careful, but for now it does seem like Yifan has everything under her control.
Working. Yeah, I love the h3 just to make sure that everything is well protected there and there's no background issues. And also the way how Paulina activated the rook on e-file and looking for some counterplay on the f4 pawn, that is very nice actually.
Do not, and that's why I showed king h2, do not play rook takes d5. There was rook e1 check in those positions. Now, after rook takes queen takes, there's no rook e1 check to distract the rook. So that's why the king went to h2. Very smart play. But speaking of smart play, Paulina is handling this really well.
She does actually. If you play queen to d2, rook e2, and problems on the board. How about rook e3 now with idea queen g3? She goes rook to d2 anyway.
And she thinks that this endgame is promising for her. And at first glance, I agree. But rook d7, that's the clutch move for Yifan. Pieces are getting traded. 5 pawns and a rook per side. So when I look at this endgame, I see that black is ahead on time. I think Paulina should play for a win.
Yep, she has better pawn structure on the queen side, maybe double pawns on the king side, but those pawns are just fine. I love this king move now to activate the king, but they are trading way too many pawns.
She's going to win because white is so passive here, and I think that black has a very easy time bringing her king around. Where's this king going? It can't, okay, g3 is a very important move. You're just making it in time.
Yeah, seems like that. And maybe check now and activates the white's rook to b8, rook to b7, attack the pawn on f7. White just managed to get the king on time on the queen side and start to pick up the pawns.
Yes, so this rook coming to the g pawn is smart, but now the white king can also go after this a pawn. Apparently it's winning for white all of a sudden.
If a3, king b3, and you lose that pawn too.
Oh no.
And black's king is just trapped there. The black king can't go anywhere.
Oh, she should king b3. This allows liquidation. Maybe rook f3. Don't take on h3. I would have played rook f3. There's a mistake because now the king is too close.
And c4.
The rook.
The rook. And the first win here for Yifan. Very important win. She is winning all the games. How many winning streak here for Yifan? Can someone tell us?
That's a great question. Maybe chat is kept more up to date because it feels like she's won every single game that she's played. But the score is 10-5. She's doubled Paulina's score. So now Paulina needs to strike. Before, she could afford a draw here and maybe a draw there. Now down by 5 points, she might need to win all of her upcoming games.
That's right. And once again, we had this position earlier. They are deviating a little bit, but not too much. We saw that white took another position as well, this pawn on d6, and tried to jump with the knight on e5, c5. And that was really, really nice game for white.
Okay, so bishop f5 was the move here because there's a pin down the e-file. So there might be some tactics in black's favor if you're not careful. Knight takes d4, rook takes d4, rook takes e5. That's too much for me to calculate.
Yeah, and meanwhile, we're getting the numbers. So it has been 7 games won by Yifan, 1-1. That is insane. I don't know if it's possible to do something like that. Wow.
She's just playing with fire. Every single decision she makes, it feels like she's gaining confidence, and she's also playing much more quickly than she did in the longest time patrol. And if this king goes back, we might see a draw. If we play g3, your light squares are weak, but Paulina needs to play for a win. That's why she weakens her own squares in front of her king.
Yeah, that's right. She has to do it. And this move seems to be the blunder. Too many pieces on the light squares. There should be something right away very strong, but not. The players have no time actually to spot it out that fast. Maybe rook to d8 now to pin the knight and the rook.
Yes, and I think the engine probably wanted some kind of bishop takes a2, but humans don't really look in that direction when there are not so many pieces on the board. But soon, like right now, maybe bishop takes a2 is a good decision.
Yeah, rook d4 is on the board. Queen to c5, pinning the rook on f2 pawn.
So many pins here. It's hard to make a single move for white.
That's actually true, and there are like few pieces on the board, but still a lot of pins. How about bishop d5, bishop c6 to get this bishop on this long diagonal with some mating ideas? Oh, bishop h3?
Oh, wow, what a find that was. Bishop takes h3 was available a turn ago. This knight still can't really move. So white is frozen, and that's what Yifan is relying on. F3 coming? Uh-oh, this looks scary. Bishop h3 again.
Same idea. It's even stronger now. Queen g2 is a checkmate.
Oh, bishop h3! Bishop h3 is mate by force.
Go for it. Go for it.
Oh, now it doesn't work.
Real. What?
Yeah, now because there's queen d8 and knight g5. So that's maybe what white should do anyway. But she goes king g1 here and king h7. You still can't take on h3 because knight g5 check.
Yeah.
This
maybe
looks good
h4
for
now.
Take that pawn. Give me that pawn. Oh, it's a blunder. What is happening? Oh!
So crazy! It's a blunder of the bishop. Oh no!
Good vision from Paulina there. I was like, what is wrong with black's position? Looks great. She's now going to trade off the queens, and her outside pass pawn should win her the game.
Yeah, now it's a check, and there will be knight f7 probably somewhere with a check. Yeah,
So
that's it.
Queens are gone. That means, but for Yifan, she shouldn't resign. Like with only 17 plus minutes on the clock, every second counts. So a reminder to all of our viewers here that if you start a game with 1 second remaining on the overall match clock, that game will count. So for the players, every second is of the utmost importance.
Yeah, you have to burn the time on the clock. That's right. But I think she's just so into the game, into the match. She's not really looking at these details of time, and she's very focused on the chess portion rather than the time portion. Hold on a moment. Can we do h4, h5 sort of ideas? And we have actually on the board maybe knight to g5, rook e3, rook f3, something like that.
I'm a fan. I love your aggressive intentions there. Let's go. Bring up that rook. She plays a rook lift to double on the e-file. She doesn't want to go for the attack. Boo.
One more active play. But like I'm feeling that players might be a bit tired because like this move bishop h3, they can spot in every game if they are not tired.
And they must be, because they've been playing such a long match at this point. And of course, the booing is a joke where we love the players and how they're playing this game. We just, in bullet chess especially, we love to see attacking chess. And right now, I don't see how white attacks. The g4 looks like too much. So we're getting a positional battle.
Yeah. We have to really shout out for everything they're doing. And this is really, really brave that they're still standing on the both of it. To be honest, my soul would leave my body already at this point after so many games and ups and downs. It's too much stress for the players.
And I think that both players are playing very quickly, because look at Paulina's clock, a minute remaining, and she has a great position. In d4, she strikes, and this could be another game in her favor.
Yeah, that's a pretty move actually, d4. And now the pawn is already on c3, bishop b5 will captures another pawn. But we know which pawn is the stronger one here. Oof. And now knight gets into the game. Knight d4. Watch out for some forks.
Queen e3, knight f3, king f1. Knight takes e5. It seems like you can just steal a central pawn if you want it.
Ooh. c2. That also makes perfect sense.
You just take this, because there's no bishop c2 ever. There's knight e2. Okay, so king g2 is a great move, by the way. Stay out of forks distance.
Mm-hmm. Queen b4, just capturing that pawn.
Sometimes it's just simple, right? But queen f6, suddenly I just get the sense that white has chances, because black's king is exposed, and bishop takes g6 becomes an idea. Bishop g6, there was knight e2, and that's why she said backed up her queen.
Mm-hmm. Queen f4, looking for some checks, but there's no check after king to g8. Maybe bishop g6 is an idea here to weaken the king and give some checks.
It most definitely is. Bishop g6 now, pawn takes, queen g7. The knight protects e6. This is the saving idea, and now it's an extra piece for black.
Yeah. Just like that, knight on d4 is hanging, so maybe rook to c4.
How do you get out of all the checks, though, right? It's a little bit annoying here.
Yeah, queen g6, queen b7, king h6.
Watch out.
Yeah.
Be very, very... She allows queen h8, king g6, no more checks for you.
Oh, wow. And now queen f3. No, it's not possible, queen f3.
No, the queen on a8 covers it.
Not
Knight
easy.
e2.
Not easy still.
Rook. Wait, but rook takes queen e4 check. The queen is f5. Wow, what a move. Queen a6. Queen e2! Oh, no!
Oh! What?
Oh, she blundered the game away. Queen g5. What was f3? Whoa, she pre-moved king f7!
Queen! Oh. Queen is gone!
Oh, Paulina pre-moved king f7 and lost her queen.
Whoa! First she blundered the knight, then the queen. That was a bad luck for Paulina.
And she desperately needed that game, because it was a 4-point spread. It was about to shrink to 3. Now instead it's ballooned to 5 because she blundered first her knight and then pre-moved and lost her queen. So now Yifan, with just 12 and a half minutes remaining, if she makes a single draw over the next few games, I think it's her match.
Yeah. Wow. What a blunder! Actually, that was the most blunders in one game that we have witnessed. Wow, so difficult for Paulina indeed. But anyway, this is the second match. She has to focus on this one if she wants to still keep the chances for the last games on the board. And Robert, we can see that it was a daylight when she started to play, and now it's getting really dark in Paulina's room.
Well, it's also getting darker for her chances, right? So she is just getting later in the day, but also the situation for her. Look at the desperation with a bishop sack on h6, knight takes e5. This is not what she wanted to do, but she's looking at the match clock. She's looking at the score. She needs all the wins she can get, and she can't allow much more time to elapse.
No, and she has 11 and a half minutes for this. she's trying her best, but on the other side of the board, there is Yifan, who has big advantage on the score and who is very, very strong herself.
Queen h6, queen g5 might force those queens off the board, so that doesn't seem particularly advisable. And I feel like Yifan has improved with each and every game. Even in that last game where she was losing, right? She did not play well by her lofty standards. The fact that she was able to survive that long and turn it around demonstrates to me that she's getting better at bullet even within this match.
Yeah. It's like her practice here. Can we do something like d4 here?
Ooh.
And just knight g5. I love this move. Knight f3 is a threat now. Knights are such a powerful piece.
D4, as you said. Oh my goodness.
Queen h3 is the move. You have to watch out that too.
Checkmate here. What a play. Rookie.
My God, that is the game. That's the attack. I have never seen such a powerful attack, actually. Wow.
You know how we were just talking about how she's getting better game by game and improving at bullet? Is there not a better example than that? Because sometimes when people sacrifice a piece against you and your king is open, you get scared and you start making bad moves. She's like, no, this doesn't work. I trust myself. And when Yifan is feeling confident about her chess, we know how strong she can be. She is playing amazing chess right now. And unfortunately for Polina, she can only clap her hands for her opponent because this match is over with. I think Yifan has this one in the bag.
Wow. That's why Yifan is always out there. And she's, in fact, the winner of the Women's Chess Championship 2021. That was indeed a very amazing game. But the other events, she's also always the finalist or the qualifier to the almost the finals. So, and we now know why she likes this tournament. It somehow fits her energy very, very well.
She's such a strong player. We always want more Yifan. For any of these top players who retire, we want to see more and more of their games. And when Garry Kasparov comes out of retirement, everyone is always excited. But for Yifan, she does bring some great chess to the WSCC. She won in 2021, a year ago against Kateryna Lagno. She lost in a hotly contested final. So for Yifan, she wants to right that ship. She wants to get back to her winning ways. And well, look at this game. This looks like it's one where it can go either way. The good news for Yifan is she's up by 6 points. She's doubled Polina's score.
And we do have 8 minutes on the clock. Is that even possible practically to catch it up for the tie breaks? At least for the tie breaks. That's very, very slim chance, right?
Yes, slim to none is how we usually frame that because with 8 minutes, as long as Yifan doesn't resign ever, there's just no way that Polina will be able to get it done in time. And Polina deserves a lot of credit because, Ketty, at the start of this match, the way she handled the 5+1, she looked dominant for a series of games there, but things just turned around in a hurry in the 3+1.
That's true. And in fact, she was the one who was in lead with 2 points even at the beginning. And I was really questioning our predictions earlier, the predictions from our viewers and the computer predictions too. But people had their reasons, to predict that.
Polina, so strong. And in another match, we said she could win any match against Yifan. In fact, the prediction said that she would win about 1 in every 4 matches. This is one of the other 3. This is one of the 3 that Yifan is taking. And right now, we have another position where it's even material, but it's still chaotic because white is striking through on the queen side and black has an extra pawn in the center. And the engine, of course, just has 0.
Yeah. But I don't know if this is going to end in a draw. Yifan actually has 5 seconds on the clock. And black is just fine, actually, to control a file. But is that enough to win? Maybe e5, e4 to push e3?
That's a good idea. At some point, black needs to push this pawn. Whoa, h5. Keeping more pawns on the board seems a bit dangerous at this stage, but she's using this pawn as a decoy. Rook h5. you can't take the rook because h7 was available.
Oh, I love that. And now she's just giving a check, but watch out, if you give too many checks, this king will walk on h3 and it will be a checkmate.
Barely getting it off in time because rook a1 check by rook f1 was close, but now she's just keeping the king locked in over here. This is a very smart play, as now the king goes back and the rook is on the 8th rank, just checking about.
I was thinking check and then rook to f1 to try to win the pawn, but is that a first game with a draw? We were looking so much for at least one draw.
Wait a second. Can white somehow turn this game around? I feel like this is the type of position where white gets the king out, takes his g-pawn, and suddenly black could be in trouble, but not with the king, as advanced as it is.
Yeah, black is making sure that black will keep the eye on f2 pawn, and this king will not be checkmated, obviously.
Paulina won on time! Yifan couldn't get her move off in time.
No. Whoa.
That's sad.
She just flagged with the rook e4, right? The moment she played rook e4, she flagged.
And for Yifan, I mean, that still shows that in time scrambles, things might not always go her way. The good news is she's still up 5 points and there's under 5 minutes remaining. But in a different match, in a closer match, that game would have been of all importance.
4 minutes and 50 seconds to go, and still big gap in the score. And they're starting a little bit slow at the beginning, but then things are getting really crazy in the end game, where it's usually just a draw in normal days.
And so still no draws allowed, Ketty. That's the name of this match. And no draws have been made. And in this position, I like black's chances because you've just put a rook on b2. The c3 pawn is hanging. I wonder if you can sacrifice an exchange at some point. No, Yifan says, let me just back that rook up.
For the moment, I'll just go back. Maybe rook to b8 to control the b file first. She's straightening the knight on c4, which is a very good knight. h5, blocking the king side.
Rook b1, not loved. I guess black just controls the queen side, and white has no attack. So looks like black has a lot of fun down the b file.
Yep, and we can see here white is going all in with f4, f5 and the king side attack. But how about queen a5 here to go and grab the a2 pawn? She plays safe and she keeps down the king side anyway.
I think she'll probably have to play f6 at some point, but for now she doesn't because her e7 pawn is well defended. And Yifan down to 30 seconds. That's where you start getting nervous for her. But she makes an active move with her knight to g4.
Yep. The pawn takes. Now the pawn on g6 is a weakness, but it's very difficult to attack that weakness. How about rook f1, knight, queen to f3 to build up something on the f file?
That's what is being looked at right now. And queen e8 trying to save the king, cover the f7 square. That does give up a pawn. So it looks like Paulina, she's in charge right now.
Yep. And now h5 at some point can be the very strong pawn push. h5.
Looks great. h5 looks like a very,
and
very
the pawn
nice
is on
move.
a7 is also hanging.
Oh, that's true too.
You can take with the bishop or with the knight.
But look at this. You're down a pawn, yet you trade queens because the activity is so powerful here for black. And it's the white king that could be in danger with this queen trade. Knight g4, bishop to d4, check.
d4, yeah.
That's dangerous.
It is very dangerous, actually. Bishop d4 is coming. Maybe knight f6 or bishop f6 to make sure that this bishop is off the board, so there are not that much of danger anymore.
Knight e5, knight f3 check is the idea, and there might be that sort of draw where the king can't get away from that checking knight. What's the material? Even material.
Yeah, just take the pawn.
It's crazy to me that the material is even. I just never would have guessed it.
Yeah, it looks really unbalanced position here. Knight f3. There we go.
Yeah, check back and forth. And for Yifan, she played quickly, and she made a draw here. So now it's the first draw of the match in game 23. And with only 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining, Ketty, it's Yifan moving on to the semifinal.
seems like there's no other way. So we can see here a huge difference on the score. But anyway, there was a great fight that Polina Shuvalova just put it up. And also the quality of the games was quite nice and high.
Yeah, and for Paulina, oof. Well, this is not going to end on a great note after 95. He couldn't take because there were bishop pins on b5. This still is pleasant for white, even though it wasn't the most accurate continuation. A bishop pair, open space. But for Paulina, sorry, Katie, what you said is true. She played very well at the start. She just couldn't keep it going in the shorter time.
Yeah. And we have to admit that she had really, really tough days to qualify for Swiss. The knockout system, it's not so easy. And after 2 days to face one of the toughest women chess players in the world, that is indeed a tough task for Polina Shuvalova. But I think she did everything with the grace and very, very nicely.
Yeah, Paulina has a lot to be proud of. She won the IM Najim Speeches Championship. She's playing in all these over-the-board events. And against Yifan, to take a lead against her in the 5-minute portion and then have a 2-point lead even after the first game of the 3+1. But then Yifan just turned it all around. And when Yifan is on that kind of rampage, I really don't know who can stop her. Very few people, because she was playing such a nice match in the middle portion.
Yeah, that's actually true. And I see 0-0-0. So this is the last game of this portion. And there is no any way that Paulina can survive here. So it is how you fans day indeed.
For sure. Let's see if we get a second draw in a row. That would be something, wouldn't it? These players refused to draw throughout the match. We had one draw there, and knight takes d4 was hanging. So both players are very, very tired. There are tactics that they're going to miss. We don't blame them. But this is the final game of the match. Well, Yifan is the winner. And afterwards, we will get her for an interview, we hope. So, this game is just, I don't even know what to make of it.
Yeah, it's they're just playing the game. I think yet another game. Although they are not even thinking to offer a draw or repeat the moves, that's also quite fighting spirit what we have.
And apparently mistakes are happening, but the players aren't taking advantage of them. This is just difficult to play for so many hours in a row. And Queen C7, that was a nice move from Paulina. And we agree with you, chat. Excellent quality games, hard fought indeed.
Yeah, I agree with that. Maybe some repetitions of the moves. Oh, no, they are not going for it, actually. Rook b4?
A win for Shuvalova. Oh! What a commentator's curse! What was Rook c3?
No! Oh my gosh! The mouse sleep Rook was going on c4 and... Whoa! There was a bad blunder. There was a bad blunder. It's always good when the player who is knocked out wins the last game, right?
Oh my goodness, of course. And I'm just so glad that didn't decide the match, because Ho Yifan had a big enough lead where that game, the last few, didn't matter, and she advances to the semifinals. But she can breathe a sigh of relief, not just for that final game where there was a rook blunder, a misclick, or a mouse slip of some sort, but overall, Paulina gave her a tough match in the 5+1, but then it was all Yifan from there.
Wow, we can see here that 5+1 was Paulina's version 4 versus 3, but then from that moment on, Ho Yifan took it over 6-1, 4.5 to 2.5. But what's very important, Robert, we had the most amazing games. We couldn't ask for more. We had blunders, we had sacrifices, we had attacks, we had forks, a lot of forks and more forks, and also some of the flags as well. And both cases, I think, that I remember now and I can recall was Ho Yifan who got flagged.
It was the perfect recipe. We got a bit of everything. And well, for those of you who are still here, we will get an interview with Ho Yifan, so do not go anywhere, because after this short break, we'll bring on Ho Yifan, the winner of the first match at this year's Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship.
I've been a member since 1986, nearly 40 years. It's just a beautiful building, very nice staff, lovely place. My name is Peter Lee. I am 79, 80 later this year. I won the British Chess Championship when I was 21. I played in the England team for about 10 years.
My name's Padana and I'm aged 8. My rating's around 1800 and I won the World Under-8 Girls Rapid and Blitz Championships.
Ladies are allowed in now, but they used not to be here until 20 years ago. Would you like to see a bit of the club, Padana? In theory, no one under 14 should go in the club. So I've always been into problem solving, everything I do. I play bridge as well, I do crosswords, I do number games, I'm a medical statistician. I call myself a problem solver.
I started liking the pieces and I wanted to take them and keep them, so then my dad said I could play chess instead.
When I gave up when I was about 31, 2, I was 2,390. And I've only played one graded game since then. What did you say your rating was? 1900?
1800.
18. Even if you're not ahead of me yet, you'll be ahead of me in 2 or 3 years' time. Sure. Well, she played a lot of very sensible moves. Did you think you were winning at one stage?
Maybe slightly better.
Maybe slightly better, yeah, you probably were.
And we are back and delighted to be joined by Ho Yifan, who just won her match against Paulina Shuvalova. So, Yifan, first of all, congratulations. And how do you feel having won that match after starting by trailing in the early going?
Thank you. Yeah, I thought it was like a very tense match. So although I played like well in the second half according to the scores, but actually the games were not that easy, as you mentioned. Like I think I started a bit like too slow as I was down the clock in most of the games, and I thought I was missing quite some very good positions and good games. Therefore, I was at one moment in a very uncomfortable position in 5+1 segments, and I thought I made a nice fight back in 3+1. I thought that was the most satisfied part. Although when things going well, when it goes to the bullet chess like 1+1, my opponent missed a lot of good chances. I think with some, wrong mouse click. I thought I was lucky, but still I think that didn't really affect a lot the scores. But in general, I thought it was like a very interesting match, and I enjoyed to play with it. I thought she did actually very good.
Wow, that was indeed amazing, and congratulations from me as well. we enjoyed so much to see all these crazy tactics. And several times there was knight d5, the greatest move we had on the board. We're screaming for that move. Can you please tell us what was your preparation before this tournament that you were so good at the tactics?
Well, thanks for the appreciation. I thought I was actually missing quite a lot of things as well when it goes to within seconds, but I'm actually very happy when I saw that both this 95 works. And actually one time, oh no, actually one game, I made this 95, but I lost because I made later a sacrifice on e5, which absolutely like going a little bit crazy on that. But in general, I thought it was very interesting. And in Blitz Chess, there were a lot of fun. And talking about tactics, to be honest, I didn't do any special preparation. I was playing these Asian games like a month ago, and to be honest, after that I was like kind of busy with the work and so on, and I thought that the previous practice was kind of helpful still.
And well, Yifan, since you do have another job, I mean, how much time goes by before you start missing playing chess? Like, is it a week? Is it a month? Like, how often do you get the itch to play?
Well, it's actually hard to say. It depends on the timetable. So, for example, in August and September, I had a couple of events in a row. Also, it was like a summer break in the university. But after, let's say, Asian Games, there were like no really important OTB events. So I was kind of catch the work back and more involved into my job. But now I'm very happy that I can play speed chess again a couple of years in a row. And thanks to this online event, because if one day it was held offline, it would be much harder for me to participate. And I thought it's always good that you play, you meet friends and enjoy these fast speed chess in general.
Mm-hmm. Ifan, we know the secret that you love this competition. You always play at the Women's Speed Chess Championship. What is so special about this event that you never say no to it?
Well, I started to play. Actually, I think I was started to play a couple of years ago in even the speed chess. But I always like kind of lost the match poorly in the first round. Okay, according to my rating, I was playing like one of the highest rated players, but still the score was really like poor. And at one moment, I don't know why, and I got the invitation and decided to play for the women's speed chess. And I thought probably because of the previous like kind of these experience, which is absolutely a bit uncomfortable, but that's a good lesson for me, and that goes back to the women's speed chess. I thought I was doing a relatively good job, but again, it's very it's like a blitz. A lot of things can happen. I think luck always, goes to someone, and so just one day, maybe one moment you felt good or bad, that could definitely influence the result of the match. And also, there were like unexpected things. For example, you run click, you pre-move, anything can happen. But again, just in the match or in the games, if you found some interesting ideas and some works, that makes me like feeling more enjoyable.
Well, it feels like a perfect time now to ask you our first featured chat question from Krishna21234. And the question is, do you enjoy playing these online events as much as you do playing over the board events?
Well, I thought that it's two different types. For OTB events, normally it's like more serious, more official, and people might take it like really into a chess event. But when you're playing online, at least for me, I'm not taking any of these online events as serious as the offline. So I mainly thought it's a good practice, and I enjoy it, and I thought it's a type of e-platform that can promote chess in some way and could bring, let's say, new ideas to the chess fans, enhance its communication. So I would take this as a way of promotion, but not the way of competition. And I'm enjoying both, by the way.
All right, we are actually so curious what the players are doing during the breaks, because it's so short time. It's like 3-4 minutes only, and you have to change this segment, right? 5+1, 3+1, and you are changing to then bullet. We are dying to know what is your routine, what you're doing during the breaks, how you're keeping your mind fresh.
Well, it was different compared to the past times because this is almost the first edition that I played in actually Beijing. Previously, I was playing in Shenzhen. Why I mention this? Because the location is different due to the weather. And you can probably see me that here is a little bit chilly. So during this break, I was a little bit not exercise, but walk a bit around just to make myself that keeping energy and feeling like kind of ready for the event. So nothing special. I was basically just have some rest and no chess, no thinking, no other thinkings, because as you mentioned, it's very short. For example, if you go to the restroom and things like that, would just the time flies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, Yifan. And you said during the breaks, no chess, none of that. But a lot of people want to see you stop taking a break from especially over the board chess. And I know you did play in the Asian Games and in Dusseldorf as well. So when can we see you next over the board? Is there an event you're signed up for?
Nothing have been planned so far, to be honest. So in my schedule, this event, Speeches, was kind of the latest one that have been confirmed. So I have no idea. Of course, I got some invitation, especially OTB events. I don't know, maybe people see me playing, as you mentioned, the Dusseldorf and Asian Games. I started to get a little bit like even more invitation, but it really, it really depends. I haven't really make up my mind like which direction I should go. I'm still like trying to combine both, but actually I just switched my job to the new university a couple of months ago, and the new job here in the campus is even more busier compared to the previous one. There are more like challenges and more like new stuff for me to learn. So I think it really depends. Probably when it goes to the breaks, let's say summer or winter break, I'm interested to participate in some OTB events. But mainly, some time of the year, I'll just be active in these like online events.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. But can you tell us what your new job is? Because you mentioned it. We're just all curious. What was the switch like? What are you doing now?
Well, it's actually still, nothing huge. It's still like in the physical education department in the university, but just the university changed. I moved back to the one that I had my undergraduate studies. So it's one of the best ones in China, Peking University. So no longer I'm based in Shenzhen. I moved back to Beijing. But the environment was different because in the previous one, we were kind of building the higher level sports team, which means it's still like combining the campus sports and the professional sports. But here in the new university, we didn't have any this higher level team. It's all about the students team. It's all about the students who were not focusing on chess. So here it's mainly about taking sports as a kind of tool to let's say combining with the general education. I would say this one. So less professionals, but more like diversified campus sports.
Wow, that's so amazing to see you so passionate about talking about your profession and how you're chessing also. You're using chess into that profession. Can we ask for a secret recipe from your side as you are working full time, the other job, but still your openings are so amazing. Are you working on chess time to time, or how can you describe what percentage chess preparation takes in your daily life?
It's actually very hard to answer, as I thought it really depends. So I would say that last couple of years, I didn't do much, let's say, serious training most of the time, starting from 2020. Actually, when this pandemic starts, because most of the events I can play is only online. But at some moments of this year, because of this, Asian Games is very important for the team and for the country. So I thought that since I'm one of the participants, so I should get this responsibility. So I started to train a little bit serious, and also in Dusseldorf, we were playing a team that's having this first edition of World Rapid. Since both are like team tournaments, both are you belong to one of the teams. So somehow it urges me to spend a bit more time on chess and training a little bit seriously. I would say. So I feel like last couple of months I'm a bit like more to chess compared to a few years ago. But again, it's not in the same level. You know, when you let's say talk to a couple of years ago when I was playing all these let's say the World Championships or the top level events, is still not the same case. But
Right.
if I have time, I'm just like sometimes following the games of players and also the friends, just you know, and trying to keep myself up to date. But it really depends.
I was just going to say, Chess.com, you hear that? Make a team event so Yifan will play more. That's what it sounds like. As soon as the team is involved, you're more likely to play. So Chess.com, make sure we get some team events so we get more of you. But Yifan, thanks so much, both for the amazing match and for the interview. And we know we'll see you soon in the semifinals, but it's getting late in Beijing, so we'll let you go until we see you in the next match, okay?
Okay, thank you. Nice meeting you and talking to you. Bye.
Thanks so much, Yifan. And we know our first semi-finalist here at the Women's Speed Chess Championship. It is Yifan. She moves on to take the winner of Vaishali and Alexandra Kosteniuk. So, Ketty, Yifan is always awesome. She gave us so many insights into her personal and professional life and how chess still remains a part of it. But I think none of the other competitors, they don't care about that right now. They care about beating her on the board.
Well, Yifan is one of those personalities that you just love this personality, and also her style of playing chess. But here we have this lineup of the players, youth players, former women's world champions, and very experienced grandmasters, very strong speed chess players. They have their own personalities, all of them, and so many is ahead of us, Robert. This is just the beginning. This is just the first match, and it was such a joy to see those two players, Polina Shuvalova and Yifan, on the chessboard and also on the camera. It was truly amazing to watch this match live.
The joy was all mine covering it with you, getting to watch Polina and Yifan play. The world is a better place when Yifan plays chess, so we do want to see more of her, and we know for sure we'll see her in the semifinals. But you don't have to wait until then to get more chess or more from the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship, because right after this, there's going to be another match. We're getting a doubleheader today because Valentina Gunina and Harika Dronovalli, they're going to play their quarterfinal match. That's the 4 versus 5 seed matchup. That's going to be exciting, so you do not want to miss that. So thank you so much to you, Ketty. Thank you so much to chat for taking part and asking some great questions. And thank you to the players for always making this the best time. The Women's Speed Chess Championship presented by Julius Baer continues. Up next, Gunina and Harika.
For years, Chess Kit has had lots of fun online events, but it's finally time for us to go IRL, in real life, puzzle competitions, a main event, and all sorts of other fun things to do. Announcing
the Chess Kid National Festival.
Come along, you'll meet Fun Master Mike there. I'm going to the Chess Kid Festival. I'm going to the Chess Kid Festival. I'm going to the festival.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on Chess.com. Connect your Chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
The Chess World Championship has been a prestigious title for well over 100 years, but oftentimes the prize money was lackluster. Chess in the 19th century developed without an international governing body. World championships were negotiated between players, with challengers expected to raise large enough stakes to entice a title holder to compete. The first official World Championship in 1886 had a substantial prize purse, fitting for an inaugural event. Subsequent championships failed to generate substantial purses. It would take 35 years for the World Championship's prize purse to surpass the amount raised for the first championship. Something magical happened in chess. A new challenger from the United States pierced the Iron Curtain and threatened to end Soviet dominance of the sport. Bobby Fischer won the candidates matches in 1971, earning him the right to play Spassky for the world title. Fischer was different than other players of the time. He didn't just want to be the best player, or the most dominant, or even the most famous. He wanted to be paid. Fischer grew up in abject poverty in Brooklyn, New York, and was highly motivated by money and earning what he believed chess players were worth. The storylines were interesting and diverse. USA versus the USSR. West versus East. Capitalism versus communism. The world was ready to see these two superpowers battle it out on the chess table. Fischer's demands continued to impact almost every variable of the event, including the location, the chessboard and pieces, and of course, the prize purse. Fischer even had the audacity to demand a share of the ticket sales and broadcast royalties for the players. At one point, it looked like the event might not even happen. Fischer claimed the prize money was too low, despite it already being the highest in history. Fischer's calculated moves paid off when a wealthy business owner doubled the prize purse, raising it to $250,000 or $1.7 million today. Fischer and Spassky shared a prize purse bigger than all the previous World Championship prizes combined. After their match, Boris Spassky stated to the press how grateful he was for Bobby Fischer and how the money from this event was going to change his life. Bobby Fischer single-handedly raised the profile and catapulted chess into a mainstream sport followed by millions of people. Fischer had ensured that not only he and Spassky, but every World Championship competitor after them earned a deserving prize.
I think my most the time control I like the most is Blitz, maybe 3+2. Definitely, I think nowadays even we are getting lost in touch with this classical time control. Though I played many this year, still I feel like the tournaments are really long. So I'm liking this more, especially after being a mother. I'm liking more of short time controls, so that you can quickly finish the tournament and you go back home. So definitely I would say shorter time controls I prefer, and especially Blitz 3+2. Yeah, it's interesting, definitely. It's also, I think, addictive once you start playing it. But I think then it almost like the importance of chess, like understanding or anything, I think will slightly reduce. So maybe for that reason I prefer 3+2. But also, of course, Bullet is a lot of fun, and it's been a while I got into it, so I'm looking forward to play some Bullet too.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a Chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
I'm International Master Alex Banza, and I'll be presenting you Silman's complete endgame course from beginner to master. Besides what you will see from Mr. Silman, I'm gonna try to do my best and share with you some of the insights that I managed to steal from my coach. Trust me, you have never really imagined something like this could be compared to chess. You will notice that the difficulty of these positions will kind of increase exponentially as long as we progress with the series. Let the games begin. Knight takes on a3, bishop takes on a3, knight b5, targeting your bishop, targeting the pawn. You have to keep the bishop on the diagonal. Knight takes on c3, defending my pawn. Knight e2, but after the stunning knight to b1, threatening pawn to a3, pawn to c3, threatening b2, threatening a2. There is just no way to stop. Improve your endgames and start crushing your opponents with this very evil playstyle.
I remember that day, it was unreal. I definitely felt like I was walking on air. Yeah, it was like such a beautiful feeling because I won the first championship that was actually combining women and men into the same section. So in addition to winning the title and the money, which I really needed, it was like something like $9,500, but I was like a college student at the time, and like literally that was like all the money I had in my bank account after cashing that check. So that was really cool. And then also I got an IM norm. So it was like a little bit of everything.
La partita a scacchi di Marostica è una grande rappresentazione collettiva.
Nel 2020 l'interruzione della partita è stato come spegnere improvvisamente la città.
Purtroppo sono stato qui in zona il paziente zero del Covid. Questa prima edizione dopo la pandemia sarà senz'altro un'emozione.
Questo è l'anno più importante per la città, per noi, per tutti. Do un'occhiata al meteo. Mamma. La partita di quest'anno è una questione di vita o di morte.
Welcome to the second show of the Women's Speed Chess Championship. After a very exciting match this morning, we have the second match of the doubleheader for you today. Robert and Ketty did an amazing job. It is an honor to follow in their footsteps. I'm your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and alongside me today, International Master Irene Sukander. Irene, a pleasure to be commentating with you this afternoon.
A pleasure for me as well, Dania. And Robert and Kathy have been covering the match very well, and I was watching almost the whole time, and then how Yifan emerged as the victor of their match against Shuvalova. So what do you think about the match, Dania?
It was an exciting match. I caught the tail end of it. Pretty consistent from Yifan, who doesn't play as many OTB tournaments anymore, but it clearly does not negatively reflect on her speed chess strength. Yifan takes the match with a steady hand, but today we have two other incredible competitors facing off, Valentina Gunina and Dronavali Harika, two names that should be at the top of everyone's minds if you have been following women's chess over the last couple of years, Irene.
Yeah, exactly. And these two female players are surely my favorites. And even though their rating are below 2,500 at the moment, but their speed ability is still tremendous, especially Valentina Gunina, whom we will see the interview in about a few minutes. She just makes a really great comeback. She just played the Grand Swiss, and she scored actually pretty decent score there in the Grand Swiss, despite not having playing chess for I don't know how many months.
Indeed. Yeah, Valentina has been dealing with some health issues, but nonetheless keeping up a very high level of play. And her opponent, Dronavali Harika, let's spotlight her. To start off, this is her third Women's Speed Chess Championship appearance. She was the finalist in 2021 when she went down to Yifan in one of the closest matches that Yifan has ever played. She is the second woman in India to become a Grandmaster after, I believe, Humpy Canero, but don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure it's Humpy Canero, but incredibly strong over-the-board career, and one of the top female blitz players without question. Very, very scary opponent.
Yeah, and Harika is a very universal player as well. She is a nightmare to be prepared against. I played against Harika I don't know how many times, and it's always a headache to play against her, playing with white or black pieces, because she's very, very universal and her repertoire is always on the top.
Well, last week we asked Dronavali how much online chess she has been playing since the last Women's Speed Chess Championship, because her schedule is chock full. Let's take a listen to Grandmaster Harika.
It changed a lot. I think the whole last year, I played a lot of online tournaments on Chess.com, like especially the Saturday tournaments and like Speed Chess Championship. I enjoyed it. I think my whole pregnancy, I was busy and kept to chess because of Chess.com for sure. And after that it changed a lot. I couldn't be in much touch with online chess after my baby, and especially with so many tournaments, I couldn't really cope up with the online tournaments or chess. So I'm definitely, this is interesting to come back again to what I like, to be at home and play chess.
We congratulate Dronavali on her kid. Irene, that's got to be so difficult to manage all of those responsibilities and keep up the kind of level that she has managed to keep up over the last couple of years.
Yeah, she's one of the female players that I look up to. How she manages everything and still playing on the top of her chest is just incredible. So, and we are looking at Harika right now, preparing for her match against Valia Gunina. And we also have Gunina soon on the screen.
Yeah, let's take a look at her opponent, Grandmaster Valentina Gunina, another incredibly experienced top player. Excellent blitz player, so accomplished. There she is, Valentina Gunina on camera. We can look at her short resume. This is her fourth WSCC appearance, one of the most experienced WSCC players. She was the finalist all the way back in 2019. Feels like a different millennium when she went down to Elena Danielian, also by 2 points. She is the 2012 Yes, 2012 Women's World Blitz champion. That was a long time ago, Irene, but that just speaks to her incredible wealth of experience.
Yeah, I mean, she is a regular podium player, not only in the 2012 Women's World Blitz Championship, but if I'm not mistaken, even in the past 5 years before her sickness hit her, she's always going to the podium for the World Blitz and World Rapid Championships.
She is indeed, and she continues to play despite difficult conditions. We asked Valentina Gunina what she's been up to in the past year, and she gave us a lot of insight. So let's listen into Valentina Gunina's soundbite.
From May of this year, they finally found my diagnosis, and it's immunity problems. So I need to stay to hospital and to take medicine. And I'm lucky that I still can play chess because in that trouble that I stand by, it's really difficult. So I will play speed chess if I go further, come back from hospital. Yeah, but you know what is funny thing? My last time my coach wanted to do something nice to me because it's always not nice time in hospital, and I had during droppings medication. I also had chess lesson with him, so by Skype. So it was really nice. Almost everyone knows it. It's Yifan Popov. Yeah, also from Moscow. So very, very strong. Yeah, I like to play Title Tuesday too, because I also training my skills there, also checking what I can remember from my openings or try something new, and also if I can beat some man, yes, it's also nice.
That was Valentina Gunina talking about her experiences despite all of the health issues that she has experienced over the last couple of years. Irene, that certainly cannot be easy, and we really admire her resilience, and her love for chess really has carried her forward. Just such a great story.
Yeah, exactly. It is actually such an inspiring story for me, and how chess has given her some dream, to keep going and not giving up with her health condition. And here we are. Tonight we'll see Valia Gunina versus Harika Dronofali. What do you think will happen in the match, Dania?
I think it's going to be a really close match. Smarter Chess agrees that it's going to be a fairly close match. Interestingly, Smarter Chess calls for victory for Valentina Gunina by 3 points. Smarter Chess believes that Gunina will take the 5-minute portion and then the 3-minute portion, and then they'll split the 1-minute portion. I don't really know if I agree. I mean, Harika is an incredibly strong player. She's been in good form lately, so I think it's a complete toss-up, Irene, honestly. I think it's 50-50.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't know who I will be rooting for actually, because these two players are really quite even. And I pull up some stats on my own database, Dania, and I have 32 games between Valentina Gunina versus Harika Dronofali, where Valentina won 6.5 versus 3.5 in the last 10 matches of their games.
Okay, so sounds like Valentina has a bit of an edge in their recent encounters. Valentina also has a great style for blitz. She's an incredibly sharp, uncompromising player. She likes 1e4. She likes tactics, and that kind of style translates very, very well to the WSCC format. I'm not quite as familiar with Harika's playing style. I assume you faced Harika over the board, Irene. She strikes me as a more positional player, but I'm not totally sure.
Well, she can play very tactically at times too, but what I really admire from Harika is when she is facing some losing positions, you will have be, you'll be very surprised at how amazing she is at defending the position. She has a very great resilience to the losing position, and of course, like tactically at times too. So here we go. Valentina Gunina started the match with white pieces and start with d4, d5.
Okay. Queen's Gambit decline in the first game. I'm already slightly surprised because I'm used to one e4 from Gunina, but remember, this is Blitz. People play absolutely everything. The importance of what particular opening it is somewhat diminished. We have a semi-Tarash, a very fashionable line with white just continuing her development.
I've seen this Samitarash appeared in so many games lately in the recent tournaments played by higher level players as well. And with this bishop e2, bishop d4, I think we're still in the theoretical book.
Yeah, black closes up the center, not allowing white to take on c5 and create that isolated queen pawn on d5. Okay, Valentina drops her knight back to d2, potentially preparing to break through in the center with e4. I think this is one of white's main ideas. When black sometimes overextends herself in the center, is to strike with e4 and posing some early problems to Harika.
Yeah, exactly. While white is trying to play in the center, black will try to manage the queen side and maybe possibly trying to attack from the queen side, because where else should black attack, right? Because e4 is already on the board. How should we respond to this, Tanya?
It feels like black should probably take on e4. Otherwise, e5 is a pretty serious, at the very least, positional threat. Black starts with bishop takes c3, but that allows white to correct her pawn structure with bc and garner the bishop pair and potentially get some play down the b file. So I really like the kind of position Gunina has gotten out of the opening. What is she thinking about? Maybe she's flirting with the idea of e takes d5, but that just seems unnecessary.
Yeah, I think I'd like to keep my pawn on e4, and bc3 I think is quite automatic.
Yeah, e takes d5, I think there might even be bishop takes d2, and white's not going to be able to recapture enough minor pieces in time. Clearly, Valentina is calculating something. Bishop takes f6. That doesn't really make sense either. I mean, why give up the bishop pair? Kind of an interesting moment here.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, maybe she was calculating about bc3 and h6, bishop h4, and probably g5 or something. That looks a bit loose to the king, but that's something to calculate.
And or she's trying to close a pop-up on her computer screen window. You never know. Maybe some YouTube video came up and she's trying to close it and get back to the board. But she's taking now over a minute on what seems like an automatic recapture.
Okay, so is it possible that she got disconnected and then trying to reconnect to her account again?
Yes, it does appear to be a connection issue. We can see Valentina on the camera there. Her camera is working, but there might be an issue with her server connection. We're on top of it, but her clock is running for the time being.
Yeah, this is not a good news for those who are playing a competitive online tournament like this. And there you go, bc3 is already on the board, so Gunina is currently back on track.
Indeed, knight takes c4. She's got a great position. Bishop pair, protected passer on d4. There's even a potential queen sacrifice with knight takes c4 and knight takes c3 that I would consider. Instead, Harika chases away the bishop with h6. We have a trade on f6. Okay, bishop h4. And Harika centralizes her bishop on d5. Black is still very, very solid here.
Exactly. But I think what white is trying to do is to swap off all the minor pieces, because I think with the major piece endgame, it looks like a bit better for white due to the passer on d4.
I agree completely, as well as the prospect of long-term queenside pressure with moves like rook b1 and a4. Black, of course, can play g5 in order to unpin the bishop, but that seems incredibly committal and weakening. Yeah, I really like white's position here. Maybe Harika can try bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, and queen d5. Just try to get as many pieces off the board as possible, and she does just that.
Yes,
the engine
very
doesn't
good.
like this endgame.
Yeah, again, this d4 pawn is way too strong, and I guess if you can get your king somehow to the middle of the board and try to also attack, it's gonna be like an extra piece for white. And rook e4 is on the board, centralizing the rook. It looks like a good move to me, but somehow the engine doesn't agree.
Yeah, very sensible looking move. Maybe because of f5, which would force a rook trade. And that would give black access to the e-file. Instead, b5 by Harika. She just ignores what's happening on the e-file and instead works on the queen side. She might try a5 and b4. Gunina stops that with rook b1. Okay, looks maybe like a tiny advantage for white, but white's played down the e-file just doesn't seem that impressive. a4 by Gunina, trying to break apart black's pawn chain on the queen side.
Yeah, this looks quite natural as well to break this pawn chain, but this will also allow somehow an attack to the c3 pawn, which is also looking very weak at the moment. And we can also look at their time management. So Gunina has currently catching up with the time. She was down like 1.5 minutes due to the disconnection, but now their time is even.
Yeah, the best time to disconnect is definitely the 5-minute portion, because you've just got so much time. Okay, so now a big dilemma for black. She can play b takes a4, or she can, I don't know, defend the b5 pawn. But how do you do that easily? Because rook a b8, your rook is going to get overextended. White's going to play rook takes e8 and a takes b5. So maybe Harika, okay, she does play rook a b8. Huh.
That's okay. So what is the idea? So if you take on e8, take on e8, maybe ab and rook b8 back, and then just spin it like that. Oh, but there's b6. So that is not a really good. King f1. Maybe she saw that after takes, and then takes on b5, rook e1, rook c1, and then
Exactly.
c3. Yeah.
Very well spotted. Yeah, there was rook e1, rook c1 winning the pawn back. So instead, Valentina gets her king up to e2. Still feels like white is the one pressing. Maybe rook takes e8. Now black is going to get stuck eventually with this weak pawn on b5. White could also try to walk her king up to f4 and start targeting some of these weaknesses on the king side.
Yeah, that looks scary to me. Now white has two ideas, one on the queen side and one on the king side, and this is not very easy for black to handle both of them at the same time.
King e7,
King
though,
e7.
just in time.
So takes on b5, and it looks like, oh, d5 is a good move according to the engine, giving a spot on d4 for the king.
That's an incredibly bold move. And the pawn on f3 is such an important defender, because after king d6, king d4, black doesn't have this rook e8, rook e4 idea, which would actually be checkmate.
Wow.
Were the pawn not on f3, but the king on d4 is going to be unassailable as it is. And now the rook on b1 can get around to a6 and start chasing the black king back. This is looking very problematic now suddenly for Harika.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. I think this is already like a winning rook game for Gunina, and she is up a minute on the clock, so she's winning on every front.
h4 freezing the pawns. Harika just has to sit around and wait on the b file. Just go rook b6, rook b8, rook b6. And obviously the moment white leaves the b file, black should try b4. I think the only chance is to play b4 and try to trade as many pawns as you can.
I see, yeah. But after b4 here, rook a6 is going to be the next move, because you want to hit back the king to the back rank square.
Yeah, that's definitely going to hurt.
Yeah, I think that should be it. Or maybe you can take on c4 right now. King takes
Definitely.
c4. Okay, rook a6 is the move that Gunina chose.
Yep, king e7, dropping the king back. Now king takes e4. Makes a lot of sense. b3.
Oh, but you can pull back the rook to a1 and rook b1.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hard to evaluate, though.
There.
Hard to evaluate. Maybe white should consider c takes b4 and just go king e5, start going after the king side pawns. Very, very hard to actually make heads or tails of this endgame. She does take on b4, does Gunina. King e5, king c5. Lots of moves here. Not a lot of time.
Yep. And the pawn on c4 can always be taken care of by playing rook c6. And
C3.
she did it right away.
She blunders the h-pawn. Or does she? King e5. The position sharpens up. Okay, rook takes h4. Rook c7 check. She is banking on her d6, on her d5 pawn, but that pawn might not be able to squeeze through past d6.
Yeah, wow, this is such an instructive endgame, I would say. But unfortunately
Six.
for both players, they don't really have much time to think over this complicated rook endgame. And now rook takes h4. Do you take on c3 immediately? Yes.
She does. And now white is not really risking, but it feels like neither is black at this point. I think a draw is the likeliest outcome. Check here. Yeah, king takes f6. Rook d3. White plays f4. So white is still pressing. White is still pressing.
Yes, no, it's not so easy for Harika, even though we can see the eval bar shows that this is an even position. But in practical chess, we can tell that only white is pressing and then trying to win this one.
Yeah, this is a table-based draw. Black just kind of has to sit around on the f file. White's going to push f4, king f7, and white's going to try to make as much space for that f pawn as possible. Rook f6 check, and now white's winning.
And now white is winning. So what has to be done then? Could it
Maybe
be
the rook has to defend from the side?
from the side, from the long side, right? But okay, now it's a mess.
Now it's a mess. So king e6. King e6. Black
But
is
now
in
king
time
e6,
to access
king
the f5
e6.
square.
Exactly. And after king g6, there is rook g1, and the king has to move away, and king f5 is in order. Yeah, so this is
Exactly.
going to be drawn.
I think practically trying to win that is, okay, don't take the pawn, obviously, because of
Don't
rook
take the
f6.
pawn.
Harika was not
Yep.
born yesterday. And we're going to get a repetition of moves in the first game. What a crazy endgame.
Wow, a draw on the first game, and Valia made it with 1.5 minute disconnection. She caught up very well, and she had all the chances, but Harika again showed a very well resistance and managed to save the game.
Yeah, well done by Harika with the black pieces. Caro-Kann in game 2. This is Gunina's most popular opening against 1e4. She is a Caro-Kann player.
Yes,
we
I
get
think
another-
she's one of the best. Yeah, okay, so yeah, I think she's one of the best female players in Caro-Kann. She played this, I think, since her childhood, and yeah, she shows like really good repertoire in Caro-Kann. And this is something that quite rare for me to see in Caro-Kann.
Yeah, we saw white dropping the queen back to e2 straight away. Now we have the queens facing each other on b3 and b6, and it's one of those situations where neither side really wants to capture because it opens up the opposing side's rook in the corner. And Gunina just drops her queen back. She says, I don't want to deal with your queen. I'm going to come back to c7 and maybe slowly start preparing a central pawn break like e5. Black's position, very, very solid here. No problems at all.
Exactly, and I think bishop g5 right now just being played, and Harika might want to reroute this bishop to the h2 b8 diagonal by playing bishop h4, bishop g3 at some point. And I think that's the whole reason of queen c7 as well, is to prevent bishop f4.
Yeah, exactly. And the bishop drops back to h4. Now this bishop's stuck in a little bit of limbo. Maybe white can play bishop d3 on the next move and chase away the knight. Also, Valentina has to watch out for her e7 pawn. c5.
Ooh, it's a blunder. c5 is a blunder.
Feels like bishop d3 might be really unpleasant just because white is
I think
suddenly
so.
targeting that e-pawn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, bishop d3, I think it should be in order. Yeah, e7 is hanging. And there is no good discovery for the knight. Even if there is, you can just simply take it, and e7 again should be in trouble.
Whoa. e5 by Harika. I think she just didn't pay attention to that e7 pawn and how weak it is. Now that gives Valentina another chance to drop her knight back to d6 maybe.
Is that the only move in this position? Can we play something like with rook e8? Oh, a6 just been played?
It feels like both sides are ignoring the knight on e4 and how vulnerable it is.
Yeah. I try to understand their way of thinking, But yeah, still, I think they just simply forgot that the whole thing on the e file, that knight on e4 is kind of a bit weak, and especially the pawn on e7. And now rook ac8. Can we still do? No, we cannot. Yeah, we cannot do bishop d3 because of c4 there.
Exactly. Now already there's c4. So rook ac8 was actually an excellent defensive move. And it's not so easy for white to deal with the prospect of c4. I mean, maybe something like queen a3 can be considered. Okay, white plays c4 herself. Of course, the drawback of that move is that now black's bishop is opened up. But again, bishop d3 is a serious positional threat. e6 by Gunina, chipping away at white's center. And now we're going to get some tactics.
Yeah, we will definitely see some tactics now. But knowing Harika, she has the tendency of playing very safe. So actually, I'm not going to be surprised if she's going just to take on e6 or put something on the d file just to keep an eye on this d5 pawn.
Yeah, feels like that's the most prudent option. You definitely don't want to allow e takes d5, c takes d5, because then black is going to start pushing c4. Rook ac1 by Gunina. Harika just accumulating. I love the move rook fe8, just keeping the tension. Clearly, Valentina isn't too comfortable with her position. And Harika preparing to open up the center, I think, with e takes d5 at the right moment.
Right, yes. And this rook fe8, I think, should have been played like much earlier before. I think it would have been much stronger before. But now we're going to see like a very complicated position. These two bishops on f5 and g7 are way better, I guess, compared to the white's bishop on f1 and h4.
Yeah, totally. The bishop on h4 just kind of stranded. Now the knight on e4 is very well protected. And it's not easy for white to find a move.
Exactly, and there is no more weakness on e7, so black is totally fine.
I think we're going to see h6, bishop h6. Wow.
Bishop h6.
Okay, rook d1 will happen. I'm curious what Harika's follow-up is, because this is a cool-looking move, but the bishop was pretty nice on g7.
Right, yes. I like that bishop on g7 because at some point you might want to put it on d4 if the knight was not on f3. I had even an idea to play h6 g5 and probably kick out the knight with g4. That's my dream. But I think Gunina is also playing it safe, not really making so many committal moves. But now Harika over the queen trade on b6.
Yeah, queen b6 makes a lot of sense. And let's see how Gunina is going to prosecute this endgame. There is, of course, the possibility of d6 and d7. The knight drops back to d6. This makes a lot of sense. Bishop g3 chasing the knight. And Valentina drops her bishop back, establishing the knight on d6. Feels like black is doing all right in this endgame.
Yeah. Do you want to put the bishop on e4 and then cement it with f5? And now it's no longer an option, or does it? Or is it? Oh,
Yeah,
there's
maybe
f3.
now
So
f3.
there's yeah.
Knight on e5. Knight e4.
Wow.
What's going on here? Maybe d6
Yeah,
can be considered.
d6 is interesting. Knight c4. Nice, I think. The knight is looking good on c4. Okay.
Very good. Watch out for knight
Trading.
a5 at the right moment.
But now what to do with the d5 pawn first? Yeah, rook d1. And after bishop e4, maybe it's d6.
Yeah, d6, knight e3 also possible, but then maybe black can deploy the bishop back to h6. d6 feels like the ambitious move. And it's anybody's game. I mean, this endgame can go either way. White could end up losing all of her pawns, or black could end up losing the b pawn or allowing the d pawn through. Yeah, equality sounds like a pretty reasonable assessment here. This can go either way.
Exactly, yeah. But I like this purpose with knight f5 and hitting on b7. But I think the next move that Harika will play is something to do with the bishop on e4 by pushing f3, kick it out of the way, and probably bring the king again because we're entering the endgame phase.
Totally. Also to be considered is bishop e2 and bishop f3. I still have my eyes on that b7 pawn. I really, really want to make knight a5 work, but in order for that to happen, you need to get rid of this bishop. There's bishop e2. Good stuff by Harika. I think she's putting some practical pressure on Gunina here.
Exactly, but now the bishop just moved to g7, I think aiming towards d4 square so that the rook on d1 doesn't stare on the d6 pawn anymore. And yeah, bishop d4 has been played, bishop f3. I think if you take, and then bring the king to f8, yeah, it's still everyone's game right now. Bishop c2.
C2. Feels
Isn't
like
it
a
weakening
panicky
d7?
reaction. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a panicky move by Valentina because now bishop b3, knight a5, and white gets the best version of the situation because knight takes b7 also protects the d6 pawn.
Right, yes. Wow, that b7 pawn, we've been eyeing on it since many moves ago. And I think in about a few moves, I think it's going to be taken. And it is deciding the game.
Yeah, that pawn is going to fall. I think bishop b5 is going to be tried. Still actually not so easy because if you move the knight, you drop the d6 pawn, which also comes with tempo. Bishop d5, there's bishop takes c4. So black is still hanging on by a thread. I feel like white probably has some sort of a tactic here, but I'm not quite seeing it just yet.
So what do you think if after bishop d5 takes on c4, bishop c4, rook d6, and then b7?
Rook b6.
And then I can play, for example, bishop takes a6 or bishop d5. Yeah, I mean, just keep an eye on the b7 pawn. I think that's the deciding pawn. Yeah, exactly.
Bishop takes a6
happened.
is lovely. Yeah, very well called. She's played it. Maybe, though, that bishop is going to be stranded on a6. That's the one problem.
Yeah.
Maybe black can even play bishop takes b2 and just chill. That rook on b6 is safely holding the promotion square.
Yeah, I think so too. And the c5 pawn will come as a decoy. And I think it's just going to be another drawing game between these two.
Could get another draw. Yeah, definitely. If the c pawn is traded for the b pawn, there won't be much left to play for. Harika making some improvements on the king side, but black can play c4 right away. She can drop the bishop back to d4. Bishop f6 also good. And I think we're going to see liquidation with c4 impending.
Yes, it's just very important not to let the white rook to access the back rank. And this is what Gunina is doing, just keeping control of the back rank and then keeping control of the b pawn as well. And rook c2 is on the board. I think bishop e7, yes, should be playing.
Rook d2 and just maybe king e8 to stop the rook from accessing d7.
Yeah, I like that move.
Oh.
Yeah. Ooh. Why is it a mistake?
Apparently there was some resource, but things kind of getting heated now with the clock situation. Okay, finally white drops the bishop back. I would grab this pawn immediately, get rid of it before it's too late.
Yeah, that pawn worth more than the f7 pawn, definitely. And now I think it's an easier task for black to make a draw in this position.
Yeah, rooks are traded. I think that, g5, f4, and I think that's basically it. This is a dead draw.
Yep, they still have much time on the clock, actually. I mean, 20 seconds for this type of position.
Yeah, with an increment, you could play this for as long as you want, essentially, and bleed the clock. But I think they're going to try to find a repetition.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, and we'll be moving on to the third game very soon. Another draw, so 1-1 for each player, and Gunina is back playing white and also continue playing d4 like in the first game. And now what are we going to see? King's Indian. So before we see the Queen's Gambit, now it's King's Indian.
Great opening. Okay, Glick-Grich variation of bishop e3. This is one of the most reputable lines against the King's Indian, and now black has a million ways to set up their pieces. I mean, knight a6 is possible. You can play e takes d4. The one move that's not advised is knight c6. Yeah, e takes d4 is very, very fashionable.
Yeah, and now we're looking like a Maroczy bond type of position, the setup with the bishop on e2. D5 is going to be like the main idea for black to do, and black is trying to prepare for it. Castle, do you think d5 is good timing to play now? And then, yeah, she indeed played it.
Yeah, the main move there was even to play knight takes d5, but the way she's playing it is very, very reasonable. Bishop g5 by Gunina. Feels like she might be confusing two different lines. Now, knight takes b5. Okay, but black can maybe even just play d takes e4. Maybe chase away the knight with a6. Feels like white's position is really, really flimsy with this pawn sitting on f3.
Exactly, and then also it opens up the diagonal to the king on g1 as well. So I was also thinking that probably black can also play knight c6. Yeah, knight c6 is kind of like a very natural move to make. Yeah, whenever you take it, I'll take b takes c, and then queen b6 is always a threat.
Yeah, queen b6 is a huge problem. I mean, maybe white should just drop her king back to h1. Kind of an emergency measure to make sure that queen b6 doesn't come with a check, but clearly Valentina struggling in this king's Indian, allowing that d5 pawn break, and now her position is very close to collapse. I mean, e takes d5, queen takes d5 looks really, really unappetizing as well. Not sure what the most effective defense is here for white.
Right, yes. The minor pieces are looking a bit strange, having the knight on b5 and also the king on g1, like we mentioned before. And also the activity of the major pieces, the queen on d8 and the rook on e8, they're better placed than any of queens on white's rook. So king h1, trying to solve one problem away. Still, white has some problem on the center, but at least now the king is more safe than it is before.
Yeah, I think king h1 is a great move. It's the lesser evil. You're potentially even giving up the pawn in the center. But yeah, like you said, at least you're not going to get forked with queen b6. Now black has to decide, is she playing d takes e4 straight away? Is she... There's a lot going on in the center. I would probably just play de, but maybe... Yeah, h6 by Harika. Maybe a very good move to force white's bishop to commit.
Yes, both these moves, h6 and a6, probably, something to consider, because you just want to kick those pieces away and then try to get like a better center maybe. And also so many candidate moves actually, and those are looking very good for Harika.
Yeah, very hard to decide though. I don't like these situations when it feels like there should be something, but you start looking through the options and everything contains a drawback. It can be pretty infuriating. Like if you play d takes e4, maybe white can play knight takes c6 and knight d6. A little bit unclear. Queen b6 by Harika. Another excellent move, pressuring the knight on d4. Bishop f2. Now there's knight takes d4.
Wow. And knight has to take back, and then now maybe it's the time for you to take on e4, yeah? Oh, the rook on a will come to d8 at some point too.
Yeah, white's pieces are starting to stumble around. All of them are hanging. E takes d5, knight takes d5 will threaten a fork on e3. So this just feels okay. Bishop f2 on the board. But yeah, I just think knight takes d4 and then either... No, apparently that was not the best move. And neither was the recapture. What?
What's going on?
What other move was there? Because the knight on b5 was hanging. Maybe a4, but that was
maybe
crazy.
a4. Yeah, a4, and then you take the d4 knight with the bishop. Maybe that was the idea. Right.
E3.
And now knight f5 coming out of nowhere, but e3 is just in time. Knight g7, and I think you should wait. You should go e2 maybe.
Yes, king g7, bishop g1,
okay.
e2 is beautiful.
Yep. That's just easy. Yeah, it's now a double attack. Yeah.
It's over. Bishop g1, e2 is lovely. I mean, I won't put it on the board because I think Harika is going to do us that favor. Or Gunina might just resign here, but she's just losing a piece.
Yeah. I don't see any way back for Gunina to escape from this attack on e2 and also on f2 at the same time. Yeah. Fortunately for Harika, everything is well protected, even the knight on f6.
Yeah, I'll show this really quickly to the chat while Gunina is thinking. Bishop g1, the point is e2, bishop takes b6. You take with a queen, white has to recapture. and a takes b6, black goes up a piece. And instead, if you move the queen, then black makes a new queen, and you can only capture one queen at a time. You cannot capture both of black's queens at the same time. And for that reason, Valentina with g4. But okay, that's not going to do it. Black is going to win.
That's not gonna do it. Yeah, I totally agree with you. But this is her style. She's not giving up. She's a fighter. So even in the losing position like this, she would try her best to muddle water. But now E2 is on the board. Yeah, I think resignation is coming up soon.
And Harika could have taken the bishop, but she said, no, I want to also trade the queens, eliminating any chances of a freak attack on the king side. Gunina definitely is a fighter, an incredibly resilient player. You don't want to give her any unnecessary chances. And with the queens off the board, I just don't see any realistic chances here. For white,
Yeah.
rook a6, rook e6, etc.
Yep. And you're just waiting for the time to somehow use this knight on f6 because it's not currently doing anything. But yeah, rook d6 will do the deeds. And now maybe knight d5 or some knight maneuvering somewhere.
Yeah, f4 would be a very nice square. Maybe like g5, knight d5, knight f4. But Harika taking her time. She's enjoying the task of conversion. She knows she's going to win this. Getting the knight around. Valentina still trying. The knight, I think, dropping back around to e6.
Mm-hmm. And there you go. We will have g5 coming up soon and maybe an outpost on f4. But
Yeah,
wow,
exactly.
you must give it to Harika. She's not giving white any chances, not even any penetration with the king. Rook d7, just stopping the king to go d6. And now, okay, this is a losing position, obviously, but the way Harika handles it, giving no chance to her opponent, you must give it to her.
Yeah, very patient, very methodical. There's no rush. I mean, the number of moves in the game is not recorded. Only the result is recorded. And I would go king d8, king c7, chase the rook away. Knight d8, also good. You can infiltrate.
Yep.
Start picking up white's pawns from behind. I don't love knight d8 as much. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't look very active. I would actually. There was one funny line that there was might be some checkmate in the. Wait, hang on. Is this a breakthrough?
Look at Gunina. How is she doing this? She's losing, but it's very close. 96, Irene, I think. 96, g8,
96, yeah. You have knight g5 or knight f8, yeah, stopping the h pawn. But okay, king. Okay, this is too safe by Harika right now. Takes, and the king on e4 will go after the knight and the pawn on b7.
It feels like Gunina's the one up a piece and Harika's down a piece, given how actively white is playing and how passively black is played. Now suddenly, it's not so easy. I mean, white's going to go king d6, king c7. And Harika has gotten herself all the way down to a legitimately difficult position to convert. Knight f7, excellent move, stopping king d6.
Yep.
Maybe king c5 should be tried. King c5? I don't know. What's the best chance here for white? Maybe h7 first. Okay, it's lost.
I think if you play king c5, you just want to go after the f3 pawn and then start promoting the g pawn. I think that was the idea. But now, okay, the g pawn was lost. You have to hold on with the b7 pawn to your dear life because this is the only hope that you have to win the game. But can Harika do that? I think so too, yes. And the king will just run back to the queen side and this is game over.
Opposition preventing white from accessing c7. Could you believe how close that was? I mean, the game is not over yet, but now it's very, very easy. You just get the white king out of d6 and you get your own king and you win the b pawn. I think Valentina might resign here.
Yes, that was very close. And I mean, this is showing that you shouldn't give up even until the last moment. There's still some hope. And I think Gunina has to resign here so that she will have more time later to take a revenge.
Yeah, and that is exactly what she does. Great fight by Gunina, but ultimately Harika never let the win out of her grasp. Okay, there were some inaccuracies, but it wasn't like she ever gave up the win. It was pretty much smooth sailing and another Caro-Kann in the next game.
Yes, this is another Caro-Kann, so I think Gunina just tried to play her best repertoire in order to even up the match after the first decisive game that we saw in the third game of their match now. And we almost see like this is a similar variation that we saw in the second game.
Yeah, it's a more tame version of the Caro-Kann. After knight d7, why do I feel like, yeah, bishop c4 here is the more popular move. Instead, d4 leads to a slightly more positional line because black is able to very quickly play queen d5 and bishop f5. So I'm honestly not the biggest fan of this setup for white. Feels like Harika is kind of on her own here.
It is possible that she mixing up her line. Maybe she saw some similar variation like this. But okay, queen b3. Okay, even though it looks like it's not getting white any big deal, but I mean white's position is totally solid.
Yeah, b4. And we've talked about the situation before. White does have a little bit of pressure on the a7 pawn. I think white's position is preferable by a smidge. Slight space advantage. Hard for black to push c5. Hard for black to push e5. But it's nothing major. Black is, of course, very, very solid here.
Yes, and something that to keep an eye on is the bishop as well. I think, if I'm not mistaken, in this type of setup, the bishop on f5 will be holding very well. So you might have to keep it. You shouldn't trade it with especially the knight. So, and now black is already castled. Actually, I'm not sure how to evaluate this position. Again, white is slightly better, but black has all the intention that she needed as well.
Yeah, exactly. Knight on d5, centralized nicely. All right, so probably white is going to castle kingside. I don't know if black is trying to go knight f4 or who the trade on f4 benefits. It might actually be white. Knight a5, hitting b7. Rook b8. Yeah, I would not give up the bishop.
Yes, that bishop on c7 is too precious to be traded off with the knight. And yeah, after this castle, do you think? Okay, I was about to say just e5, but maybe it's a bit too hurry. A6, and now maybe e5 is no preparation. Rook e8.
Very patient, but I definitely think e5 is on Valentina's mind.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah, e5. I mean, yeah, just break open the center and try to exploit the fact that white has a double pawn on b file. I don't know whether it is a good thing or bad thing, but black has to keep some edge over the fact that the front structure is a bit damaged.
g3 by Harika, so she doesn't mind e5. I think she's just preparing herself for it. Yeah, I would go ahead and play it. e5, d takes e5, bishop takes e5, h6, though, still more preparation. Both sides kind of playing cat and mouse here.
Not showing the real intention. But okay, I think e5 is now the right time to play.
Yeah, knight f6 instead. Black kind of dancing around. Maybe she just wants to keep the pawn structure as it is. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Black is still very solid.
Or maybe there's now the knight b7, bishop c6, and then take the exchange like that. And then, I mean, over 3 pawns. What do you think? Like 2 pieces for 1 rook and 3 pawns.
Yeah, that's definitely something to consider. Knight takes b7, bishop c6 was on the table. Instead, she drops back. And still, both sides just kind of maneuvering around.
Yeah, so e5 is no longer possible now because the knight on c4, pawn on d4, and rook e1 is eyeing on the e5 square. But what else can white do in this position?
Maybe
rook d.
Yeah, knight back to a5.
I still like this idea if
yeah.
yeah, and then you take on. Oh, now you cannot take on c6 here because bishop takes a5. Because I still like that idea, giving up my 2 pieces for the rook and then 3 pawns. That looks very interesting.
Definitely bishop c6. You're going to have a lot of passers on the queen side. That's for sure.
Yeah, but now I don't like the fact that the h3 pawn is already pushed. It's another weakness because now my bishop has to keep an eye on h3, unless you play king h2 now. But that doesn't really appealing to me because the bishop on b8 is just shooting over it.
Yeah, definitely. Rook d7. I feel like the knight keeps dancing around back to a5 and then back to c4. Not much has happened in the last 10 moves in this game. I feel like both sides are kind of searching for probing for weaknesses, but there really are none. Black can just go back and forth. Feels like white is in the driver's seat though, nonetheless.
Yeah, due to the space advantage, I'd say that makes white's position easier to play compared to black's. But at some point, if white wants to win, white has to find some concrete ideas, not playing cat and mouse like this the whole time. But again, this is not Harika's job, right? Because Harika is currently up in the lead, so a draw is fine for her.
Yeah, and she's happy to bleed, another 5 minutes off the clock. Okay, but c4, very bold move. Clearly indicating, I think, that she is very ambitious. She wants to put the bishop on c3, maybe x-ray the king. In some cases, push d5 after that. But does this work tactically after knight b6?
Wow, that's a good question because now after knight b6, c4 is kind of hanging, and also d4 pawn, and bishop on b8 will be taking over the e5 knight. So yeah, did Harika miss this, or did she have something in mind?
Yeah, very good question. But now she's starting to think again. Rook takes d4 is a threat. Bishop takes c5 and knight takes c4 is a threat. And
so,
yeah,
maybe you can just protect c4 by playing b3, because whenever rook takes, you have bishop c3, and then you're hoping for this discovery.
Yeah, great call. I think f6 by Gunina allows knight f3.
And knight f3 is a mistake. Maybe knight g4.
Apparently so. Man, sometimes even when you see that a move is a mistake, it's very, very hard to figure out why. f6 was very natural, just chase the knight back. Now bishop c3, and I think white's doing pretty well. Bishop c3, maybe double on the e file and start pressuring the e6 pawn. Feels pretty decent for white.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Now e6 pawn is the target of attack, and doubling up the rooks, it's a very natural idea to play, and especially with a shorter time control like this, you don't want to be overcomplicated.
Definitely. The rook doubles on the e file, knight f5 by Gunina, targeting d4. Also, there's this little move, bishop a7, to keep track of. The pawn on d4 is a long-term weakness.
Yeah, but the knight on f5 can easily be punched by g4. So the threat over d4 is not really a threat, in my opinion.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
and g4 just played.
g4 on the board.
Yeah, there's a cute line with d5 actually, because you have this type of discovery. I don't know whether it's working, but it looks like some ideas, because okay, with less than 1 minute on the clock, I think Harika just want to play some simple chess. But rook d2, bishop f4 back.
Okay, maybe bishop d3 can be considered. Chasing the rook back, let's say to b2, h5.
Ooh.
Slowly, things starting to heat up, both on the board and on the clock, as both sides fall to below a minute.
Yeah, exactly. And now the knight on g7 is trying to break out, because it doesn't do anything. But now with the push of h5 pawn, yeah, this knight might be a dangerous knight later on.
Knight e8.
Knight e8. Very cheeky. Knight goes to d6 maybe, and then put the knight on e4, centralizing the knight. Wow. I think the table might be turning soon.
Agreed. A bishop trade on d2. the knight will probably complete its maneuver to d6.
Or do you want to take on g4 first?
Yeah, probably not to allow g takes h5. I don't really see what
just to
that's... But she
simplify
does play
that.
knight d6.
She does play, yeah.
Okay, bishop e4 is an idea, although then that runs into knight takes g5 with the discovery. 25 seconds for Harika. So this is going to come down to a time scramble. The position has remained equal for a very long time, but finally both sides now under 30 seconds. And things are almost inevitably going to get pretty tactical, especially if black pushes e5 at some point.
I think we'll be seeing it soon. Oh, instead of e5, it's f5.
Didn't like e takes f5.
Wow. Black is better. And now I'm asking myself, why is black better?
There's a pawn majority on the king's side. Also feels like b3 can be easily targeted with knight d2. Instead, she goes f4. Does black. I think the trade on e4 would favor black. The knight would get stranded. b5, very panicky move by Harika. I think black could just grab that.
Yeah, that's a free pawn. And now black is just up on totally.
Gunina's winning. King e6, king d5. You can go into the center. f7 though, watch out. King d5. Oh, okay.
Takes, but no, you're still fine. You're still fine. King d4, and then that b4 pawn is going to fall soon.
But knight h3, knight takes f4. So
That's
Gunina goes the
true.
other way. She's trying to go after the knight. But knight h3. The knight's going to evacuate.
Yeah, knight
1
will
second.
go to f2. Wow. So Gunina fell on 1 second left on the clock.
Oh,
and
she's
now-
going to flag 1.3. She's going to flag.
Okay.
She's not going to make it.
Oh, Harika won on time. Yeah. I think she just completely lost track of time, Gunina. Maybe she just didn't realize that it was very short on time. Wow, what a match. And it was the second win for Harika.
Yeah, not the way that Valentina wants to go down. It was a great positional effort, a winning endgame, but ultimately just a little bit rusty in the time scrambles. Harika goes up by 2 points going into our first break of the day. But before we do, we wanted to remind you of a new event coming up very soon. Harvard Chess takes on a new challenge this Wednesday. Chess Kid superstars Tani Adewumi and Alice Lee. Which will prevail in this hand and brain match, youth or experience? Tune into Chess Kid streams to catch this exciting battle of young talent. Use !Harvard in chat to learn all about the event. Don't miss Alice Lee taking on Tani Adewumi together with some members of the Harvard Chess Club. And we'll be back with more WSCC in just a few minutes. Welcome back to the Women's Speed Chess Championship. GM Daniel Naroditsky and I am Irene Sikander commentating the second match of the day between Valentina Gunina and Dronavali Harika. We're midway through the 5-minute portion. Irene, it was a really heartbreaking loss there for Gunina, who flags in a winning position, but she just has to reset. It's only a 2-point deficit.
Well, this 2-point deficit might actually decide the whole match. You have to gain as many points as you can in the earlier of the match like this. And yeah, we are on the halfway of the 5-minute portion, but Harika has been showing such a high-class performance, despite there's some connection problem with Gunina, but I think the players are playing a very good chess.
Yeah, they most certainly are. We're getting ready to start the second half of the 5-minute portion. Okay, looks like the games are underway. Valentina will have the white pieces in the next game, and another Queen's Gambit declined. Harika won a nice game in a King's Indian defense, but this time resorting back to the opening she played in their very first game.
Right, yes. That opening, yeah, I think it was the first round, and I think Gunina was almost winning that game, right? But the game ended with a draw. So I think Gunina wanted to repeat it again and then try her chance in that opening.
Indeed. And I'm curious what Harika has come up with here, because she did not get the greatest position. But Valentina changing her approach. In that previous game, she dropped her knight back to d2. Here we see a trade on d7, a trade on f6. But generally in these positions, black is not so scared to damage her pawn structure, because the king can always drop away to h8.
Right. Yes, I was about to ask you about this double pawn on f, but yeah, apparently black is always going to be safe as long as the king goes to h8, and even there might be some additional attack along the g file with the rook to g8. So this double pawn on f might or might not be better for white, but it definitely promised us a very attacking and good aggressive chess.
Yeah, definitely. And the king h8, rook g8 seems pretty natural. Black could also secure the d5 pawn with the rook a to d8. But lots of options here for black.
Right, yes. But I think one thing for sure that you don't want to do is to trade off the dark square bishop with the knight, because this is a big no-no for black in this type of position.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You want to keep this dark square bishop, even if you drop it back to d6, and that's exactly what she does. I'm totally with you, Irene. I don't like bishop takes c3. I think that leaves black with a bunch of long-term weaknesses. She's trying to go after the queenside attack, so I kind of get what she's doing. But this is a very risky positional approach.
Yes, I think Harika just wanted to be practical. She just want to get rid of the pressure on d5 with the knight on c3, and then she goes for the queenside attack. So yeah, I mean, this is 5-minute game. You know, maybe in the standard game she would play some strategical chess, not trading the bishop and knight. But in this short time control, you have to be practical. You have to be on the spot with your decision, not to waste so much time.
Yeah, exactly. h3 after rook b6, preparing g4. Black has to be very careful about the d5 pawn, which she reinforces with rook d8. Rook e1, preparing e4. Okay, bishop back to g6. Okay,
Yeah.
and maybe f5, I don't know.
Well, that f6 pawn is not currently under attack, so maybe you're trying to prepare with the b4 at some point. Yeah, I like this move, rook e8. You are trying to give some attention to the e4 square, because who knows, this is the break point of white's idea to play e4 herself. So you keep an eye on the e4, and then probably you could try to, yeah, exchanging the queen. I like this idea a lot, trying to stabilize the center like that, because the queen here is the best piece that white has at the moment, and if you trade it off, black's position will be just fine.
Exactly. And the queens are indeed off the board. b4 is maybe coming. White is trying to prevent it with the rook b2. And bishop d3, sticking the bishop on an outpost.
Yes, and I like this outpost as well because you want to play f5 actually, but playing f5 too soon might stopping your bishop from doing anything. So bishop d3, f5, and with the potential of king maneuver toward the center, guarding the d5 square. Yeah, I like black's position a lot.
Agreed. Maybe bishop f1 to trade the bishops.
Mm-hmm.
We could get a repetition, but instead white plays bishop e2, but black continues to prepare b4.
I think you have to play e4 here. Like e4 takes, bishop takes, and then bishop c2, bishop c4. White has to play a bit of some tactics, not okay, now e4 is finally on the board, but now with the insertion of b4, yeah, I'm not too sure. This b4 pawn might be very dangerous to white's position.
And now pawn takes e4. Probably we're going to get b takes c3.
Yeah, that's most likely.
Uh-oh. White has to be very careful. I think rook c1 is forced here because bishop takes c4, c2 might lose the game. Although maybe not.
Right.
No, it does. No! But way too fast. Harika needed to take some time there. I mean, that was a critical moment. Maybe even bishop takes c4 was the move. Way too fast.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Yeah, and she has 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. I mean, I think she has to just pause and calculate and try to understand the position.
And she missed rook e3. I think that was the key. Because if the bishop had dropped back, then rook d2 and black is in business. Now, white can bring her king all the way over to c2. And I think Valentina can hold the draw here. Bishop c2, okay.
Mm-hmm. You have to... she missed. C3 was hanging, I think.
I mean, I would play rook c4 and try to at least cling to the pawn. Why not play rook takes c3?
I don't know as well. I think I would have taken that in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Now rook c4. I mean, now you're not going to get another chance. I don't understand Valentina's decision-making here at all. Maybe she can still hold rook e3. White still has something like a fortress, but it's much scarier with this pawn alive.
Yeah, it is definitely very scary. And once the blacks can get to e5, I think only black can try to push for a win. And yeah, king d6, king e5, even though the evaluation bar doesn't really give so much for black in this position, but again, in practical chess, and especially when those players are having only 2 minutes on the clock, this is just way easier to play with black pieces.
Totally. Practically, this is very nasty. King c5 also good. Rook d5, king b4. And black's king can potentially get all the way into b2. I mean, this is obviously not just like a draw. It's a very misleading evaluation.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, because at some point you have to keep an eye on e4 pawn. But now if you do it in conventional way like that, king b4 comes in and the king will slowly go to a3, b2, and then try to help the c3 pawn to promote. Wow, this is going to be a nightmare.
Totally. And this is where Valentina regrets not taking on c3. She had several chances to do it. Now I think she has to get her king to c1 because she simply cannot allow black's king to get to b2.
Yeah, this is why I always try to consider the value of each pawn. If you want to trade on c3 with e4, definitely you have to take it because c3 pawn valued more than the e4 pawn, and you have to take it in a heartbeat. And now this c3 pawn is again the source of all your nightmares. And h5, it's a very good move by Harika.
That was an excellent move by Harika. Now the rook is completely dominated. Rook d2 is coming, and now white is losing.
Yeah, there's no way to save the bishop on c2.
e5 by Gunina, okay, but that doesn't really do anything. And now rook d2, the situation is dire.
Exactly. And if the bishop moves somewhere, you can give a check on d1 and followed by c2. And if the bishop takes, you can have another check on d2 and grab the bishop. Exactly. So in either case, this is just winning again for Harika, and it's going to be her third win in a row.
Yeah, and it feels like this one was maybe more self-inflicted than the previous couple of losses, just because it was totally fine. You just take on c3, you make a draw, but instead Valentina, you know, she outthought herself, and now she's going to pay the price, barring a miracle.
Exactly, yeah. I think she pushed too far. Maybe she was hoping again for another miracle, but the position itself will play out by itself. You don't really need a rocket science to finish it off. And this is just totally losing. But again, we know Gunina is a fighter. She will keep fighting until the end, until the position is completely lost.
But yeah, I mean, king can zigzag back to a5, and then rook h1, rook d1 is going to promote the pawn.
That's true. That's true. Yes.
King e5, just go all the way back.
And maybe going after the g8 bishop, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. King f6, king g7 at the end. That's resign time.
Yes. Okay, third win for Harika in a row, and we have 18 minutes left on the clock for the 5-minute portion.
Indeed. But things are not looking great for Gunina. I mean, the way that she's going down in these games.
Exactly. I think the first game that they played when Gunina was almost winning that one, and then unfortunately only a draw. I think yeah. Also, there's something with the connection that maybe discourage her to play her best. It's a mix of other factors as well. And now we saw another opening on the board, the London system.
Yeah, the London system, not necessarily the most riveting opening choice by Harika, but I think she's just trying to play solid, keeping her lead. And we're probably going to see the move knight e5, which I think is very standard in these. Bishop g5, also pretty good, preparing e4.
Yep.
And very Caro-Kann-like structure.
Yep. I like Harika's style, very patient, preparing for her initiative, not to be in a hurry. And queen b6, hitting on b2. I don't think you need to protect it. Okay, you can protect it, but okay, you can also try to play e4, I guess, or c4. c4 is a nice idea as well.
Yeah, the pawn on b2 was untouchable. Bishop b4, okay. Maybe a3. Yeah, I would just play a3, get rid of this bishop.
Yeah, I like it as well. a3, bishop takes d2, knight takes d2, and then you're preparing for e4 maybe. And also b4. Okay, c5 is on the board, queen d8 back.
Yup. Now maybe rook up, I'm not totally sure. Like
rook
maybe
e2,
a3.
you mean?
Yeah, rook e2 or a3. Yeah, rook e2 played. You are threatening to move this knight away, and potentially the bishop is going to get stranded.
Yeah. Is it now the good time? Maybe not, because c5 is under attack. So you have to do it some, cb, queen b, and maybe now it's time for the knight to move.
Instead, a3. Bishop back to d. No, bishop takes d2 and knight e4 probably is what she's going for, and c5 maybe.
Wow, c5 is just in time, yeah? Otherwise, b4 is going to be very, very good for white. Yes, so c5, do you take it or you don't?
She does, but now you've got to be really careful because knight b3 is potentially coming. Instead, maybe just queen back to e2, queen d4.
Queen d4. If knight b3, take the queen and then move the rook to d1. Okay, the position is still, I think, very equal, but yeah, black has her chances.
Feels like after rook c8, black is kind of infiltrating down the c file, though. I think white has no good squares. Keep the rook on the c file.
Yeah, and black's pieces are dominating totally in this position, especially on the queen side, and then you're just going after the b2 pawn, and after that b2 pawn falls, it's almost game over. So knight e1 is on the board, preventing rook c2, and knight d6, a question mark.
Gunina has to win this game. This is a huge chance. She's outplayed white out of the opening. She has a big advantage in the endgame. She has to try to cash this one in.
And also she has the time advantage on over a minute on the clock. I mean, compared to Harika, 4 minutes. And how many moves has it been played? Gunina just played so fast in this game.
Incredibly fast. She's got over 4 minutes, and maybe that's what she has to do. Maybe that's the change of pace that she needs. But a great maneuver by Harika. She got her bishop from h4 to b4. Now, at the right moment, it can drop back to c3 and kind of solidify White's queenside pawns. But Gunina continues to pressure with e5.
Yes, and the center just looking incredible strong for Gunina. King e6 might be coming up soon, but yeah, you can enjoy this position, but at some point you have to again show your concrete idea in how to win this.
Yeah, king e6 played. Maybe she can start pushing her kingside pawns with f5, f4, etc.
Yeah, total domination in the center.
King g1, White has nothing better.
Wow, e4. That skipped my mind a bit. Like okay, e4 I didn't think about it before, but now yeah, it looks more logical to play because d4 square will it's untouchable because of the knight on b3. It's amazing to see how the knight on b3 is unprotected, but you cannot touch it at all.
There was a pawn on b2 that could not have been captured because of rook b1. But maybe now, yeah, knight takes b2 is possible simply. Knight back.
Yeah, you just put it back. And then after rook b4, there's knight c5, yeah? So all good. And also a3 will be falling soon too. Yeah, so a pawn up right now for Gunina, and it's looking like she's going to make a comeback, and she has to because she's already down to 3-0.
Yeah, exactly. Now the knight is coming around to d3. Harika is getting low on time. Yeah, I think White is completely lost, but that bishop on d4 is still very strong. White's got some counterplay going for her on the queen side.
Yeah, exactly. As long as Gunina doesn't blunder anything, I think she's gonna have it in her pocket. But again, this is going to be quite a time scramble soon, where blunders might appear on the board. So both players have to be very careful.
Oh,
so
that's
b5, b6. It's this double attack. The rook and the knight are hanging.
Exactly. Knight d6 was
Wow.
a brilliant retreating knight move. Now it's Harika's turn to play down a piece, but this is over. Knight takes f2. Well done.
Yes. Wow, very well spot on by Gunina. And knight g4, knight takes, yes, and there's another fork on f5, yeah. But because Harika is leading, she shouldn't resign. She has to keep playing on and then try to waste as much time as possible.
That's a nice move by Gunina. g4, there's rook c1 and e2, just promoting the pawn. Yeah, maybe Harika is doing that. Maybe she's going to take the entire minute, just taking her time.
Yeah, I think so too. Taking her time, yeah. This is another strategy as well in the Speed Chess Championship, yeah. Because if you're leading, just spend as much time as you can on the clock before resigning. Well, I think it's quite a fair strategy because it's the final result that matters.
Yeah, totally. And it's your time. You decide what to do with it, but graciously resigning there with about 40 seconds left. Probably time for 2 more games in the 5-minute portion, the longest one of this SCC match. And another semi-tirage.
Yes, I think so too. And we are now watching the 7th game of the 5-minute portion. And another semi-tirage on the board.
Indeed. And this time it's Gunina, the first to pause. Bishop f3. Okay, makes a lot of sense. Attacking d5. Yeah,
yes.
d5 is a threat.
Yeah, I think this was almost the same like before. Here, was it the same? No, something like rook c1 or something, and then h6, and then you take on d7 and take on f6 and doubling the pawn on f. So maybe Harika is just trying to find some other, different reaction to this position.
Yeah, exactly. Queen a4 is another idea here. It feels pretty unpleasant for black, so I'm a little bit surprised Harika keeps repeating this line, but she does understand the ideas very well. Queen a5, nice move, getting out of the pin and protecting the d5 pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, that's looking like a very principled move as well, because yeah, you just want to get out of the pin, and now if knight takes d7, knight takes d7, your d5 pawn is fine, and yeah, looking very solid too for black.
And we saw in previous games, bishop takes c3 was played by black, but maybe here you want to keep the tension and play a move like, I don't know, rook c8 or rook fe8, just keeping the tension.
Yes, totally. And is there a way to get some space advantage by playing b5 at some point? Just try to play on the queen side like that. But e4, it's always on the radar. e4, and how do you respond to this?
Yeah, very unpleasant because d takes e4, there's bishop takes e4. Okay, so bishop takes c3 first, trade on e4, and probably just bishop d5.
Yeah, trading this good bishop and centralizing the queen afterwards. And knight versus bishop, I don't know about you, Daniel, but I always like to have a knight compared to bishop in such a position.
Yeah, these types of close positions, the knight is very valuable. And the bishops are kind of, they look nice, but they're not really doing anything that specific. Yeah, b5, okay. Maybe even bishop e7 can be considered.
Wow, bishop e7. That reminds me of the Karpov Unziker game. You just close the file, and then that's such a nice move actually. Yeah, but bishop went back to g3. Queen b6 with potentially the idea of a5 b4, trying to attack the queen side. Wow, queen c6.
Yeah, that is
f3, nice.
Black's main idea in this line is eventually to play a5 b4. Of course, this is not so easy to achieve with white's pawn on c3, but okay, a6, black taking the slower approach.
Right, yes. I think Harika just doesn't want to be very committal in this stage. Maybe she's trying to focus on the activity in the center, because it looks like, yeah, indeed, she just played rook a d8 and trying to solidify the center and not giving any break point for white to do here.
Bishop h4. Okay. Chasing away the rook, trying to induce some weaknesses on the king side. I mean, we could get repetition here with bishop g3, but it feels like Gunina is the one pushing for an advantage at this point, although I'm really not sure.
Yeah, I think so too, but I think I like Harika's strategy as well, not to be committed to anything and then just waiting for Gunina to show her cards. And this is not a very easy position to play for white to get a significant advantage. So at some point, Gunina has to be very, very decisive in her plans if she wants to make a comeback on this match.
Yeah. Bishop d7? No, but
wait.
Rook takes d1, queen f6. What is this? Queen f6. Or queen d6.
She missed that?
Queen literally anywhere.
Yeah. So it's not a fork at all then. Wow. Gunina just blundered. Bishop d7 was a blunder.
She gave up a piece.
Yeah.
Resigns.
Yeah, totally. That might work better if you took on e8 first and then bishop d7. Although I'm a bit skeptical because there might be some bishop f3, for example. But yeah. Okay, so another situation when Harika is playing with an extra piece.
Yep.
And yeah, we'll see the conversion. We'll see the finishing stage of this game, whether she could convert it well.
Rook d8. I would just solidify the bishop and start pushing b4.
I like that idea. Yes, rook d8 is indeed played on the game, and b4 is going to come up soon. I think it's very automatic.
Yeah.
This is a resignable position.
Totally. Valentina should resign, and she should make sure that they get another game in.
Yep.
I think she will.
Yeah, and that would be the last game in the 5+1 portion, the first stage of this match. So b3, yeah, that pawn will be queening at some point.
At some point, sooner or later, yeah.
Even now, actually, like why not play b2? What is what?
B2, bishop f5, I guess. I mean, maybe just bishop takes g2. You could just play or f6. You know, there's
Or
no
g6,
hurry.
anything, yeah.
Exactly.
Or
Just
g6,
enjoy your life.
stopping
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe
Bishop
there's
f5.
maybe there's a tactical win. Somehow you can deflect this bishop off the diagonal, but I don't think so. I think you just go g6, whatever, knight g6, really any move.
Yeah, actually g6, f5, and bishop e4. That's all. Yeah, I agree. Literally any move. Knight e6 is also good. You're playing with your advantage. This is your advantage, the extra piece. So play it on the board. Yeah, literally any move. King d2, aiming towards king c2, stopping the pawn. Yeah, but a4, maybe not the best move, but again, this position is already just totally winning for black.
Rook b8, king b1. She's still fighting, is Valentina. Bishop takes g2. Now time to eat some pawns on the king side. Bishop f1, bishop d3. Excellent maneuver.
Ooh, yes. That's a nice maneuver. Knowing Harika, she would move the knight first.
Yeah, definitely, because if you play bishop d3 immediately, then at the end of the line, there was rook d5. So this is actually very clinical.
Yeah, and now bishop, g6, nice. And maybe now it's time to move the knight again to d7 and then to c5. You're not in a hurry to play bishop d3, but okay, rook to b5.
Pretty amazing how long Valentina has managed to survive once again down a piece. But again, the evaluation has not really changed.
Right. Yeah, because the advantage that black has in this game is just so big.
Rook g2 and bishop d3. Last hope for white is that a pawn, king b2. But black can stop it from g2 with the bishop.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. And now you can also start queening the h pawn, because you can always stop it with bishop g2, like you mentioned before. Oh, and there you go. When the pawn on a6 fall down, there is no reason to continue the game. Harika won, so
one more game.
We are going to see the last game of the 5-minute portion. And are we going to see another London?
No, this time we're going to see a kind of a slow Catalan setup. And
yeah, Harika is known for this type of setup. She plays Reti regularly. She also mix it up with some c4, some English type of position. So this type of fianchetto bishop on g2 with the semi-Catalan setup like this is also still kind of like her path opening.
Yeah, I would play c5 here, probably close up the queen side and get the bishop out to f4.
That's looking very nice.
You can also just castle and keep the tension. White is a pretty pleasant position of the bishop pair.
Yep, I totally agree with you.
Okay,
yeah, the bishop pair. Queen takes, a takes, castle.
But this, this should not have been allowed, I think, by Valentina.
Yeah, and I don't think in this position you need to castle anyway. I mean, for white, because queens are off the board, I think you can stay on the center. Bishop f4 is played, trying to get rid of this diagonal. Oh, g5. Maybe it's a little bit too hasty. Maybe after h6, h4 maybe it should be played first so that you can play bishop f4 safely. Because now it's a bit awkward. Where do you put your bishop?
Yeah, you have to go back. I think you have to go back to d2 or back to e3. You definitely don't want to go bishop c7, I think, because of knight a6.
I mean, maybe bishop e5, but then the bishop is kind of stranded in the center. So I would play bishop e3 or bishop d2 and then try to quickly push through b5.
Right. Yes. I like that idea too. And possibly, h4 is another idea because you just want to weaken the king side and open up the king side like that. Yes, bishop d2. We have white has b5 as an idea. White also has h4. Yeah, he's standing very solid in this position.
Okay, there's h4. Great call. White continues to poke and prod at the king side.
Yes. Even after a6, b5 was still possible as well, right? Due to the pin. So looking good for white. And now maybe Harika is thinking about b5.
Yeah, that's an important idea, b5, especially now that after b5 and the trade on b5, there will be a fork threat on c7. But Harika doesn't play it. She misses the chance.
Yeah. That looks very natural to me to play b5 right away. But yes, now after knight d7, there's no more pin. So b5 is no longer possible. And now I think you have to try to play in the center.
Yeah.
Try to make e4 work at some point. I don't know. Maybe it is now or maybe not. But I like the preparation move like rook e1 first. Not to hurry about it because you still have all the time on the clock.
F4 is very bold. Very bold. I mean, g takes f3, I think, and e5. Because if you don't take on passant, and I don't know, maybe white can play f5.
Yeah, you have to do that, definitely. You cannot just sit still waiting for white to attack. You have to do something about it because white is going to have a very dangerous attack coming. Knight h7. Oh, I think it's just takes e4, right?
e4, yeah, now e4 for sure. And she plays it, and of course the computer doesn't like it, but I would ignore.
Yeah, I'm curious, why is it a question mark there? e4 looks just very natural.
Especially because the knight is going to get to d6 and start hitting the b7 pawn.
But after knight d6, maybe there's knight e8. Try to get this knight.
Yeah, and then probably white's going to shift the knight back to c4.
To c4, nice, yeah.
And maybe at the right moment to play as black. Black is preparing knight e8, I think, targeting the d4 pawn.
Yeah, now try to retreat to c4 and enjoy the... Oh, maybe not, because d4 is hanging. Okay, so you have to take the knight then. Or what else can you do? Knight f5?
Knight f5, but rook d7, exactly.
Yeah, so it's just like one move threat. Okay, this position, I think black is standing better, or maybe not really. I don't know, it's just that the d4 pawn looks a bit awkward to me, and the d5 square is just being, it's just asking to be occupied by the knight.
Okay, this is maybe the only target for white is the h5 pawn, which black defends with her knight. But now, of course, knight c5 is not possible because you drop h5.
Yeah, so you want to double up the rook on the d file, trying to control the d4 pawn and try to just pressure it so that the rook on d1 cannot go anywhere. And try to reroute the knight, maybe after king h6, and by doing so, you're freeing the knight.
Yeah, maybe even f5 at some point can be considered.
Wow, yeah, there's a break of f5 there, yeah. Black still has to be careful, right?
I think Harika deciding if she's playing for a win or playing for a draw here.
Yes, it is a very decisive moment to continue with the plan, because if you want to play for a win, then, it should be like a different plan compared to when you are playing for a draw. So instead of doubling the rook on the d file, Gunina double it up on the e file.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe preparing for f5.
Oh,
but
maybe
f5
knight d7
is still a problem.
first. Yeah, exactly. So maybe now knight d7 and rook has to move down to e3 maybe, or e2. And now f5 is an idea, so what to do? But
It's a
whenever there's
positional threat.
f5, there's e5. Yeah.
True. Okay, rook e5. I think probably Valentina should not mind the repetition.
Oh, but she might.
But she
She
does.
doesn't want to repeat. Yeah. So rook d8.
Yeah, understandably, she wants to win a game and get this to 2 points.
Mm-hmm,
But this is going to be hard as long as white keeps d4 protected. F5 is a pretty nasty idea. It's I don't really see how black plays this for a win. Knight g8. But now f5, and black is playing this for a loss.
Okay. Yeah. f5. f5 is such a nice break. Yeah. Yeah. And now the knight cannot move anywhere. Yeah.
Great
And
move
after
by
rook
Gunina.
e8,
Rook e3 is
yeah,
threatened.
it wants to go to e3. Exactly.
I would still play d5.
Interesting. Yeah. And whenever there's rook e3, you have rook d3. Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's good.
Exactly.
Okay, it's looking good now for Harika because yeah, it's always, you know, when you're playing under pressure like this, that you have to win the game because you're such in a match and then you're down to 3-0. Yeah, it's not a good feeling to play. You always think that you have to keep playing and try for win, even though the position is objectively not in your favor. So I think this is what Gunina is currently feeling right now.
Rook e2. Whoa. And again, Harika, she tends to rush in these situations. I would take like 10 seconds, maybe even calculate d takes c6 and c takes b7, which looked very, very promising.
Wow, that's very interesting, Len, Danya. Yeah. But I think she just doesn't want to play any complication. Rook d2 looks like a very solid approach to me. And
Still
after
very
takes
good.
takes, yeah. At least you have rook d6. I mean, rook f6, rook d6. Maybe that's a good idea. Or rook f7 as well.
King g6, maybe she wants. King g6.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but how do you stop rook f6 check and then rook d6? And then next move, you just take on c6.
Yeah, very nice. Rook d6, maybe rook c7 black has to play.
Yep.
Because if you take, you allow promotion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have to play rook c7 and you just take on c6 and enjoy the position, right? It looks now again better for white.
dc. Yeah, white is still not really risking because knight f5 can always be met with rook d3. Although this is a long-term target on g3.
Exactly. So after this, maybe king c3. Oh, bishop. Yeah, nice move. Bishop e4, stopping knight f5, but f5 was being played itself. And this is Gunina's hope, having the majority of pawns in the king's side. Can she manage it until the promotion square? We never know, but this is her hope.
f4 is a thought, but I think it's too slow. Because f4, knight f5, you're going to give up the c6 pawn.
Yeah,
Now white's going to slowly bring her king to the center.
Right. And black doesn't have any more idea. Okay, now after rook c8, you can throw in rook d7, maybe. What is the king doing on b3?
I think she's trying to get it, yeah, it's a4 and a5 like this.
Uh-huh.
Now bishop c6 also a threat. No, Valentina's in trouble.
Yeah, Valentina is indeed in trouble, but I think I understand why Harika doesn't want to take on c6 yet, because she needs this bishop as a defender against the majority of the pawns, because there might be some breakthrough with f4, g3, and the rook will have no way to go to the back rank to save or to stop the pawn from promoting. So yeah, and now she took it. I think there's no other better move.
King gets into black side of the board. Last chance for Valentina is to push f4. But she's not in time. g3, f5, and rook g6. I think the pawn can be stopped, and white's got too many extra pawns.
Rook d6 is played, king c6, and now... Wow, okay. So you have to take care of one of the pawns then in the end.
Rook g3.
Rook g3, yeah.
Pre-moved rook g5. That is a very dangerous pre-move. Black could have played rook takes c5.
I
Which
know,
she does now, but now rook
she
takes
does
already. Rook takes g2.
Yes.
A6, that's it. The pawn is unstoppable. Rook A2, simply rook
Right.
A2. Yeah, rook E8. Okay, and king F4.
So you can push, yeah, and then just king F4, exactly. Okay.
Oh, rook F5 was missed.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that is, you cannot miss stuff like
Wow.
that in a match like this. This was missed.
This was missed. Yeah,
This was missed.
exactly. I wonder if any of the players realized that.
I don't think so.
Maybe
By
they
the
realize that now. Yeah.
I was going
Oh,
to say it's always
wow.
possible to miss a pin like this, and I don't think either player is aware of this right now. And probably a good
Ooh.
thing for Valentina.
Yeah. Okay. Wow, what a match. What a match.
Wow. What an opportunity. Missed by Valentina. Harika, one way or another, she goes up 6-2. She is up 4 points at the conclusion of the 5-minute portion. Valentina has had good moments. The games have gone back and forth, but ultimately Harika has been better in time scrambles. She's been somewhat better in the opening, and she's just played the better chess and committed less blunders. So Valentina, she's got a lot of work to do, Irene. What does she have to do to get back into this match?
I think she just has to forget off all the missed chances in the 5-minute portion. And Gunina is a very good player in the speed chess. I don't know what's wrong with her today, but this is definitely not her style to play such a game. But I think in the 3-minute portion, she will make a comeback because this is her strength to play a way quicker game. And yeah, we will see. I think there will be a better score for Gunina in the 3-minute portion.
Absolutely. Well, we will see. The Women's Speed Chess Championship between Valentina Gunina and Dronavali Harika continues with the 3-minute portion on the other side of this break.
La partita a scacchi di Marostica è una grande rappresentazione collettiva.
Nel 2020 l'interruzione della partita è stato come spegnere improvvisamente la città.
Purtroppo sono stato qui in zona il paziente zero del Covid. Questa prima edizione dopo la pandemia è senz'altro un'emozione.
Questo è l'anno più importante per la città, per noi, per tutti. Do un'occhiata al meteo. Mamma. La partita di quest'anno è una questione di vita o di morte.
From May of this year, they finally found my diagnosis, and it's immunity problems. So I need to stay to hospital and to take medicine. And I'm lucky that I still can play chess because in that trouble that I stand by, it's really difficult. So I will play speed chess if I go further, come back from hospital. Yeah, but you know what is funny thing? My last time my coach wanted to do something nice to me because it's always not nice time in hospital, and I had during droppings medication. I also had chess lesson with him, so by Skype. So it was really nice. Almost everyone knows it. It's Ivan Popov. Yeah, also from Moscow. So very very strong. Yeah, I like to play Title Tuesday too, because I also training my skills there, also checking what I can remember from my openings or try something new, and also if I can beat some man, yes, it's also nice.
Welcome back to the Women's Speed Chess Championship between Durnavali Harika and Valentina Gunina, which Harika leads with a score of 6-2. I am Irene Sukander and GM Daniel Naroditsky, bringing you the second match of the day after the morning affair in which Yifan won the first and inaugural WSCC match of the season. Irene, Valentina needs to step up her game.
Yeah, she definitely has to step up her game and stop about all these missed chances that she has in many of her games against Harika. And I am very confident, actually, the 3-minute portion is going to show her shine. So we'll see very soon that the games will be starting in a minute.
The biggest problem, I think, has been the one-move blunders. There have been way too many of them. She needs to cut them out. She's blundered pieces. You know, she's not exploited chances, and she has to clean up that part of her game. Harika has been really sharp, very few blunders, super solid play. I really, really like the way that Harika has adjusted her style, understanding, okay, Valentina is not in great form, so let's play more solidly. Let's see what kind of changes Gunina can make going into the 3-minute portion and another early endgame.
Yeah, what amazed me is how Harika can balance it out between playing tactically and strategically, because it really clearly showed in her games that she can play both very well. So I'm really amazed at the high level of her play in this match against Gunina.
Yeah, Harika is a very old school positional player and like the style of, you know, Capablanca and the older world champions. There's not a lot of players like that, you know, very hits on the fundamentals, very knows where to put her pieces, and players like that are very difficult to deal with in a long blitz match because they just don't blunder. And, you know,
Exactly.
they don't let you get away with stuff.
Well, yeah, except the last game that we saw that Harika just blundered the
Yeah,
skewer,
except
which
that.
Gunina missed. Yeah, except that.
That was, let's forget, yeah, that was a forgettable moment for both players. Okay, looks like a pretty good endgame for Valentina, I think. She's going to castle. Black's king is probably going to hide in this envelope on c7. And the knight's probably going to drop back to f7, I would guess.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, she has to play with a clean slate, you know, forgetting all those bad moments in her games before against Harika, because it's very easy to be taken down when you keep feeling guilty about all the blunders or all the mistakes that you already did.
Exactly. Okay, Harika bringing her pieces out. Bishop attacks the pawn. c5, there might be some sort of a5 unpleasantness going on. b5.
Wow.
Okay. Very aggressive.
Very aggressive, yeah. And she didn't take on c4. Instead, she played knight bd7. So what is going on with bishop takes c4? Maybe it's just some compensation in the activity.
Yeah, c-file, like Ricky said. I thought f5 and e4 looked very good for black. I don't really like bishop f8, but still black's position remains very solid. I think Harika is kind of adhering to her approach. She's not going to do anything super aggressive. She's just kind of going to wait for Valentina to overextend herself.
Yeah, exactly. With the 4-point lead, you shouldn't do anything that is very committal and risking your situation. You just sit still, solidify your position, and not be in a very, I would say, aggressive mood. Maybe just you know, keep it calm. Keep calm and keep playing chess.
Exactly. There's f5. Harika driving her pawn down, forcing the knight back to d2, and likely we will also see e4.
Yeah, this is totally Harika's style, you know. She just plays it very calmly, very solid, but then she would, little by little, crawling that stairs, and then somehow you got suffocated because of all the pieces are getting attacked.
Exactly.
So, yeah, Rook d1 is on the board, and are you going to move the king on c7? Do you think it's good to have it there?
It really depends. I mean, there's some sort of knight d5 check is an idea that you have to be a bit. Actually, it might even be a threat in some situations. I would probably go king b8 here. Yeah. Or okay, cb. Wow. That's bold. Bishop d5 maybe. I think Valentina's slightly better here now.
I think so too. Yeah, that's like playing with fire. Yeah, I wouldn't think of taking on b5 at all. But now things, even though the e-file bar says that it is still equal, or maybe it is because now the d file is kind of getting controlled. I think king c7 back is good. It's a good move now.
Yeah, king c7 back, trying not to give away the d-file. I like that a lot because rook d7 might be a threat. The d5 square in general, I think, gives white very easy play in the endgame.
Okay, so takes with the knight. And what's the idea for black in this position? Rook d8, pinning the knight.
Yeah, e4.
King f1, e4. Oh, the knight goes to e5. Okay. The
F3.
knight on d5 is looking good though. f3.
Yeah, maybe b5 at some point to try to undermine it, I would consider.
Right, yes.
Such as now. I would play b5 ASAP.
Yeah, because now rook on e1 is going to e6 if you play b5.
Yeah, b5, rook e6, maybe king b7. She goes to a5. So Harika playing very positionally, fixing the weakness on b3. Very deep move, actually, a5, trying to prepare some knight d4 action.
Mm-hmm. Or also maybe knight b4.
Exactly.
Which she just did, yes.
Very good.
And trying to attack b3 later on if the knights are being traded off.
Yeah, knight takes b4. There is even an intermezzo, rook d2, then a takes b4, and you can drop the rook back to the third rank, as you said. Everything is hanging. And Harika is almost playing this for a win, it feels like. Rook d3.
Yeah.
Rook d3. Maybe knight b5 to threaten mate on e8. Be careful if you're Harika.
Right. But after knight b5, you have to play king c8, I guess.
c8. Exactly, and the king gets into the center, and black is still better because now you're going to start losing your pawns.
Rook e7, yeah. And now the h7 pawn will be falling. But rook b3, check. And now you take on b7.
Yes, creating your own passed pawn. And does black push or does black start taking... Yeah, rook f3. Feels like it should be a draw, but it's a very sharp endgame. It's anyone's game here. c5 maybe. Rook. Okay, Valentina takes her own pawn on h7. Rook d2 check maybe can be thrown in. King f3. Okay, rook c2.
Rook c2, maybe knight d6 now.
Yeah, and then maybe a4. And there are these perpetuals, right? Like knight b7, knight d6, knight b7. 14 seconds for Gunina. With her internet connection, she's got to move.
Yes. Oh, rook c7.
And now rook a7, forcing the liquidation. Okay, now black has to be careful.
No, you can play knight c6 actually. Takes and the knight e5. Oh, but the king goes to f4 g5. Yeah. But now... knight e5 is the threat. So, okay, knight g5 check. Where does the king go? And
she blundered her rook!
Oh, she blundered
her rook was hanging!
Oh, right!
A6 was... Oh, my God.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my gosh. Knight takes a6. That was the defended square. And now white's better. And now Harika's going to lose.
White's better, yeah. Yeah, g6 is falling.
Rook c6. Okay, so
that's
still
a good
black,
save.
black is in trouble here nonetheless. I think white has chances. Knight e7, knight g8. Careful.
Wow. Yeah. And also if the knight can get to g5, right? It's a mating knight on h7. Wow.
Here I thought I was the only one who did these kinds of things, but no.
Everyone does that.
Whoa.
Got to be careful there.
Something's about to happen.
Now the king is safe. Yeah, king g7. I think now black is fine. The king is out. Okay, knight e6, check.
Okay, draw.
And okay, it's a draw. It's a draw now. But wow, what a miss again.
I would play rook
a6.
d4. Valentina's pre-moving these moves. I would go rook d4.
Yeah. Okay. First draw in the 3-minute portion with another blunder on the board. Wow, it's amazing how it keeps happening, this blunder.
Retreating knight moves. They're the hardest type of move to find in chess. You just don't believe that your opponent can do something like this, so you're not looking for it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, so Harika is repeating this semi-Catalan setup again. And let's see. Okay, it's almost identical to their previous match or their previous game.
Man, the queens have come off the board like an average of by like move 7 in most of these games. This is an endgame themed match.
Right. Yes. Now the bishop can safely go to f4 because there's no h6, g5, and also black is solving her problem as well. b5 was possible before, but now, yeah, black tried to maintain the back rank and wow, knight h5.
Yeah, I don't know about e5 because now black is going to have a hard time winning the pawn back. Okay, she's trying with g5. Maybe even knight d4 can be considered.
That's true. Yeah. I have a feeling that with a shorter time control like this, Gunina will just play more aggressive chess. This is totally her style, even though the queens are off the board. But why bishop g6 was marked as a blunder?
Well, there was this idea of f4, f5. I think that was winning a piece, essentially. But it was overlooked, and now still it feels like white's much better.
Yeah, totally. The c4 pawn looks a bit awkward there and can easily be attacked.
Now Valentina getting her knight around. That was an excellent move. Knight g7, knight e6, knight d4 potentially.
Yeah, but you can push f4 at some point too. I'll try to undermine this, but f5 is on the board. Nice. This is a good try by Gunina. You have to open up this position and try to play an aggressive chess. Okay, bishop f7.
Yeah, this is very much her style. Okay, so maybe just f3. Okay, e5 by Harika, fixing the center.
Maybe you want to close up the center by playing e5 and f4 next move. Yeah. Or maybe, some positional sacrifice rook d6. That's also
absolutely.
like another idea.
This was also on my mind. Yeah, rook d6 is like the first move that you really, really want to play. Maybe we'll even see it. I think it's Harika's style to play a move like rook d6.
I think so too, yeah. Whether or not you throw in f4 first, but I think rook d6 should be coming up. Ooh, knight a4.
I wonder where she's going. I guess knight b6 is her idea. She wants to go after the c4 pawn. It makes sense. This is a sensible idea.
Yeah, and that's very simple as well. You just want to go after the c4 pawn, take it, because your bishop is already aiming to it. Yes. So Gunina has to start playing something. Yeah, harassing the bishop, for example, like now. Okay, rook d8.
Giving up the d file.
Yeah, that's a dubious decision. Bishop takes, not rook takes.
Huh. Strange sequence there. I thought black should get control of the d file, but I understand Valentina wants to play on the king side, and she centralizes her bishop. That was a good move. Now maybe get the knight involved via f5.
Yep. And try to get the king to f7, rook g8. I think that's a very good idea as well. Okay, bishop g2, trying to trade off this good bishop. King f7 is on the board. Nice.
Excellent.
And
multi-purpose move. Exactly.
Wow. Yeah, I think Gunina is now turning the table again. But her finishing is a bit off in this match. So I'm not very confident, even if she gets like a winning position. She blunders her advantage away.
Yeah, that has been a big issue. I think the actually openings and early middle games, Valentina has played extremely well. But at some point toward the late middle game, she starts to lose the thread of the game. And I think this might be happening again. So knight h4 was a threat. Maybe king f1.
King f1, yeah. I like the king
toward the center
too.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
But still, this is pretty good. Now, d5 is really, really weak, Irene. Rook d1 is going to come. And Valentina is going to have a hard time protecting this pawn.
Yeah, exactly. I think you have to retreat the knight at some point to e7, but this doesn't look good for black's position. It doesn't look appealing at all. And now you can try move your rook somewhere, try to join the attack. Or rook d1 looks good to me. h4.
Okay, so
Bishop
this is what she wants. But she's Giving up e5. Why?
Yeah, exactly. Takes, and
Rook
then after
g4?
bishop d5.
No, I think black is fine. Rook g4 and b2 is hanging, and suddenly black gets a ton of counterplay here. Harika misplayed this.
Yeah, exactly. If Harika lost the b2 pawn, now it's a pawn race. Who's going to queen first?
Now it's extremely sharp. C2,
Wow.
c7. And that bishop on a6 is holding the c4 square. This is infuriating for black. Takes on h4.
But that's a mistake because now you don't have time to go to 7th rank. Or maybe you do.
Exactly. But then b5, b6, yeah.
Yeah, but b5, b6, yeah.
Harika should take
king
the time
f3.
here.
King f3. Yeah, you just activate your king and push. Oh, this is a mistake. Because...
Why?
You can take on b4. Oh, no, you cannot. You cannot. Rook c7,
yeah, it was hard to figure this out. Rook
b5, yeah.
7 and bishop b7 maybe. Rook e7. Uh-huh.
Takes.
c7, c2, c8, c1.
Okay, so both will queen.
And maybe takes in king h4. Yeah, I think it's winning. King h4, king takes h5, and too many pawns. King h4. Wow.
Right.
Still not easy, though.
Yeah, it's not easy. But you just take on h5, yeah? And then come back and then try to push the pawns. Okay, king g4. Or maybe it was a good idea to push the b6 first. But okay, I don't think it matters. Okay. But now with this sequence, the pawns are apart for so many squares. This is technically winning.
Yeah, the further apart the pawns are in opposite colored bishop endgames, the better, because they cannot be both stopped. And the best thing is that you don't have a corner pawn, so you don't have to... Wait, what happened there? Wait, is it a draw now? Oh, king e3! She blundered king e3!
Wow! King e3. Oh, look at that.
She found the only way. Why? But she just had to push
Yes.
f5 and it's over. She had to put the pawn on f5 on a defended square rather than keeping it on a dark
Right.
square. Oh,
Right. Wow.
wow. And Valentina's going to save the game.
Yeah, but Harika will play until
But
there's some
Harika should bring
repetition
her...
or something.
She should bring her king back because Valentina's pre-moving bishop e5 and bishop f4. I would try king d7 and king e6.
Yeah, that's a good idea too. Yeah.
I mean, it's...
Yeah, move the king.
Yes, I'm very dirty, but, you have to. Okay, draw.
Well, it's a strategy. Okay, so another draw in the 3-minute portion. Wow, but it's not without any mistakes or blunders. It's just amazing how these players, they got their advantage, but also another player misses all the opportunities to win. But very good save by Gunina, spotting it, in a second.
Yeah, no, king d4, king e3 was lovely. And I think Harika is showing extremely high level, like in the openings, early middle games, but both players, they have shown some sloppiness toward the second half of the game. But Harika, that's the thing. She can afford to be sloppy. She can afford to give up half a point. Valentina cannot. She's down 4 points. Harika can look past this and say, okay, big deal. I didn't win a winning position. For Valentina, she needs every half point that she can get. She can't afford to give up any more games.
Exactly. And now she chose a different approach to the Tarrasch, and I think we're seeing some sort of a Slav here. So a part of her strategy as well, I think she gets tired of playing against the semi-Tarrasch, and I think it's still in the book right now.
Yeah,
Although I don't really like the bishop on a8. Yeah.
Fantastic play by Valentina to get her pawn to a6, showing great understanding of the position, preparing some knight b5 related ideas, and the a7 pawn is going to be a long-term target. White again. White has a good position out of the opening. Okay, bishop b5. Okay, this makes sense. Also, Harika getting her knight around to the king side.
And trying to get some attacking battery between the bishop and the queen over the h2 file. Later on, trying to deflect the knight on f3. Yeah, I can see some practical ideas by Harika here, but obviously I think white is positionally better. If white can try to handle all this attack, white should be sitting very fine.
Yeah, those bishops are stuck like those supply ships in the Suez Canal, like somewhere. You just completely. Maybe one day they'll reach their intended destination. Okay, the bishop on b8 is actually not bad. The bishop on a8 can potentially open up also, so don't fall asleep on these bishops.
Exactly, exactly. There. Wait, what is that? It's just
But now c5
a
is going to
mouse
get
sleep?
targeted. No, I just think it's a mistake. I just think she forgot that c5 is going to be so weak. Queen c2,
Uh-huh.
and you're in big trouble.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, or
But
not.
you have to think. You have to think about d4. Maybe it's a good time to bring it there. d4 takes bishop e4, or bishop takes f3, something like that. Yeah.
Valentina didn't read the memo, which is rule number 1: never trust a commentator's advice. You know, if I say queen c2, that means you can't play it.
Ooh, rook b8. Okay, bishop drops back.
I love
to
your idea,
2-2.
d4. Just play d4 and think later.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so d4 has been played. It takes d4. Now it's looking better compared to before. Okay, takes, and now the bishop on a8 is no longer sleeping, Danya. In fact, it's like a monstrous bishop right now.
It has arrived to its destination, and its destination is going to be e4 if white plays rook d3. Knight f4 is possible, but probably just gives up the d4 pawn. I'm trying to find the kill shot here. What's the kill shot?
I think you have to play quite slowly here. Try to eat as many pawns as you can on the way, and try to hold on to the d4 pawn, because this is, I think, your winning pawn. Ooh,
No,
bishop
but
f3. I don't like
is a
this.
cop-out.
Yeah, bishop takes. I like that bishop a lot to be traded with the knight.
Yeah, now it feels like, I'm curious. Harika might be trying to go some sort of d3, but I'm really not sure what it is she's trying to create. Now suddenly Gunina's back in the driver's seat. Queen c4, rook c7,
Yeah.
no problems.
I think she misevaluated the worth of the bishop on f3 here, because that is such a good bishop. It's holding everything. It's holding the g2 pawn. It's also holding the promotion square. So it is a very good bishop right now, and the d4 pawn might be turning to be a weak pawn.
Fantastic move by Gunina, trading queens, and now she's going to go rook c7, rook takes a7, go after that pawn, and another endgame.
Yeah, we see lots of endgames in this match for sure, because these players, they just play it for the endgame. I mean, it's almost impossible to expect the games finish in the opening or middle game.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we have a trade on d8. Who is playing for a win here? Black is the one with the passed pawn, but of course, in the long run, white can shove this b pawn down, and potentially the a pawn is going to be a big asset.
Yes, I like white's position actually. I wouldn't drop back to my bishop. I think I'll just play rook c1, try to get this file. But yeah, I think this is also a very solid approach by Gunina. Yeah, and at some point you might want to play king f1, king e1, and then try to help the center.
Yeah, bishop c4. She's setting up some bishop e6. But you have to be very careful with white not to lose both of these pawns in a rook endgame. I would probably, I would not rush with bishop takes c6. I would keep this bishop and go rook c1.
Yes,
Exactly.
and try to kick the knight on e6 with f4, f5 maybe. Bring your king, just play all the principal ideas in the endgame. King b6, nestled very nicely on b6.
But hang on a second, knight c5, wow. And knight
Wow.
c5 is coming.
That's the
And
idea,
then
I
d3.
see.
And suddenly Harika, again, she always senses where to put her pieces. So good at maneuvering play.
Yeah, she has a very good positional understanding. Yeah, she knows where to put the pieces exactly. Yes, so rook b8, king a5. White is trying to get to a7 pawn, but I don't think it is possible.
b6, rook takes b6, no breakthrough because Harika's holding the b6 square.
Yep. And white has to do something with the bishop. Okay, so now d3 pawn is deciding the game. d2 and
King takes b5.
knight moves. Yeah, takes b5, exactly. And takes on a6, and you win just 2 pawns up, just like that. Wow,
Okay, this
rook
gives
e6.
white a chance.
Nice.
Rook d8. This gives white a chance.
Okay, now 2 pawns up. And king e2 might be playing, yes, and then take on d2. Okay, you can keep the rook on the board. I think you should too. Wow. So
Okay,
that
why
was a
not take on
mistake.
b2? Probably taking on d2 is losing from a practical standpoint. Oh, but now...
Yes. Oh, well, you could take on
Yeah,
d2, I
but
guess.
still,
Yeah.
I think the computer wants white to take on d2, but I think it's losing from a practical standpoint.
Right. Yes. Yeah. It's going to be hard to play this endgame with down a pawn and without rooks on the board. So yeah, I can understand totally why Gunina didn't take it.
Knight f4, rook d3, winding the tentacles
King
around
e4.
white's king.
And
Okay,
now-
still some work to do.
Move around the king, but maybe not to g7, but to the center. Yeah. The king has to participate in the game. So bring out the king. Okay, knight goes to e5.
Knight d3. Knight d3 resigns.
Knight d3. What a move. Yeah. Ooh.
Missed.
Missed again by Harika. Again, but I think now she saw it.
Now she's got to be careful about repetition, though. I mean, knight b5, maybe she's... Knight f7. And that knight has been around the world and back like 10 times already.
Right.
No, but knight takes...
You could have taken the... No, the king was on e3. You couldn't take it. But,
No, but now it's a draw. Rook a7.
Yeah.
But still practical chances. This is hard to hold with 10 seconds on the clock.
Exactly.
Oh, careful. No pre... No.
No pre-move.
No pre-moves.
Yep.
Rook a2. Oh.
Oh, no. Okay. Once the king gets to g3, I think this is an easier draw to make. So...
Very precise play so far by Valentina. Fast and precise, but very careful with pre-moves, obviously, in these positions.
Right.
Oh! And
this is happening again. Again.
I mean,
Ooh.
you can't pre-move in these rook endgames because you never know where your opponent's going to put her rook. You cannot know.
I think she just got scared about her internet connection and, dropping another half a point in such a game because of the connection. So, yeah. But again, yeah, what a pity
Sad.
to lose such a game like that.
Yeah, very, very sad. And Valentina she's not getting crushed out of the opening. These aren't like 15 moves games. I think a lot of the games she's losing are following the same general path. She's fighting and fighting and fighting. But toward the end of the game, as the time pressure creeps up, Harika is just able to keep her composure. And her tactical vision in low time situations has just been much, much, much better today.
Exactly. Yes. Harika has been showing a very great performance in both 5-minute and 3-minute portion. A very universal player, like I mentioned before. And yeah, she's just showing her class on this match.
Okay, next game, no break. We go on. And another semi-Catalan, Irene. We've had so many of these structures. I mean...
Yes, so knight b3, f5, whoa. Yeah, totally Gunina style. Just take stakes and then try to attack.
Rawr.
Okay, b7 is quite a work for black to keep an eye on, but okay, f4, very energetic move.
F3.
Wow.
Excellent play by Valentina. I mean, she's finding so many lovely ideas. You just have to keep it up. Knight takes d4, bishop f6, and rook f7 looks like a great setup. Wow, rook b8.
Yeah, you just solve this problem first, and now cement the knight on f3 with g4. But h5 is not really a good move according to the engine.
Rook d3. Okay, g4, I guess, is her idea. She does not want to give up the knight for the bishop. She wants to keep the knight for mating purposes later in the game.
Of course, yes.
Some mating ideas. Bishop f6, maybe?
Yeah. Bishop f6 is an idea. Bishop
Yay,
d8.
but bishop f4.
Ah, that's a very nice intermezzo. Oh,
And she gives up the exchange.
yes, yes. So maybe she wants to complicate this position. But okay, this is not very complicated actually to play.
Yeah, it's only complicated for black.
Exactly.
No, black is
Okay,
not
rook
even worse.
e4.
That is how good her pieces are. She just goes down in exchange, but she still has enough compensation. But I think after rook e3, I would prefer white.
Yes. Because black has to give up the back rank, right? Because you cannot afford playing this position without the rooks on the board. So after rook e3, you have to play like what? Rook c4 maybe?
Yeah, and then the problem is your king starts to get surrounded with some checks.
Yes. But Harika started it with rook h1 and now rook e3 takes, yeah, because it's very dangerous in the back rank. You have to exchange the rooks. So after taking this,
Yeah, Harika is a fantastic endgame player. She is just very good in
Yes.
the endgame.
and now white task is how to get rid of the g4 pawn. If this g4 pawn can be get rid of, it's just an easier position to play.
What about knight e1, knight d3?
No,
No, never
that's
mind.
interesting. Bishop d2, bishop f4.
I would prefer king f2, but okay.
Yeah, I would prefer king f2 as well. The bishop on d6 is already standing very nicely there. And now, what is the idea? Could it be rook h6 and rook d6? Just trying to get into the back rank and getting on the b7.
Yeah, you have to somehow get to the pawns. Maybe e4 was possible there. Okay, now bishop d6 back, knight d2. Black is rook h1, giving up the pawn like that. Okay.
Yeah.
But now black is in the driver's seat again.
Exactly. Now black has enough compensation. It's not even a compensation. Black is just better.
Yeah. Black has a lot of pawns now.
Yeah. Yeah, knight e4, sorry, knight d2, knight e4 is a very nice idea.
But it should have been played because now the knight is stuck on f3. Now the knight cannot get to d2.
Right, yes.
And again,
So there should be
Valentina's starting to
some-
lose the thread.
Yeah. Well, what is this? d4 and rook b8 is such a nice move. Yes. Yeah, you don't have to be worried about this pawn on d4 and takes. Wow, and now Harika is taking control again.
Valentina just blundered all her pawns.
Right. Yeah, she has to stop blundering every single thing because she has a lovely position.
It's
now,
killing her in this match. It's just
exactly.
almost every game actually is following the same general arc. She's playing great. At some point, just not able to keep the tension. Okay, still she's got drawing chances. King h5, king g4. Now, wait a second. Black might even be playing for a win in some of these positions. Maybe not, but it's scary.
Okay. Oh, king e4. And you're trying to promote this pawn by doing knight h4 or g2 first?
G2, rook g1, knight h4, f5. Wrong move order, apparently. Maybe because of rook c8. Harika rushing.
Oh, you can take on a5 now. You could have taken on a5 because after promotion, rook g5.
Wow. Wow, that was amazing. Great tactical eye by you, Irene. But instead, I think Harika, she wants to give up the rook for the pawn and play up.
She wants to give up the
evaluation?
Okay,
Draw?
she goes there. Okay, it would be the same. I think it should be drawn easily by white, but black has to be careful, right? Okay, king will go over the other pawn.
Black has to be a little bit careful. Just go knight e5. Yeah,
Yes.
get rid of the pawn.
Yes.
That's it.
And now it's just drawn. Okay.
Great save by Valentina.
Right, yes.
That was Harika's game to win, but still, I mean, the lead remains at 5 points. It's actually not such a huge lead as it sounds. 5-point lead, I mean, we've seen 5-point comebacks in the SCC before. It just feels like the way the games are going, Valentina's getting this sense of hopelessness.
Yeah, I think she already kind of giving up, and it's actually a bad sign when you're playing such a long match like this. You have to treat every game as the first game. Of course, it's easier said than done, but I think this is a good strategy. Yeah, all those comebacks that happened in the past before, I think it's because they keep having a very clean slate mind, not to be affected by past results.
That's exactly right. Well said. And I mean, she has to win one game because right now I think she's almost not believing that a win is possible. And when you get in your head like that, you're going to find a way. Even when you're winning, you're going to find a way to mess it up. I guess she's got another great position.
I think so too. Yes, yes. But yeah, be careful with these two bishops again on b7 and b8. We kind of like underestimated at first, but now after these takes, oh, I like these bishops actually. Now they're just getting ready to kill.
And look at this idea: knight e4, knight takes c5. Knight takes c5, I think works out. I'm going to put this on the board really quick. Oh, and she found it instantly.
Instantly. Yeah.
Takes, rook takes, and queen d4, forking the rook and the mate square.
Yeah, beautiful. I think this type of tactics is like peanuts for Valia. Yeah, she could easily spot it right away. She's a very tactical player, and she's in a must-win situation almost in every game right now to even up the match. So she has to find those lines. Okay, she shouldn't mess this up. Yeah.
Has to win this. Up a pawn with total positional domination. This is her chance.
Exactly. Yep.
No, it just takes twice.
Yeah, it just takes twice.
Can she get away with that? Takes twice. Rook c5, queen h8. Maybe not worth it, actually.
A bit doubtful. Yeah.
Maybe not worth it. Maybe just takes in queen b4. Queen c3. Yeah, also very good.
Very good call by Gunina. Yeah, takes, and the bishop on b2 is a very dangerous bishop. White's king is very much safer than black's king. So yeah, as long as Gunina doesn't blunder anything, I think she should be able to win this one.
I would even consider the move e4 and then grab the pawn on a7. f3 is a tiny bit weakening. No, but now you could just keep eating if you wanted to. Queen takes a7. Okay, this is good as well. Just going after the e5 pawn. Why not? Maybe and even f4. But
f4, you can take. Can you? Queen h8, king f7, takes, king e8. White is in no hurry.
Probably not worth it. I agree. e4.
Yeah.
So this is what she's setting up. But is there mate?
There should be some way.
Where is the mate?
Queen c4.
Yeah, rook f7.
Oh, it's a mistake. Oh, rook f7, bishop e5. Possibly.
Bishop e5. Beautiful. Yeah, that crushes. Bishop e5 now.
Bishop e5 now. Ooh,
look at that. Lovely.
Oh, yeah, such a nice finish.
Still not over though. g5.
Still not over.
Harika fighting.
Yeah, but rook h8, queen. Hang on. Rook g8. Is it a move?
It is, and it, I think, forces me to play king f5.
Yeah, but after king f5, there should be something, I don't know, along the line. Okay, this might go to some puzzle rush position later.
I think g4 maybe after king f5.
So you're giving up the e5, bishop, after king f5.
But Harika goes king h6, so she wants to keep that pawn protected. Probably the wiser option. Okay, Valentina down to a minute, 10 seconds. She's got plenty of time. But I'm not seeing the kill shot here just yet.
I'm not seeing as well, but I think you have to repeat rook h8 and then free your queen by protecting e5. So rook h8, king g6, and maybe queen c5, trying to give some attack on the 6th rank like that. Queen c5, queen d4, yeah, either one.
Queen d5. That might force
Nice
the
save,
queens
queen
off the
d5.
board.
That is why queen c5 might be better, because there is no queen d5, because rook e7 is hanging.
Exactly. Queen on c5, I agree completely, was the more accurate move. Now Harika has excellent drawing chances.
Right.
Oh
So
my gosh.
takes. Yeah, this doesn't look like winning for me, even though white is up a pawn, but this can easily be defended. And in fact, like now, rook d3, rook d2 should be coming up soon. Oh, rook d3. Yeah, rook d3.
Black is going to start playing for the win. Rook d3, rook g3, rook g2. And it's,
that's possible too. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, rook d3 should be played. There's no really an attack on g8 because rook g8, king f7. It's a double attack on g8 and e3. Well, but Harika chose to play g4, very energetic and trying. Actually, she's going for the kill now, trying to give some matting net.
Yeah, but she's gonna lose. Can she go king h5, rook g5, king h4?
King h4. I was thinking the same.
Go for mate, as you said. King g3, rook d1.
Right?
Yeah, there's some mates there.
Yeah, that's interesting line. That's interesting line. But will she be brave to go into such line? Because she doesn't have to risk anything in this position.
King h5, g3 is also a bit of a problem because it sets up ideas of rook g5 check. Okay, decisions.
I think what she's currently thinking is rook g7. Oh no, she played king h5. Okay, king f2 is on the board.
Threatening rook g5.
That's clever.
This makes sense. Bishop g6.
Okay, so the rook shouldn't go away from the 7th rank because there is rook h8. So, okay, bishop b1.
Amazing move.
G6, yes, very good. And now rook b7. Yeah.
Okay, but what does bishop takes a7 makes very little sense. Now g3 and bishop e4.
Nice.
I mean, king f5 and black is not worse.
Check.
Oh, we mouse slipped.
Oh my gosh, another mouse slip by Gunina. What is currently going on? I just cannot believe it. It's another rook. I'm speechless.
I'm speechless. I'm also speechless.
I mean, I feel really sad for Gunina, for ending such a game like that when she had lots of chances to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, the issue was already that by the time that she mouse slipped, she was not even better anymore. And I think it was a frustration mouse slip. Mouse slips don't happen in a vacuum. They happen when you're on tilt and you're, you start subconsciously, it affects your accuracy of play.
Yeah, so lots of psychological factors being played in this match, especially to Gunina. And like you mentioned, Harika just keep her composure, not to be affected of anything. Even though I think she also knew she had some missed chances on the previous games before. But she kept her cool. But Gunina, I think, totally lost it.
Wow, I can't believe this. And Harika, with the white pieces here, putting some more pressure. It's a 6-point match, but this is not going in any kind of direction that Gunina could expect. Rook d2, rook d1, very pleasant position for white.
Yeah, total domination along the d file and a better center as well. Yeah. Whoa, 95.
Damn, girl.
I mean, this is looking nice, but this is totally unexpected, especially when it's done by Harika. I thought she would play, her style, doubling up the rook, and maybe after that 95. But 95 immediately, it's a bit too risky to me.
So Valia gives up her knight in order to extricate her bishop. It makes a lot of sense what she just did. But now look at white's knight. Knight c4, bishop a3, knight d6. There's a long-term asset in the form of the d5 pawn. I think white is still, practically speaking, in the driver's seat. I would prefer white.
Yeah, especially also because the bishop on g7 doesn't really do anything yet at the moment. And the passer on d5, it's a good pawn. It's limiting many of black's pieces.
Exactly.
So rook d8, I will agree on knight c4, but if knight c4 immediately, there is b5. So yeah, I like this move. Bishop a3, moving away from the square that you want to put the knight on. Bishop d3,
Excellent.
nice
Excellent
move.
response by Gunina. Again, for large stretches of the game, she's playing excellent chess. But this is chess. I mean, one blunder cancels out, X amount of effort and good moves. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah, exactly. And you just have to be very careful till the very end. My coach once said that the game is not over until you sign the score sheet. So it means like even though you're up so many pieces or materials, you have to be very careful until the end, until everything is done. And wow, e4. This is such a nice looking move, and it is a good move actually. Now the bishop in g7 is no longer a bad bishop.
It's an excellent bishop now, and black has the e5 square for her knight as well. Okay, f3, undermining the e4 pawn.
Yep. Very
All
typical
right.
response when you have a pawn on e4. e3.
Very
wow.
bold. Very bold.
Very brave.
Brave or bad is the question. The line between the two can be kind of thin sometimes. I think it's good. I
Exactly.
think I'm more brave than bad. I like this decision. And now b5 is an idea. Okay, not anymore.
I think I would lean on taking c5 with the pawn, so I can put my bishop on d4. That looks like a pretty good setup, but okay, this looking good as well.
Yeah, I really like the way Valentina is maneuvering in this game, but how is she going to break through? Oh, bishop h5, another one move blunder. And she missed it.
Oh wow. This is okay, so many blunders happening, and I think we're expecting more blunders later in the 1 minute portion.
Exactly. We haven't reached the bullet yet, folks.
Yes.
Anytime a
I
pawn
think-
moves, what squares are left behind?
Yeah, I think the bullet portion will be like such a roller coaster match between those two. The e-file bar will just go crazy. Whew. Okay, king f3.
Yeah, white is not worse here.
Yeah, white is not worse, but I think white is still like passing the turn. Okay, bishop d3 starting to take some action. Oh, f5 is hanging. Yeah. Now, Gunina is totally losing it. It's yeah, she kept missing so many stuff now.
Yeah, because rook d4, you give up e3, and that you cannot afford to give up that pawn. Rook e8, you give up f5, and the bishop ensconces itself on e6. Yeah, it feels like black is losing this one as well, but a great counter resource by Valentina, e2.
Yep. But what's the idea then after this? Now we see it.
Beautiful.
Yeah, rook d4.
And now she can take c4.
Yes.
Lovely.
So she got the compensation for that pawn. So takes on f4 first, and Harika is thinking how to react to this. Will she just take it back on f4, or she takes on e2?
Bishop d6 now. Yeah.
Oh, maybe bishop e6 check and then take on e2, yeah?
This is the kind of
bishop
play that Valentina needs to display for the rest of the match. Now it should be a draw, but white has an extra pawn, and maybe some rook g2, rook g6 ideas can be unpleasant.
Oh, totally,
Okay,
yeah.
That's a draw offer.
Rook c2, just try to trade the rooks off. Yeah, so rook a4, trying to rook a3, I guess. But rook a3, king g4, so h5 first.
Stopping king g4, exactly, preparing rook a3. If I were Harika, I would try to go around through c8 and h8. I think rook c2 is a little bit too passive. Now white has a hard time finding a move.
Or maybe rook e2, rook a3, and then rook e3. You cannot take on a2 because there's a discovery bishop e1.
Oh, lovely, bishop e1. That's such a instructive discovered check. Rook f2. Okay, she wants king g2 in some situations.
Yeah, but that's if you're trying to play this in a more passive way, then usually, it's the position will be going downhill very soon.
Now Valentina's playing for a win. D6. D6, though, that should not have been allowed. That should not have been allowed. Oh, now she can't stop the pawn. Oh, she gives up her bishop.
Then she has to take the pawn. But now it's no longer okay.
But
free takes.
But the pawn is the wrong color, Irene. So I think if black can go rook a2, it's a draw. So Harika has to avoid the rook trade. b2.
Right.
But can you trade the rooks here?
I think it's almost impossible to trade it.
Nope. Rook b2.
Oh,
What was that? What? King c2. What is going on here? Black can trade rooks and it's a draw.
Yeah. I think they forgot about this wrong bishop method.
And now white should be winning. It's not easy, actually, but you have to smoke the king out of this area. You have to go like rook b4.
Rook b3,
yeah,
maybe.
Great,
rook b3.
great technique here by Harika.
Yep. Wow.
Bishop g4.
Yeah, bishop g4. Rook b3 first. Yeah, and now bishop g4 should be easy.
Yeah. Just bishop g4 resigns.
But what does Harika do? Rook b1 back.
Okay, a little lag here. Let's see if we can get the update on what's going on. Are you seeing the moves, Irene?
No, I'm not seeing the moves.
Okay, so
I'm stuck on rook b1.
Yeah, we're going to get the update momentarily here. But it appears that Harika is going to take this game.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, that is a heartbreaker. I mean, crazy the way that these games have gone. And Valentina, it's a heartbreaker, to lose game after game in this fashion.
Exactly, yeah, especially when she actually started to showing that she's coming back. But the moment when she started to show it, she blundered away all her advantage, and then the result just hit her back to square one. So it's really heartbreaking, yeah, to be honest, because she's really a fighter. She knows that she has to come back, but this is just not her tournament at all.
No, and a huge shout out, of course, to Valentina, who has experienced some serious health issues recently, and nonetheless keeping up an active chess career. There's no way it's easy. And she does the best that she can, but unfortunately, when you're playing someone as solid as Harika, those blunders, they really, really cost you. Okay, it appears that we have the game back up. And was it a draw? How did that game end?
Harika won.
Harika won. Okay.
Yep.
So it's a 7-point lead.
Yep.
King's Indian. We had a King's Indian, right? I think second game of the match.
Did. I think so too. Yeah. Yeah, but not in this. Yeah, not in this variation. Okay, bishop e6. Yeah, 7-point lead. Would Valentina be able to catch up on the 1 minute portion, because it's such a huge score, like 7-0 is
it's a huge score, but it's possible hypothetically. I mean, they will play 7 games, but you need to be perfect if you're Gunina. You need a complete 180. You need to basically run the table. And I mean, this is you can't blunder like this.
Oh, okay. This is another blunder. Bishop h3, taking on f1. Now Harika is exchange up, having a pass on d4. Just winning position. Yeah, c5 is going to fall soon as well. Yeah, I have nothing else to say on this position. It's she's just. It's hard. It's hard to play in such a mindset. I think she's already thinking like, okay, I'll just get ready for the 1 minute portion, because that's my only chance. Okay, so b4, protecting c5, rook a d8. It's very clinical. Yeah, I think you can also play a5. Maybe you can throw in f5, but yeah, I like this d8 move. a6, knight has to come back, and now maybe it's time to play a5.
Yeah, a5 looks excellent, breaking apart the pawn chain. Also d3 and knight d4 would be a more
Right.
central way to play. But I think it's more in Harika's style to go for H5. Very methodical.
Yep.
H4. Okay.
So we're really looking at the wrong side of the board. Yeah.
Yeah.
So H5, H4. Yeah. I mean, this
Cool
is
kids
also a
play on the
very
king
nice
side.
idea. Okay, knight C4, A3. Still not over yet, I guess, because yeah. But with Harika's performance, she should be able to finish this off. Queen G4. Nice.
Yeah. At some point, I would play D3, even if I sacrifice the pawn just to open up real estate for my pieces in the center. Knight D4, Bishop G7, Bishop D4. I think this pawn is kind of getting in the way. Rook E3.
You know what? Rook E3. Yes, I was actually looking at that
You were
move
thinking
even
about
without
it.
Queen D3. Yeah, I was already thinking about it. Even when the queen was on D2. Yeah.
Yeah, very simpatico. I'm going to show this on the board. Rook E3. And if Bishop E3, D takes E3, and there is a skewer against the queen and the rook, and knight takes E3, you could even play queen takes G3 check.
Yes.
Targeting the queen on D3. Well spotted, Irene. Rook E3, knight takes E3, D takes E3. Nothing changes because in the end of the line, you simply drop the rook. Will Harika find it?
Yeah, she's looking at it 100%. She's looking at it, but she, I think, decided not to rush, or I don't know what she was considering.
But now suddenly look at Valentina's pieces. I mean, her bishop is excellent. Her knight can jump into B6. Suddenly white has pretty good compensation.
Yeah, I think it was a mistake to trade off the queens in this type of position, because all you want to go is for the kill, not some positional game like this. And now with the pair of bishops, now things are going to get dangerous for black.
Knight D5. You have to watch out for forks. Rook E6, I think, has to be played here. And then Valentina
And
can
it's only
probably even
move.
repeat. Knight C7 would be a draw.
No, I think she would play G4. That's more like her style.
Excellent call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And now I don't know, King G2 maybe, waiting for the F5 break. But okay, Knight B6.
Whoa, Knight E7, blundering the pawn. Bishop takes B7.
Oh wow, Bishop B7. Okay, okay. Valentina shouldn't mess this up. She should win this one.
This is her game. Bishop takes B7. Okay, Bishop H6. Harika trying to stir up some counterplay. Actually, not a bad idea. And it's going to force Valentina to think she's down to 20 seconds. G5.
Okay, G5, yeah. And then get some of the pawns. Okay, Bishop A6 maybe. Yeah, just eat all the pawns. Takes, yeah, looking great.
Knight B6,
Knight
excellent.
B6, And now move the king. Now move the king.
Exactly, just King G2, King F3, King E4, no rush.
Yeah. Or can you take on D4? Maybe not, because there's Rook D8. Okay, move the king. It's no risk position for white now. Okay, and pass on.
A5, A5.
She
Okay,
goes for
Harika.
A4.
Last attempt
Takes,
by Dronavali.
Wow. Can you just play Rook B3 here?
Rook B4 though.
This is something that I was afraid of. That's why Rook B3. I was. Give a check first. Yes. And now you cannot take on B6, right? Okay, because then Rook G7.
Beautiful.
Or you can take on Bishop D4 immediately too. Right. Now you
Bishop
save
D4.
this B7.
Oh, amazing.
Nice.
Queen.
Okay. She will win this for sure.
Yeah, I think there might be some stalemate ideas, but Harika might just resign.
Yeah, finally a comeback by Valia, because it's been, let me count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games without any victory by Valia. So, okay, finally on the 9th game after such a losses and draws, and she came back with another point.
It has felt like forever since Valentina won a game, but Harika only won this section 4.5, 2.5. It's only a 6-point lead, and I say only in air quotes. That's a huge lead, but Valentina, she plays fast. She's a good bullet player. If she can step up her game, this match is not over, Irene, but the biggest X factor in the bullet is going to be the blunders, I think.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. So we will soon see the 1-minute portion.
Indeed, we will. And before we go on our break and set the players up for the 1-minute portion, we wanted to remind you that the Champions Chess Tour finals have finally arrived. Throughout the year, hundreds of the world's elite have been competing in a $2 million 6-event circuit, fighting for just 8 coveted seats at the live finals in Toronto, Canada. And now our 8 finalists aim their sights higher to the 2023 Champions Chess Tour title and the $500,000 prize fund. Your 2023 Champions Chess Tour finalists are Magnus Carlsen, Norbek Abdusattorov, Fabiano Caruana, Nakamura, Wesley So, MVL, Ali Reza Firouzja, and Denis Lazovic. Join us for the 2023 Champions Chess Tour Finals beginning December the 9th. To learn more, !CCT in the chat, and we will learn more about this second WSCC match of the day when the bullet portion returns after this break.
Okay, if I lose a game before I go to sleep, I have to play until I win. And once I win a game, then I will play another. Why isn't my chess rating going up?
It changed a lot. I think the whole year, last year, I played a lot of online tournaments on Chess.com, like especially the Saturday tournaments and like Speed Chess Championship. I enjoyed it. I think my whole pregnancy, I was busy and kept to chess because of Chess.com for sure. And after that, it changed a lot. I couldn't be in much touch with online chess after my baby, and especially with so many tournaments, I couldn't really cope up with the online tournaments or chess. So I'm definitely, this is interesting to come back again to what I like, to be at home and play chess.
welcome back to the Women's Speed Chess Championship. Julius Baer WSCC has had a busy day with 2 matches. Dronavali Harika leads the second one against who is she playing against? Sorry, Valentina Gunina.
Valentina Gunina.
With a score of 10.5 to 4.5. I apologize. In 2021, Dronavali had an amazing run at the WSCC. She defeated Kosteniuk, Muzichuk, Lagno, and only lost the final by 2 points, Irene, to Yifan. It was a great run.
Yeah, it was a great run, and no wonder she's been playing such a high-class matches against Gunina right now. She came second in the last one, and I think she's just going to be very likely qualified for the semifinal.
Barring an absolute miracle in the bullet, but Gunina cannot give up. She did win the last game of the 3-minute portion, so she has a little bit of momentum going into the bullet. And the last thing that you can do is relax and assume that the match is over. It's not over until the time ticker gets down to 0.
Yes, and we can see soon the players are getting ready. I cannot wait to see their 1-minute portion. It's gonna be more interesting. Maybe lots of blunders going to happen on the board, but I think we will also see lots of good moves by Harika and Gunina.
It's going to be pandemonium, folks. Buckle your seatbelts. This is 1+1. If the 3-minute portion was crazy, what awaits us in the bullet? Well, we can only imagine.
Yes, indeed. And with 6-point lead, well, I think it's still possible for Gunina to catch up. But again, with the superiority of Harika's playing in this match, I think she is likely to be the victor of the match. But again, maybe I'm calling it too soon because this 1-minute portion will be deciding all the match of their games.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely possible to come back. I'm really curious to see what kind of nature these games are going to take. I mean, are we going to get more end games? Are the games going to resemble the Blitz games, or is Valentina going to adopt a sharper stance, maybe 1e4? If I'm Valentina, I would try to change my openings, try to get your types of positions, and most importantly, avoid the one-move blunders. Here we go. We've got 25 minutes of bullet. Valentina needs to be perfect here.
Yes, and Harika plays her main repertoire. This is actually what I was talking about, going for the Reti, but with the Fianchetto Bishop and c4. So she kind of like mixing up these 3 moves in her opening repertoire, but we will see soon. Now knight d7 is on the board. They don't really have much time to think. You have to be very practical in every move.
Yeah, this is a classic pawn sacrifice. What does white get for the pawn? The bishop pair, great central control, and easy play.
Yes, yes. And this is definitely the perfect choice when you're playing a bullet.
But knight c4 is a bit weird because you're allowing black to play e5 and stake a claim in the center.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think I would keep my pieces as many as possible on the board and try for an attack. But now I think the position is still very good for white pieces here.
Maybe c5 there was an option. Oh, b7, blundered.
Queen b7. Yeah, queen b7.
Or
queen
even
b7.
Bishop b7, there's rook c to b8, and black actually picks up the piece. So very complicated. I would start with c5, though. I would start with c5. Okay, yeah, now rook a b8.
She did queen b7. Takes, and you have to move the bishop. Oh, no. Yeah, this is a good one. Rook a7, and now the bishop on b2 is hanging. But at least you already enjoyed the free pawn. Okay, c5 takes. Okay, this looks
C6.
like a drawing position to me.
Yeah, but it's a little scary for black. I mean, takes c7. Yeah, probably a draw. I don't think white is in time.
No, you have to play rook c1. Yeah, because after c7, there's rook c2.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. Oh, c7. Oh, Valentina allowing rook d8.
Ooh, rook d8. Ooh. Rook d8 is a kill. No, you shouldn't miss that. But okay, this is bullet 1+1. It's hard to keep on track on everything. Okay, here we go. The next game.
Okay, and Harika playing a King's Indian defense, which is the best opening in chess, but also the best opening in bullet. And I'm not biased at all. It's not like I'm a King's Indian player or anything.
Maybe you should get a course on that King's Indian version of you, Dania.
Kind of an interesting idea. Yeah, think about it.
Okay, so well, we're looking at a completely different variation in King's Indian right now compared to what they already played on a few games before. And Castle, Knight C5, wow. So Valia
Whoa.
is going for the kill on F7 right now.
Very valiant.
But after Black Castles, I think the attack is going to be a bit minimized. But nevertheless, ooh, Knight E6, what a move.
A lot of fireworks here, but I mean, the problem is after Fe6, Bishop H6, I think Queen takes H4, and Black emerges from the fireworks with an E5, though.
That's
Okay.
quite a weird looking move. Yeah, Bishop G5, and the bishop just nestled really well on G5. Takes, Rook F1. Yeah, now
White is doing
White
great.
is better. Yeah, exactly. But now, where's the kill? Oh, there it is, G4. Now this is totally a Valia's game because this is something that she always likes to do. Queen G3, waiting for the moment to play H5. Okay, takes.
Bishop E3. Okay.
Hmm.
Good move.
Okay. Oh, it's
Yeah,
a mistake. Yeah,
good
takes.
Good knight versus bad bishop. I thought knight takes A4. That was a hanging pawn that Valentina could have taken. Instead, she's trying to force the queens off the board. Harika, though, is going to go after the H pawn, and suddenly it's getting complicated again. And she's given up the pawn.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, that H1 pawn is very expensive. Now, okay, takes. And the king on H2 doesn't sit well because there might be some matting nut coming up. And yeah, I think Black is standing fine now. Oh, Queen H5. Queen H5, very clinical finish. I mean, now there's no risk anymore. Yes. And Bishop F4 and King moves.
Oh, Bishop F4 would have won the knight. But this is also good.
Okay. Yeah, totally. Knight D3, Bishop takes. Okay, the A pawn will win the game.
Even Bishop B2.
Even Bishop B2, yes, exactly. Bishop B4 just played safely, and then Knight C1, Bishop D2. Knight has to go to A2, and now you just have to go after the other pawn.
Exactly. King F7, King E6, calmly picking up the pawn and winning the game.
Yeah.
A2.
Yeah. Okay, then Gunina has to resign actually and start the new match and try to catch up again.
Yeah, but it's now an 8-point match, and the first two bullet games have gone in Dronavali's favor.
Okay, still not the end. I think there's still a possibility for Gunina to make a comeback. There is time still,
There is time to play 8 games. There's no question about that, but from now on, she needs to be perfect.
Exactly. Yes. Okay, D3, and Harika will just choose all the solid openings she could try because there's no risk at all. She could just play all the drawing lines if possible too, because 8-point lead is huge.
Yeah, it's massive, and you can afford to take all sorts of luxuries and all sorts of liberties. Bishop E3. Yeah, if you're Harika, you want every game to take as long as possible. Go into the end game, play comfortable, solid chess. And that's exactly what she's doing. B4, etc. Start attacking on the queen side. Yeah, very well done.
I think even in the bullet, she's still playing a very old school approach, like very tidy and solid. I like her style.
Exactly. Rook A, B1. Potentially the classic minority attack with A4 and B5 is underway, and it is very unpleasant. B5 is going to come with great effect, I think. Yeah.
Yep, but watch out. After takes, there's C5 now. AB, and C5 maybe.
True. Bishop E3,
Bishop
Knight E5.
G6. Yeah, Rook might throw into A2 at some point, but there's no chance now. Rook A1. It's a blunder. Nice spot by Harika. Very well spotted.
This
Bishop
essentially
A5.
ends the game because Bishop C7, Rook takes C5. That's what Valentina might have missed. Rook takes C5, and Black's position crumbles again.
Exactly. Even if you don't see something like that, you could just take everything because D5 is also hanging. But of course, Harika always goes for the best move possible. And now exchange up.
E5,
Oh,
excellent.
E5. Yeah. Just trade the rook and finish the game in the style.
Yeah, this is pretty much easy clap. Just you can do whatever. King F3, King E4. You have no rush.
Okay, just don't blunder the rook again.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Bishop E4,
Takes,
maybe.
yes. Yeah, very critical. Just stopping the pawn from pushing.
Very
Yeah, and
clinical
then
indeed. Bishop D3.
Yep. And King F3, King E2. Okay, give a check first. And Rook C6, and then time to move the king.
And H4 is a very nasty idea. I would go H4, H5.
Ooh, that is correct. Yeah, I like that idea as well. But Bishop E4. And maybe now push the B6. Yeah. Okay, this should be game over.
Yeah,
Takes,
too many pawns. Exactly.
Yeah. Wow.
Even rook takes D4 is winning, but there's no need for that.
Yeah, just...
Okay, king takes.
No, she's going to resign after this. Well, she's not.
Yeah, at this point, you might as well.
Wow, third win for Harika in the 1 minute portion.
Yeah, the way that this bullet segment is going, I mean, it's just Harika is completely in control. It feels like she's in control no matter the type of position. Gunina trying to mix things up. She finally resorts to 1e4, which I think she might have done well to start the match with.
Yeah, I guess so too, because this is totally her style, to just play some aggressive chess and try for the kills since the opening already. So yeah, it's a good strategy now, but the thing is, it might be a bit too late because the lead is already getting bigger. It's now 9-point lead for Harika.
And Valentina taking over 20 seconds on this move. She has to make a decision here. Bishop e3. It's move 7. And she might have lost connection. Yeah, it appears that she has lost connection. On top of everything else, it's just been an unfortunate day for Valentina. It's like no matter what she does, things just aren't in her favor today.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's heartbreaking to have something like that. And maybe the connection issue is also distracting her mind during the game, because I can totally feel her, sometimes in such an online tournament, if I know that I don't really have a good internet connection, it will totally mess up my play.
Yeah, I hate that situation where you're constantly looking at your clock, you're constantly looking at the number of bars on your Wi-Fi signal, and every ounce of your energy has to be expended on the games. And if you're distracted against an opponent as strong as Harika, it's going to hurt you. Okay, looks like Gunina has timed out, but it's more or less water under the bridge at this point. I mean, the match is essentially decided, but let's see what we end up deciding here.
Yep. So it's 4.5 and 14.5 currently. It's a lot. Wow, 10-point lead. Yeah, internet connection, and then so many blunders happening, unfortunately, for Valia today, despite having good chances in some of her games.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, looks like Valentina is on camera, but it appears that her connection to the server may be the cause of the interruptions. Okay, looks like everyone's back. We can restart the match. And there we go. Next game is underway.
Okay, c4, c6, and g3. Harika comes back to her old repertoire.
We'll get the game up momentarily. There it is. And again, they are repeating this semi-Slav line. I'm not a huge fan of this for black, just giving up the bishop pair like that, but it is ultra solid.
It is ultra solid, but I think it is not a good choice of opening if you are playing in a must-win situation. So I think this is something that Valia has also to work on in the next matches. When you are in a must-win situation, when the match is not going well for you, I think you have to have another strategy up in your sleeve.
Exactly. I think the common wisdom is to change your openings as the first order of business. Things aren't going well. Get a different type of position. Try to pose your opponent with new problems. Don't keep repeating the same line that's not working out for you. But a lot of players, they kind of get stubborn in a match. They feel like I've already decided what I want to play. I'm not going to change my openings. And that really causes you to enter one of these cycles where you keep losing games in the same line. I really believe in changing your openings ASAP when the match isn't going your way.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that as well, because, well, it's not, it's no use of making your opponent's understanding better in one opening by repeating it so many times, right? You have to change the pace. Something has been going wrong in that opening for you, and you have to just simply change it.
Exactly. And look at Harika. Piggies on the 7th. F7 is hanging. And practically speaking, very unpleasant position for Valia here.
Yeah, and rook retreated to f8, and this d6 pawn is looking very dangerous. You'll push it at some point, but Harika is in no hurry to do that. She stabilizes the position of her king first. G4 takes, I think you can actually, can you? Oh, I was thinking of taking it, but there's no use of that.
Whoa.
Just, ooh, what is,
This, though.
oh,
Lovely.
nice,
Evolve.
nice.
Rook G7. Oh, but Rook G7 check and Bishop takes G4. I don't know why she traded rooks. This gives Gunina a new lease on life.
Okay, this
Yeah.
A pawn. Okay, just don't blunder that. Rook f7. Knight has to move, or king has to move.
Okay, this is
takes
a draw.
takes.
This is
Yeah.
a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't
Whoa,
think
whoa, whoa.
black can make any progress. I think
No, Harika's
she's
playing for a
looking.
win.
Wow. Yeah,
Okay.
I think she has built up this confidence, yeah, due to all the
Exactly.
other games, yeah.
Exactly. And I think it's still a draw, but, F4, King F3, and E4. That's a
Yeah,
draw.
looks scary.
King G3 simply. Whoa, Rook A3!
Rook A3 and then just take on F4, then this is just technically winning for
Whoa.
Valia.
But Valia allowed E5.
Oh.
And now it's a draw again, E7. And she's going to save it. Or is she, actually? This is not so easy. You need to know the alternate Philidor.
Yeah,
Rook F8.
I think she knows that, yeah. Yeah, you just put on A3 and then wait until C6, until F3 and then back to the back rank.
Very tricky. Valentina knows all the little tricks here, but so does Harika. Yeah. Draw.
Yeah. Okay, give a check on A4 and then, yeah, repeat from the back rank again. Yeah. Okay. Just don't blunder anything, please. I cannot take it anymore.
Yeah.
Okay. Finally a draw.
Half a point.
Okay. Half a
Squeezed
point.
out by Gunina.
Yep. And now back to D4 and back to King's Indian.
Indeed. And one of those souped up King's Indians that Harika has been playing throughout this match, delaying the development of the knight and instead applying more pressure on the D4 square.
Yep. I think this is also one of her pet lines. So she's
Yeah.
very comfortable in this type of structure. I mean, she plays this type of setup both white and black, so she knows what to do.
Yeah, I've always found it very, very difficult to play against my favorite openings. I think this is pretty common wisdom that the hardest thing in chess is to play against openings that you love. Like the white side of the King's Indian, I find it very, very difficult to play because I love the King's Indian for black.
Whoa.
Do you have an
Yeah,
opening like
well-
that you find it very hard to play against?
I think so. I love Italians. I played it both white and black as well, and it is always a hard opening. Even if I play against like 400 rating points below mine, it's still very hard. But because I love that opening, I keep playing it on.
Italian is insane. I don't understand how you study the Italian. It's impossible. Like 7,000 move orders. And look at this, by the way. Oh, lovely defense by Valentina, laterally defending the pawn. But still.
I think that's the only defense. After was the only defense
Yeah.
anyway.
Harika, rook
Okay.
h6, queen h7, rook h8.
Yeah.
But now what?
Is there any way in? Okay, f5. f5 is good. Takes. Wow. White's position is
GF.
so cramped. But
What is this,
f4,
GF?
f4 gives some hope.
But just
Oh yeah,
no, but I
GF.
thought GF and rook g6.
Exactly. Yeah. I think okay, both players missed it for sure.
No.
But okay.
Probably a draw, but no, black is in the driver's seat. Queen takes f4. Rook e7, king f6. Or king f8.
And then double the rook on h7. Rook h7, but there's always some... there's perpetual for sure. Ooh,
Yeah,
king g5.
at least. Queen c1 also, queen takes b2, and black starts. Whoa. Queen takes c4 was just a free pawn.
Yeah, but she's gonna take it now. Queen d3 and take on c4. Oh no? I think she's happy with the draw. She's just finding all the checks here. Yeah, she's not going to play for a win. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, queen takes c4 was just totally winning for black, but it's understandable. I mean, 7.5 left at this point. Jornavali just wants to, end the match solidly. And the result of each game starts to matter less when you're up by 10.
Right, yeah, and we come back to this type of position again, but now d4. So it changes the dynamic of the game a little bit compared to the previous game. So knight
Queen
f6.
a4.
Queen a4 was missed. Okay.
Yeah. Bishop a4. Okay, knight d5. Excellent move, forcing the bishop back.
b5. Okay, knight d5 takes. And now, again, black is standing fine, but also, okay, white is a bit cramped in this position.
Yeah, rook c. Oh, I would take that rook. I would take on c8.
I would take that rook.
Rooks for a queen, yeah.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you have to go for some imbalanced position like that in this situation. But yeah, if you're playing just very quietly like that, slowly black will crawl out into your position, and it's looking better for black now.
Definitely. Just don't go e4 premature. Bishop b4, though. Valentina allows Harika to activate her bishop. She might even trade that for the knight and go knight d2.
That's a good knight. I mean, yeah, take the knight d2, and then go for that plan for sure. If you knight d5, bishop a5, and now what to do? Ooh, bishop g5.
Okay, queen d1, unpinning the knight, preparing knight e4, trading. And now Harika has the bishop pair in a very comfortable endgame at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Valia has to trade off all the pieces to minimize all these initiatives. So takes. Oh, just take on g2, queen d5 or e4. And okay, this is what I know. Queen and knight they're better than queen and bishop. I think I also in this type of position. But the eval bar shows that this is better for white. I think because the d4 pawn is quite weak.
Exactly. Now takes in queen d3, I think, is a winning pawn in a game.
Because the e3 pawn will be fallen.
Beautiful.
Wow.
King f1, king e2. And it's not about who has the pass pawn. It's about who has the more high quality pawns. F5, f4.
F4. Yeah, you have to stop it first. Yes, and get the e3 and Valia resign.
And another win.
Very spot on by Harika.
Wow. Complete domination. Complete domination in this match.
Look at that. E4, G6, H4.
H4. Yeah, might as well,
Yep. Okay, they kind of repeat the same first few moves in this position, but okay. Queen b3, queen c8. Okay, just I think they'll develop normally. Yeah. With 4 minutes left on the time, yeah. Well, the lead is just getting bigger and bigger. Yeah, it's almost impossible. Vale is just holding on to her dear life here. It's
exactly. c4. Okay, the position stabilizes. White goes kingside. I probably would consider going queenside there, but yeah, it was scary. Now Harika can stick a rook on d3. Of course, the knight on h6 is completely out of the game, so you really want to get it back into civilization, which is exactly what she does. Well done. Queen c5 check can be thrown in at some point.
Yeah, I think if queen c5, she was afraid of bishop e3, though it means nothing. Okay, queen c7, and she's focusing on the attack on the queen side. Yeah, b4 is coming very soon. Okay, a very good preparation, rook b8, and now after queen d2, the knight is ready to hop on e3.
And the queen can pick up the pawn with queen b6, queen takes b4. So now Harika putting pressure on white's c3 pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think this is definitely what she's doing. Yeah.
Exactly.
And takes on b4.
Queen d7, wow.
Okay. So Valerie is always looking for some matting attack there. Oh, there is actually on the back rank. Be
She's
careful.
looking for some action there. f6, rook d8, and before you know it, you could get checkmate. Now, white could also get checkmated in some situations with queen e1 and bishop e5, but this is quite scary for black. Queen f8.
Yep.
All the way back.
Takes and takes on c4. Okay, so trying to
95. Yeah, f6.
Okay, this should be a technical win, but unfortunately.
Rook takes d4.
Wait. Ooh, there's a blunder there. Yeah, rook takes c4.
Yeah, and that would have been a
it.
chance. That would have been a chance for black, but okay, now white should be winning. Knight c4, king f7, knight d6 was a fork. Okay.
Yeah, king c3 and then start pushing the pawn.
Just don't miss a fork. Whatever you do, don't miss a fork.
All right. Oh, there's knight b5, but it's okay. Just come back. So yeah, b3. And okay, there's no threat. Oh, just don't play rook c2.
Yeah, exactly. e5, knight d4, still a game. Knight d4, and she blundered into a draw.
Yeah. It's a forced repetition now. Oh, but Harika is playing for a win. Look at that.
Rook c2, and she might achieve it. Rook takes g2. Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Rook a2.
Oh, there's okay, there might be some mate there. Take
knight
and
b3.
then knight c.
No, now white is winning. Or not. Now it's anybody's game again.
Yeah.
Knight f8.
But
no mate.
But I think Harika is just trying to continue this game as long as she can because she knows that it's less than a minute left on the clock.
Exactly. Although she could get mated here.
Yeah, it's possible. There's a matting net there. Okay, g. Okay.
King h4. Again, black is playing for the win.
Wow, what a roller coaster!
Mate in 2. Look at that mate on h4.
Oh, there's a mate.
Oh, it's not mate. It's not mate. I'm sorry, it's not mate. It's been a long day.
False alarm. Okay. But okay.
My bad. I pump faked. I think Valentina also thought it was mate.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay, but this is drawn. And
last game?
Last game.
Okay.
So 5.5 and 16.5. Yeah, 11. Oh no, 6 and 17. It was not updated. Okay, still 11-point lead for Harika. And this is the last game of their match.
It is indeed. Harika will have the white pieces. And, okay. 95, b3. Yeah, this is pretty good position for white out of the opening.
Yes, this pawn is very weak. It's going to be target of attack. And also the placement of white pieces are better.
Knight d4.
Yeah. Bishop c3. Yeah, she's playing it calmly.
Yeah, it feels like control. That's been the hallmark of the match for Harika. She's been completely in control across all of the segments and in this final game as well.
Yeah, and what I adore so much is her composure. Like she's really, really calm despite, losing. I mean, there are so many games that Harika was losing, but still she was pushing for a win, right?
Exactly. No, she plays for a win. She doesn't get too high with the highs, doesn't get too low with the lows, just kind of goes with the flow. And that's a very valuable quality in an SCC format, is the ability to just stay composed across all of the time controls, no matter the match situation.
Yep. And now this position, wow, the king is quite exposed on g8. And how do we see this position? Okay, queen h3 is a threat as well. I think you can just safely take on f4, but queen h3 is fine, right?
Yeah, very sharp position. White gives up some light squares, but picks up the f4 pawn. Okay. Move the queen. Where? Yeah, this is pretty good for white. I think black's king is weaker than white's suddenly. Queen d8.
Yes. Queen d8 check, and then king has to move. And oh yeah, the king on g1 is quite safe, so I can bring my rook to 7th rank if I want to.
Exactly. I think rook e7 is extremely strong. h4. That's a typical
H4.
Harika move.
Yeah, exactly. Just not giving any chances at all.
Exactly.
I
Just
like
going queen takes b6. Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Yep. Queen d3. Yeah. And I think she okay, takes and okay, this is game over, yeah?
It'll drag on for a bit, but yeah, this is over. 2 pawns extra. This is going to be the last game of the match.
Yep. Well, 2 pawns up and with 11-point lead. Yeah.
Okay, but rook takes g3. Now it probably is a draw. But how do you make it? I don't know. Get the bishop to d7.
This is losing apparently after bishop d7, but
Yeah, maybe knight
okay,
d3, knight
knight
e5,
g2.
but at this point, it's kind of a moot point. Okay, draw.
Okay.
There we go. G7, bishop e6.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it just takes and just promote the pawn.
exactly. And the final game ends in a draw.
All
Final
right.
score, 17.5, 6.5. Harika with a dominant performance, a wire-to-wire victory. Well done by the Indian Grandmaster.
Yeah, such a monstrous score by Harika, and also a very high level performance. It's a joy to see how these players play actually, because I think I've seen so many instructive games. Okay, some games ended up in anti-climax move like a blunder and stuff, but overall it's a good match.
It was a great match. It was good positional awareness by Harika. There were some ups and downs to start the match. Valentina had a lot of good positions, but ultimately the blunders did her in. There were too many blunders in the 5-minute portion. And by the time that they reached the midpoint of the 3-minute portion, the lead was too big. She started getting tilted.
Yeah.
But all credit to Harika. It was a professional, excellent match, Irene.
Right. And I think we are setting up Harika for the interview very soon.
We are indeed. We will set up Jonah Volley for an interview. Feel free to send your chat questions in the chat, folks. We'll try to ask them to Harika. We'll be back with more WSCC, an interview with Harika coming up after the break.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android. What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore Chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Welcome back to the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. Unfortunately, due to some technical reasons, we were unable to get Dronavali onto the call for an interview. But she did all the talking that she needed to do on the board, Irene. It was an excellent match, and I'm very grateful that I got the chance to commentate it. Irene, dominant performance, wire to wire by Dronavali.
Yeah, it was an extremely, such a high-class performance by Harika Dronavali. Just like you said, her chess speaks for itself. So I'm so happy to be here today with you, Dania, and to be enjoying so many good, instructive games. And what do we have tomorrow?
We have a fascinating match between the #1 seed, Kateryna Lagno, and Priyanka Nutaki, who might be a less familiar name to people in the chat, but someone that everybody needs to have on their radar. Priyanka is a rapidly rising young Indian player. She's really dangerous, and I don't think Kateryna is taking this match in a joking manner. This is not a walkover for the top seed.
Yeah, exactly. And Priyanka, she qualified to the women's speed chess for a reason because, she also showed a very great performance in the qualifier before. So I don't think Kateryna Lagno will take her not seriously because this is like such a, when you're playing against such a young player like that, you always have to be very careful.
You absolutely do. And that match will be coming your way tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. You will be commentating it with Robert. And Irene, before I thank you properly and wrap up the show, I wanted to come back to you one more time for your overall thoughts on today's excellent victory by Dronavali.
She showed a very great opening preparation. I don't think she could be killed in the opening nor in the middle game. Everything happened in the end game where all the blunders and all the tactical nuances happening. So I think if Harika continued on the same manner on the next match in the semifinal against either Lagno or Priyanka, I think she will be a very good contestant to go to the final. So we might see once again Harika in the final because she was once there before. And I'm just going to be very excited to see who's going to be her opponent on the semifinal.
It's going to be an incredibly exciting match, Irene. It was a real pleasure to commentate today's match with you. I wanted to apologize to you and everybody. I wasn't feeling great this morning. So if I was a little bit lower energy than usual, I'm sorry about that, but I did my best. And there's nobody that I would rather carry the load than you, Irene. The WSCC returns tomorrow with Lagno versus Priyanka. But for now, have a great rest of the day, everybody. The WSCC comes back soon. Goodbye.